ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó wọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo obodo jisike nubo serona oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega kontu mo. Yeah, dia kugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Eri koja eron amfo palu. So that was what that song said. Eri, and that is a profound Yoruba, by the way. Eri koja eron amfo palu. Do you know what that means? I bet you don't. Do you want me to interpret? Eri okoja eron amfo palu. An elephant is too big an animal to be herded with a stake or to be beaten with a stake. So erin koja eran amfo palu. So that is deep. Ijinle. That's hardcore Yoruba right there. So good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? So good to see you. How are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. Hope you've had a wonderful day. It's always better to have a wonderful day than not. You know, if you had the option, if the decision was yours to make, then you will make the decision to have a wonderful day. So maybe if it's wished upon you, maybe that progresses you in that direction. So hope you've had a wonderful day. So hope you have had a wonderful day. So hope you've had a wonderful day. We are fast tracking at rapid speed towards the end of this year. So be careful out there so that you make it into the new year 2024, which promises to be a year of abundance for everyone. I give you that guarantee. So say one man said so that 2023 promises to be a year of abundance for you and I. So a year of abundance for you and I. So let the abundance start with the super chats, by the way. That's always an abundance. But in jest, no. The usual protocol, I keep repeating it, but some of you still don't do it. So you're not hip to what is going on here. So if you are hip to what is going on here, then click on the like button just as soon as I say so. And then if you're not already subscribed, correct that immediately and right now. So click on right. Don't click on right or click on like. You know, that's your tonality. If you have a primary language and you are speaking in a secondary language, sometimes the tripping over of your primary to your secondary language inflects in just the natural flow of it. So click on the like button. That was what I intended to say. So do that immediately and like and right now. Click. I can't say the word right anymore. That seems to be what the problem is. Click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that. And then if you want to come join me on the screen, your ticket to ride, your invitation to be part of the juggernaut train that is fast tracking to the place of abundance. I just open my mouth sometimes and the words come out, and hopefully I keep my fingers crossed that they go here. So if you want to come join in the session, click on here, and then that is your ticket to ride. So click on there to come join the session. So because we're in the festive season, the news cycle is a bit sparse. So there is not that much going on in terms of news. So we will couple together, and we have coupled together. And hopefully, if a panel turns up in the course of the session, we continue to couple together to put together what hopefully is going to be yet another epic and entertaining session. So stay with us. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, all that jazz. Where do you want me to start you? Should I start you? Let me actually, maybe I should start you with a clip actually, which I should have uploaded, but I have not. But I can do that immediately and right now. So I'll start you off. Yeah, look at that. I've got so many clips here that I need to delete one in order to slot in another. So I'll start you off with a clip that speaks to still that Akeredolu space. And yes, the guy has passed on, RIP to him and all that. But then, of course, there's still matters pending within his space and his life. So, actually, I'm just waiting for the thing to load fully. We're going to listen to Showore's take on Akeredolu at the moment. They say don't speak ill of the dead. This is certainly not speaking ill, but this is really asking to take account of exactly what happened in that space. So watch this.
This substantive governor visiting the home of Governor Akeredolu, late Governor Akeredolu today. You see the demeanor of the wife and the contempt in the way he was looking at this governor who had just come to visit. You will know that it was all manipulative. And she's acting all sad now. But so 3 days ago, the wife of the governor was in Ondo State insulting everybody that they are bush people. A week ago, he met with some members of the House of Assembly. And now we're finding out tonight that Akeredolu didn't die in Germany. So they are all lying to the public that he died in Germany. Maybe they wanted to use that to take some more money out of the state. I don't get it. Everything is a lie. You know, now we might have to demand to see Akeredolu's body physically to be sure that he hasn't died a long time ago and buried before they came up to announce it. Because basically, what these people did, the wife, his son, and the political cabal in Ondo State, was just use his vulnerable condition to take out their greed on the state. 5 million people. They're just taking out money, forging signatures. That's why I say that if this was a saner society, these people will be investigated and properly investigated and indicted for the criminal acts they perpetrated using a vulnerable man. This should not have happened to Akeredolu at all. And that they could do this to their family, you can understand why they are so mean towards the people of Ondo State. And, you know, people will say, well, this is not the time to say it. But we had to say this during Yaradua's time. Unfortunately, we didn't learn from it. That's why this happened. Because had the law been properly done at that time after the Yaradua saga, we would not have had to go through this. And this is a shame. It's a shame that now we are finding out tonight that he died in his house. As of yesterday, they said he died in Lagos. The family, because I saw a statement issued by the family today, signed by one Akeredolu Jr., saying that he died in Germany. They even passed on information yesterday to the media that he died somewhere near Hanover in Germany. So they're still manipulating as we speak. But I knew as of yesterday that something is fishy about, because when President Tinubu issued his own statement, he never mentioned where he died. Lagos State, he never mentioned. It's unusual that they all did not want to talk about where he died. I have a feeling, I might be wrong, that this man probably died a long time ago before now, and they just kept him wrapped up somewhere in a cooler.
So there you had it right there. So that was Showore theorizing to exactly what happened with the Akeredolu space. And Showore's theory is that Akeredolu actually died a while ago, and they were keeping his look, conspiracy theory and all that. But what he is actually saying is that Akeredolu may well have died because it's not something strange or unusual or known to the Nigerian space. We had it with Yadua. What Showore is suggesting is that Akeredolu may well have passed on a while ago, and they just kept his body in some sort of animated suspension so that they can feast at the state's expense. Remember, we covered the story when there were allegations coming out of our Ondo State State House that Akeredolu's signature was being forged. That the signatures that Akeredolu was signing when he was in Ibadan is not consistent with the signatures that they identify with him. Do you remember? It all ties together. So what Chowore is suggesting is that this guy died a while ago. His family and his handlers, they kept him in some sort of like ice cooler or whatever the close match is within that dead space. They kept him in some sort of ice cooler so that they can continue to harvest the state's budget. And this is what Showore is suggesting. And he was referencing the disdain on Akeredolu's wife's face when the so-called great and good came to pay condolences. So there's still a lot to unravel from that space. And it's still in the realms of conspiracy theory, but I'm not far off. I'm not averse to that conspiracy because it coheres. The guy was in Ibadan for what, 4-6 months? When they claimed he was flown back to Nigeria, he was in Ibadan for 4-6 months and not able to go to his own home state. If he was able to be in Ibadan, then what prevents him from being in his own home state? What comfort avail in Ibadan that does not avail in Ondo State? So that doesn't cohere with logic, certainly not. And if he was ill and he's come back from a long-term ailment, then if he wants to show face, and by the way, to say show face, can I ask the people in the studio now, just turn on your camera for a moment, just so I can see your face before I put you on. That's now this new security measure that we're turn it on, then you can turn it back off. The people in the studio at the moment, just so I can identify. Yeah, so there you are. So you can turn it back off, and then you as well. So turn it on, just show your face, and then you can turn it back off. That's the criteria for coming on the screen, unfortunately. But no. So I've lost my train of thought. So yes. What comfort avail in Ibadan that is not available in Ondo State? So that already that somewhat fishy. And then they are speculated. And where did he even die? That remains a mystery. The first output was that this guy died in Lagos, and then secondary to that was that he died in Germany. Where is the cohabitation? Where is the coherence between those two statements? So that's not a slip of anything. That's not a slip of hold on, let me just do this. Yes, so that is not so no, that's not consistent with anything that's logic or reason. So that's not consistent with logic or reason, and that's not a slip of tongue. So that's fine. Yeah, you can put it back off. So that's not consistent with logic or reason. That's not a slip of tongue. That's not a mistake, because Germany is far away in Europe, and Lagos is down the corner from Ondo State. So where did he die? So a lot of mysteries wrapped around that space, which then lends to what Showore is saying, that this guy may well have died a while ago, and they just kept his body in animated suspension so that they can continue, they can go on a looting spree of the state coffers. and the narrative coming out of the state that the guy's signature was being forged adds to that. So do you see? So there's a lot going on there, a lot going on there. So a lot going on there. But let's take you to other topics. I'll do a bit of a readout. Let me start it off with this. Where do I want to start it off? Let me. What's this one? Bear with me. Oh no. All right. One of the posts that I wanted to show you has been deleted. But let me start it off with this one then. Let me start it off with this one. Right. Inspector General Agbetokun arrives Plateau State 5 days after massacre of 200 residents on Christmas Eve. So it's just a ridiculousness. It's certainly not rapid response. That I think we can all agree on that. It's certainly not anything like rapid response. So a lot of people savaged within that space. And this guy now just takes his time to, this is the chief of police of Nigeria, by the way. And this guy now just takes his time to leisurely stroll in to say, oh, I heard that something happened here. So the ridiculousness of it. Inspector General Agbetokun arrives Plateau State 5 days after massacre of 200 residents on Christmas Eve. So let me give you a few paragraphs. Nigeria's Inspector General of Police Kayode Agbetokun has arrived in Jos, the Plateau State capital, over the massacre of over 200 residents in 15 communities by suspected Fulani herdsmen on Christmas Eve. The arrival of the police chief in Jos on Friday followed the killing of the residents, where the death toll had risen to over 200 in the coordinated attacks by suspected armed herdsmen. IGP Egbetokun is expected to meet with key stakeholders, including the governor. He was reported to have ordered the deployment of tactical teams, equipment, and the relocation of AIG Zone 4 to Plateau State with immediate effect. Correspondents reported, so then they go on to tell us the backdrop of what happened, but we already know what happened. But it's just the lackadaisical attitude of the Nigerian space. So they are more wrapped in the importance of their position than actually carrying out the duties and requirements of those positions. 200 people died in a bloody massacre, and the chief of police deemed it then rapid speed that is arriving a week later. So there it is right there. Nigeria's Naira among world's worst performing currencies, set for worst year since 1999, with no rebound in sight. So this is allegedly coming from Bloomberg. And by the way, anyway, let me read it first. The outlook of Nigeria's Naira in 2024 is gloomy as the currency of the, let's do that again. The outlook of Nigeria's Naira in 2024 is gloomy as the currency of the largest black country in the world is poised for its worst year since the return to democracy in 1999, with foreign reserves of $32.8 billion, the lowest in 6 years. Analysts predict further depreciation in 2024, Bloomberg reports. The Naira plunged 55% this year to 1,043 Naira to $1 as of Thursday, making it the world's worst performer after the Lebanese pound and the Argentine peso amongst the 151 currencies tracked by Bloomberg. And that is in the official market. On the street, the currency trades for 1,208 Naira to the dollar. Foreign reserves in Africa's biggest crude producer are at the lowest in 6 years, with most of them encumbered by overdue short-term overseas obligations. So this is to tell you then that it's not that Tinubu has gone on a spending spree. So there are obligations. It's a bit like Peter Obi did in Anambra State when he told you that he left however many billions, but he had also post-dated checks for just after the new governor comes in. So that's exactly what's in play here as well. So the post-dated checks that Buhari signed, they have now come to claim from the national reserves. Foreign reserves in Africa's biggest crude producer are at the lowest in 6 years, with most of them encumbered by overdue short-term overseas obligations. Unless President Bola Tinubu's government lures international investors or ramps up oil output, the Naira may slip further, according to Vitavar Capital Management Limited. In the non-deliverable forward market, the Naira's 12-month contract is trading near a record low at 1,209 to the dollar. So the futures market speculates somewhat to where they. So I think we have somebody in finance in the studio that will probably tell us more. But just from my lay understanding, that future market tells you, it speculates to where the Naira would be in the future. So it's a forward buy. And that forward buy then tells you then that the whole of this year, the Naira is not coming below 1,000 to the dollar. In the non-deliverable forward market, the Naira's 12-month contract is trading near a record low of 1,200 Naira to the dollar. It is clear that further devaluation alongside tighter monetary policy is needed to reduce imbalances in the FX market, said Patrick Curran, a senior economist at wherever he's a senior economist at. The depreciation began after the central bank allowed the currency to trade more freely in June, and Tinubu scrapped costly petroleum subsidy that, combined with the weakening Naira, has fueled inflation, which is at 28.2%, whilst the benchmark interest rate is at 18.75%. The negative real interest rate has dissuaded overseas investors. So doom and gloom, essentially, what's the projection? The third worst currency in the world, according to Bloomberg, but that is not the true and accurate reading of it. This is a currency finding its value, because the Naira, as you all know, because we've discussed this endlessly on this platform, the Naira, as you all know, has been one of the most heavily subsidized currencies in the world. So that subsidy has now been removed. And the Naira now has been thrown at the mercy of the free market for it to establish its own value. And that is what, and I think the value of the Naira is somewhat in that region of late 900 to early 1,000 plus to the dollar. That's just what the Naira is worth. And as the economy continues to grow, then the currency continues to appreciate. So that's just where we are. So there is no point belly aching or doing somersaults on that. So no belly aching or doing somersaults on that, but belly ache and do somersaults on this. Why Iginla is the most accurate prophet of the year. So we're back in that space again. We're in that season again of prophecies for the year. Why Iginla is the most accurate prophet of the year. So is this a look back or a projection to the future? The year 2023 started with palpable fears and anxiety as Nigerians were eager to know what the year had in stock for them, especially since it is general election period. These trepidations were further heightened by heart-quaking predictions from notable clerics who churned out diverse prophecies on why President Tinubu will not win the election. However, one notable voice stood out like a voice in the wilderness who insisted that Tinubu will win the election as revealed by God. He said God revealed to him during his 2023 prophecies that there will be a win and gain here and a loss there, and that concerning the presidential election, he sees the most criticized and hated candidate emerging winner under the permissive will of God. So I'm not quite sure how he concluded that. I don't think Tinubu is the most hated, though, and most critical. If it's the most hated, he will not be the president. That's just it. It is the most popular amongst the field, and that is what a victory tells you. The lone voice in the wilderness that has been adjudged the most accurate prophetic voice in 2023 is the clergy with the prophetic mantle and Abuja-based general overseer of Royal Champions Assembly, Prophet Joshua Iginla. Interestingly, even when most religious leaders were prophesying something else, he stuck to his revelation that Tinubu is the major factor in the equation of things in 2023 election. It will be recalled that during his prophetic release for 2023, said God told him Tinubu will be a great factor in the forthcoming election. So it is the ambiguous language that they often use. This is really what the thing is. They use this ambiguous language that gives them an exit point. So Tinubu will be a major factor. If Tinubu had lost, he would have said he ran a keen and fierce race. And if Tinubu won, he would say, I told you it was a major factor. So that is heads you win, tails you still win, sort of a prophecy right there. So that's heads you win, tails you win, so sort of a prophecy. Shall we carry on? I hope it's not a long read because I'm not. Okay, yeah. I think we can read it to the end. All right, let me just speed through it. It will be recalled that during his prophetic release for 2023, he said God told him Tinubu will be a great factor in the forthcoming 2023 election. God said something to me that was very deep. The man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a factor in the equation, and you cannot remove him and you cannot push him aside. You cannot drive him backwards or push him aside, except God pulls him out of the equation. You cannot remove him by human means. If you push him aside, you will know that a factor has been removed from the equation. The only thing that can move him is God. Only God stops him. I am not saying in favor of anybody, but I am saying what I have seen and will leave the rest to God, Prophet Iginla said, and of a truth. So it's claiming he predicted Tinubu's victory. Aside that, Iginla predicted that Governor Wike will be a major factor to be reckoned with ahead of the last election. Wike's name ricocheted audibly as the APC presidential candidate won the election in Rivers State in what many analysts ascribed to Wike's impact. So it's claiming that one as well. Furthermore, his prophetic warnings concerning Kaduna State, Benue State, Plateau State, Enugu State, Abia State, Cross River came to pass as he warned that as the election goes, the parties holding these states should be prepared and not be overconfident. So that's another one he's claiming. Another notable fulfilled prophecy of Iginla was the issue of the former CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele. In his prophetic release in January 2023, he revealed that the CBN governor should pray well because he sees hard times coming ahead of him. And everyone could attest to the inglorious exit, shameful arrest, and detention of Emefiele. Interestingly, Iginla was the prophetic voice who accurately predicted major waves. So there it is, where in that season again, all these fake pastors and their dodgy predictions. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Tinubu determined to end violence in Southeast Shettima. All right. I may not give you all of this, but we'll see how much we can take. Vice President Kashim Shettima on Friday said the Tinubu-led government is resolute to end the reign of terror in Nigeria's southeast, fueled by those he called self-serving criminals taking advantage of the security situation to foster their political agenda. The problem we are here to solve as a community, as an umana, is a creation of self-serving criminals who do not represent the interests of the Indigos and Nigerians, Shettima said in Bende, Abia State, when he unveiled the Peace in the Southeast project by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu. His comments came over 3 weeks after he advocated the adoption of non-kinetic mechanisms to tackle insecurity in the Southeast. Shettima, who was received by a delegation led by the deputy. So it goes on to tell. So that's what Shettima thinks about the situation in the Southeast. So that's what Shettima thinks about the situation in the Southeast. All right. So that's what I have to offer. So hopefully the panelists will add more in terms of what came to their attention in the news cycle. In the news. All right. Okay. All right. So hopefully the panelists will add to that. Tell us what came to their attention in the news cycle today. So let's play the Kegite music, bring the panelists on, and then the session commences. But of course, you've all been waiting, so let's get to it with the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Ṣọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, General Thomas, who looks as though he's munching his way through a meal. So there's Thomas right there. Good to see you, Thomas. The majestic Edo man, War Peace. So there is War Peace right there. King Emeka, he's with us as well. Good to see you always, Emeka. And Adewale makes up the list. So plenty of space still in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Emeka hops on. So we kick it off with Emeka. Emeka, good to see you.
Yeah, well, good evening and Merry Christmas. I missed the show for quite a while. I was definitely for I had to see.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
you were telling me on the backstage that there's been an attack. Who is attacking?
don't worry. I'll call you later. We've had quite a bit of an eventful 2 days, but
Oh, wonderful.
yes,
I'm
yes.
looking forward to chasing that.
That shows the strength of our potency. If they are starting to attack us now, that means we are doing the right thing.
Uh, yeah, true. That's true. But again,
Yes.
it's also like who are these individuals anyway? All right.
Yeah.
I think what caught my eyes on the news today was this Oga killings, right? Even His Majestic Sainthood Peter Obi had to speak on it. I appreciate him for that. I think he did well. For the very first time, he spoke about the insecurity in the southeast and even in his own backyard. It's a strange one anyway, if you ask me. Um, and I think maybe because it affected one of the strong politicians there, that's Chris Uba, that they are now speaking about it. But we can now tell that the Southeast is not a safe place anymore, regardless of who you are or what you are. Anything can happen to you. And then my fear now is Vice President speaking on this matter. Like the last time we spoke, once the security budget is going up, insecurity continues. So if you now have the Southeast now being focused on, uh, I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think it's going to be good. Look at the Northeast with the issue with Boko Haram.
Emeka, good
Yeah.
evening, my brother. Sorry for this interjection or interruption. Or I
No
think you
worries,
have
no
to
worries.
show us you are from East. So people have been sending me message that you are not from the East. What are you?
You were one of the major topics yesterday, Emeka.
You are the board of the major topic yesterday that you are not
Yeah.
from the East. What can you prove to all that you are from the East? They say you speak Igbo. That doesn't matter. Anybody can speak Igbo. Maybe you have to confirm for us if you are really from the East. Thank you.
Who
I'm
are
not
these
being nosy.
individuals?
Nah,
Who
don't
are these
worry.
individuals that are going ahead? They can speak. They can say what they
The
want to say.
usual
Right?
suspects now.
The
They
usual
can continue
suspects,
to
you know.
suspect. They can continue to suspect. You see, I was not feeling too well. I think I would have been available for the program yesterday, right? But I'm happy that
Yeah, go on, land that point.
I'm happy that they are still speaking about me even when in my absence. That's a good one. They can go ahead and enjoy themselves and fantasize more about interesting. But again, I will not continue to. It will not stop me to speak about the ills going on in the southeast. My fear now is if they increase the focus on security on the southeast, I don't think there will be any peace coming. I don't think so. We can tell from history. We can even tell from if we borrow from other spaces like Afghanistan, like Iran, like Iraq, like Libya. Once there's a focus on security in those areas, you continue to have high security issues. So if that's the case, then the Southeast can kiss the peace goodbye.
Yes, Emeka, you were not here yesterday, as you said, but let me actually, because we had quite a delightful session yesterday, and the session wrapped around we were auditing the year. So we were
Okay.
auditing. So you might as well. I'll bring yesterday into today because you are one of the prominent voices. We were auditing the year that which 2 or 3 events shaped the year as far as you are concerned, and then who is your man or woman of the year. So that's what yesterday's session wrapped around, and it got quite involved somewhat. So you go to that space as a start off.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
2, 3
I'll try.
events?
I'll
Yeah.
try. I'll try to watch yesterday's show. Maybe I'll try. Maybe tomorrow. I didn't know it was that interesting. I would have picked it up from yesterday. I think the 2023 election, was the highlight for the year. Nobody can rule that out, right? It's determined our political trajectory and that would determine it for the next 4 years. So the election for 2023 was a highlight, was a high point, and the peak of the event for 2023. And that was, it formed most of our conversation, even from 2022 to date. We are still discussing about the election, whether you like the outcome, whether you don't like the outcome. That was a solid foundation for most of our topics on this platform and in other platforms too. The election, who emerged as president, the losers who were crying and complaining, the winners who were excited and happy, and so many other topics came out of that electoral process, and we were still discussing the outcome, and we will continue to discuss the outcome because it produced the president, and whatever happens, is as a result from the 2023 election. So that's the generally, except some people want to dispute that, but I think the 2023 was the high point for the election. And
that was the high point. It was. Go on.
Yeah, so
it was actually a piece by news.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No, it was actually a piece by a news agency of Nigeria that inspired it. This, of course, the general election was the highlight of the year. That's the most important thing that happened in the course of that year. And then they said the carryover effect of the Naira change was also an impactful event in that year. So those were the two major ones.
Yeah. That was the Naira change was also an impact because it impacted Nigerians too. But that came up as a result of the election. Without the election, I don't think the key actors will be thinking about changing the Naira. Right? It was a short fix to address something that they think, or an outcome they wanted an outcome from it, and they decided to change the Naira. And regardless of whatever tales they want to sing now, or whatever song they are trying to sing now, or whatever image they're trying to paint, they know in their heart of hearts, and we know too, likewise, that it was the 2023 election that brought about that policy. So, yes, apart from that, I would rank that second, but it's a sub impact as a result of the 2023 election. So then you asked me who was the key man for me for 2023. Without anybody can pick whoever, but without any iota of doubt for me, I would say the president was. And why do I say so? Is because this was a guy who was coming out from, I hear the Oyinla who is predicting or analyzing, if you ask me. Here was a man in 2019, where the outcome was like, okay, he would be the next president, to almost losing that structure, winning that structure again, and almost losing it again, then winning it back, and then emerging as the president and having other contenders, strong contenders like Peter Obi, as well as Atiku coming into the foreplay. And then you also have the NMPP, was it Kwankwaso coming into that space too. It was an interesting election.
Emeka, what do you think people saying yesterday that Peter Obi is the man of the year? What do you think? Thank you.
What's my opinion about Peter Obi? I would say Peter Obi would be next for me, but the president is because why I'm not picking Peter Obi is because he was he came in suddenly. What he did was amazing, in my point of view. What he did was really amazing. Within a short period of time, was able to key himself into the hearts of angry Nigerians, angry youths, and also played into their emotions of a Nigeria that is going bad then and terminating to a Nigeria that is possible, right? That can be possible.
Is that positive effect or negative effect?
Oh, it's a negative effect if you ask me overall, because now the country is very, very divided tribally. So, but I'm looking at an outcome, right? I'm also looking at the political phase. If you're comparing the president and Peter Obi, they are not mates politically, right? They are not mates politically. Obi is a quick emergence because there was, Nigeria typically was coming out of an economic war. You know, the previous president didn't address that space, and a lot of Nigerians were angry. Even wherever you are, diaspora or back home, we were angry over what the previous president did, and then what Obi did was to tap into that angry space, which is, you know, he threw him up 6 million votes. So that's remarkable. But again,
Emeka, there's actually there's an argument to say that Peter Obi is the man of the year. Because there's somewhat of a predictability to Tinubu's victory, and he fought hard for it and won it. So there's that. But it's somewhat. But in terms of the surprise element, what Peter Obi did this year is on parallel.
Arguably,
Yeah,
I can understand.
Probably,
I can understand. You can argue
made the
that.
most impact.
Yeah, the most impact in the political space. If we pick the 2023 election, right, and we say that's the highlight for the year, and then who is the man of the year? Arguably, you can put Peter Obi into that equation. But for me, I will give it to the president. Right? Why do I say I'm giving it to the president? Both of them ran for the race. Yes, many people predicted, okay, the president was going to win, but he was almost losing that structure. And that was why he did that rally cry of a Minoko, right? Where he was saying, oh, it is the turn of the Yorubas. And if it's the turn of the Yorubas, it is my turn. So that rally call, you know, is just like when you are about to slaughter a sheep and the sheep bleats and said, this is not the time for my death. And you say, okay, we'll free you now. So he was at that point being undermined by those he has supported, those he has given the platform to emerge at the zenith of their own political affairs. And then he could see the other undertone, the other play, their hands, the other grand structures trying to undermine him. And he came out to say, no, it cannot happen. You know, he cried, you know, and things turned out. Not even that. You saw that most of the policies towards the February 23 election were made to sabotage the president, and not for Peter Obi. They were not really interested in Peter Obi. They knew Peter Obi was going to lose the election, but they were done as a matter of fact to sabotage the president, right? So that one way or the other, Atiku will emerge. You have people within the presidency trying to sabotage the president. You have people within the Atiku camp trying to sabotage the president. And you also have people within the president's camp trying to sabotage the president. And again, the masterpiece, which is the second most impactful event for 2023, which was a Naira change, was done to sabotage the president. And in all these pitfall, holes, the president emerged victorious. Yes, anybody could. Yeah, that's why I say arguably, right? Arguably, you could throw Peter Obi into the equation. Arguably, but again, if you, for those who didn't understand that political terrain and what the president was fighting against, you might say, oh, it's Peter Obi. No, it was actually the president for me. If we are picking the 2023 as the highlight of the year, it is actually the president. For someone who had planned, even for bringing his predecessor in, that after this it will be our turn, the Yoruba turn, it will be my turn, and then seeing the other turn, you have his close allies. They removed Oshomole as the APC chairman because they wanted to undermine the president. So they've already made up their mind that this man was not going to be the president. And you could tell from President Buhari the way he was behaving. But when he saw that, I think destiny has made this man to be the next person, he decided to fall in line and, okay, I will support.
He succumbed, my brother.
He succumbed. It's not like he actually wanted Tinubu to be president. He succumbed to it. So if you know that space properly, you know the journey through and through, you would like, oh no, Asiwaju is actually the man of the year. And arguably, yeah.
Yes, the title of this session actually is Mahmood Yakubu, the man of the year. This title actually came out of yesterday's session as well, because there was an honorable shout out to Mahmood Yakubu as possibly the man of the year. And the argument was that he superintended probably one of the best, if not the best election that the country has ever experienced. And there were one or two glitches here and there, yes, but nothing impactful that would that changed the course of travel of that election. There was a very strong argument that Mahmood Yakubu should be the man of the year. Do you have sympathy for that argument?
I do not agree. Why? Not because I chose the president. I do not agree. He did his job. He did his job. So, and also the Electoral Act for 2022 has arrested that Orubebe's effect, where someone will want to come into and disrupt the collation of results. So that Election Act of 2022 was done to address such that you cannot interrupt the collation of the result at any point in time. And if you are not happy, you have to go to court. And that's where the go to court statement, which a lot of obedience don't like, came out from. So what they were saying is that at any point in time, what Orubebe did in 2015 cannot repeat itself in any of our election cycles anymore. For me, I think Yakubu, he did his job as INEC chairman. He did the job well. So I won't want to give him extra kudos for him doing his job. So I think for me, he does not qualify one bit at all. Yeah, being the man of the year. What he demanded, he did his job, and he got
Emeka, may I interject, please?
Yeah, feel free.
Good. What criteria are you using to qualify Tinubu as the man of the year?
Yeah, I just gave some criteria.
Yeah, right? I know. He won the election.
Yeah, he won the election.
He won it honorably. Is that correct?
No, he said he won it against all odds.
All odds.
In what way did he win it? Tinubu didn't win the election. INEC won the election for him.
All right.
It's not all right. Listen,
so
one man.
Mahmood Yakubu
one man. Yakubu.
You need to wake up and
wait.
You have a president, and you are still in denial of who your president is. Come on, man.
Listen, sometimes, the worst thing, I've seen psychophancy in my life. The worst thing somebody can, psychophancy, this is of the highest level when it comes to Emeka, And
sorry, Dewale. Morris, attack his narrative rather than his personality. So you can criticize what he has to say, but don't go after
but that's a fact. The problem I have with a lot of you guys on this platform, you don't want to hear the truth. You just want to hear narrative. You want everybody to yes along. I'm not going to yes along. One man, you know me from day one.
You keep doing this.
Hold on there.
Only dead fishes go with the flow. I don't go with the flow.
Morris, nobody says you should go with the flow, right?
Yeah,
right?
Go ahead.
But you keep peddling. We don't know the truth. We don't know the truth. So
you know the truth. You know the truth, but because of psychophancy, and self-hatred, that is why you always shy away from the truth. Okay, listen. On what criteria? Number. Okay, now let me tell you. You asked me the question. Let me answer you, Emeka. What is the truth? The truth is that he was declared the winner of the election. That is the truth. The truth is that Chicago confirmed that he attended the school. That is the truth. The truth is that he did not write his final exam, which he's supposed to do. That is the truth. The truth is that the Chicago confirmed that they never issued that particular certificate he submitted. That is the truth. The truth is that he claimed he attended a school in 1970, a school that actually existed in 1974. That is the truth. But why are you people so economical with the truth? You'll be dancing around. You are so selective. You are so selective. So that's why I lose respect to a lot of people on this platform.
Hold on, gentlemen. Let me interject, please. Yeah, let the conversation. I think Emeka is able enough to take it on. Let Emeka take it on.
What I'm trying to say, let Emeka reply me. And I'm also able to put anybody here. Let Emeka reply me.
Anoint his own man of the year and let him carry on. Because of me, let me handle Morris. Unfortunately, you've been able to take us back to a space that we have dissected.
We didn't take, because you still remain a sycophant. That's why people question your Igbo-ness.
One man, can I say something, please?
No, hold on, Thomas. Maurice, don't go after the personality. Go after
but
the
that's his personality now. What do you mean? Am I saying something that is not true?
Maurice, hold on.
Thomas, hold on.
Yeah.
Maurice, because he always spirals out of control. If you say something about his personality rather than his commentary, then he will respond, and then it will spiral out of control. And
no, I swear to God, one man, you know, I'm a perfect gentleman this time.
No name calling.
I'm not calling them. I just stated the fact.
You can criticize what he has to say, though. You can criticize what he has to say.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not my fact, and I don't think it's the fact of others, right, Maurice? I've not insulted you. I don't think there's a name for it.
This is not an insult. I called you exactly what you are. And you, how is it an insult?
You can't say that, Maurice.
All right. Thank you, Maurice.
The last time I remembered you being on the show, someone insulted your mom and you were really, really unhappy with it. And
I told him what I told him. He will never ever say that again.
Hold on, Maurice. Calm down. Don't worry. I'm not angry with what you're saying. You were right to respond, and I felt you were right. The way he used the words and the way you responded is fair. It's a fair deal. But again, I have not insulted you. I don't think there's a need for you to insult.
You mean that
one man. Everybody, hold on.
One man is talking about the staff that was deported from Turkey.
Everybody includes you, Maurice. Hold on. Let Emeka finish his slot, and then when I'll get to you fairly shortly, and then you can give us your man of the year. But that is the man of the year according to Emeka. Emeka career.
But again, we should stop peddling this narrative because it doesn't suit us. Generally.
But did I lie? Didn't he claim he attended school in
No. Yeah, sorry, carry on, Emeka.
Yeah, so they've always, those who do not like the president do not like the president, and that's okay. That's fine. You just don't like him. It's fine. Those who like the president for their specific purposes. You can name whatever you want to name. That's fine for you. You can continue on that road, that journey. For me, that man remains the man of the year. At some point, let me be very honest, the way I was very confidently in 2019, 2020, even 2021, right, that Ahmed Bola Tinubu would become the president of Nigeria, right? I was now frightened in 2020, end of 2022, that something would go wrong. And there was this notion that it appears that the president may go to SDP. And that once he goes to SDP, that is the end of his political ambition. That, and also likewise the end of APC presidency. Probably PDP would emerge as the president. Or that is Atiku, right? There was that fear because what was being played, the hands were so obvious that they didn't want him to be president. It was really obvious, and you could tell that when he won the presidential candidacy of the APC, he was overjoyed. He said it himself. Go and watch the tape. And that was where it was like, okay, things are going to get better. But did they get any better? No. They still place mines, pitfalls, pit holes for him to fail. That if those within your party, not only those within your party, why did he kick out the APC chairman? Well, because the guy was working against him. And after he emerged, the guy, okay, let's all work together. But that was not the case. So for a man who has been deemed and reasonably fairly assessed that he would emerge as the president or the presidential candidate of a political party that he helped to form and develop, and you are now seeing the signs that this is not going the way that it's been planned, and he emerged as the candidacy, and then the election, why would the party be fighting against him? It's not going the way as we planned. He emerged and he became victorious. Then if you want to come out here to say INEC won in the election, that's what you want to say. If you want to come out with the education, but that's not what the narratives are. Let's be very factual and be fair to the president. There may be some concerns that you have, but that is not what the narratives are. Truly, if you are being objective and if you intend to want to be objective, for me, that man remains the man of the year. You might say it's Mahmoud that INEC won I don't think so. If INEC wanted to give him the election, they will win Lagos for him. Likewise, they will also want to remove the Abuja consign, the 25%. They will ensure to do that properly. They will also ensure that he wins in all the stronghold, like in Katsina and in Kaduna. They will do that properly. But let's speak like intelligent people for once, and also be objective, and also open ourselves to hear other voices. If you close your mind, if you close your heart, and if you close your brains, I think you'll become an echo chamber to you and yourself alone. Open your ears and listen to other voices, and listen to their views, and try to put it in place and analyze it factually and objectively. You will see it's ridiculous to begin to say that, oh, I hear it from other spaces. I hear it even from other people on the platform here saying that Obi won the election. What I tell those people is, what was Obi's vote if he won the election? Where and which states did he win the election? Give us the count. Even Obi himself cannot come out authoritatively to tell us the number of votes that he won if he won that election. And even in the court itself, they told him, show us. I read the petition. We analyzed the petition. All these discussions we're having here, we analyzed it here. We dissected it here. Ogbeni came with his viewpoint, legal viewpoint, and dissected it with the legalese involved. Kolate came and gave his analysis. I brought my own view. Baba brought his own view. Ajamil Koko brought his own view.
All these people are Agbado boys. So what are you claiming? You analyze what? Analyze on this platform. One man and all of them, they are Agbado boys. Now, what do you mean that we analyze it here?
All right. Take us to your woman of the year, Emeka.
My woman of the year. Well, let me think out. I'll be very honest here. I don't know. I don't have any.
You know, that's the thing. You know, yesterday everybody struggled as well to find a woman. They were coming up with Amoso, the hodler, and then they were coming up with names like Natasha Apote, and then because the women didn't do anything.
If I want to give someone, I think I'll give it to the dancing queen of the obedient movement.
Aisha.
Aisha, yeah.
That's a good shout, actually.
Yeah, I want to give it to her because, within that space, what they were able to do within a short period of time was really remarkable. And again, the woman has been a very loud mouthpiece within the
Which Aisha are you talking about? Aisha Yeshufu?
Yes.
Are you kidding me, Emeka? Are you kidding
me? I don't have.
Hold on. She was quite impactful this year.
Impactful on what? Impactful what? Ignorance?
It doesn't matter now.
Let me laugh. Let me laugh. I've not got there yet. Don't be angry yet. Don't worry. Relax. So, my view, she's here to reconcile the campaign funds that they donated, right? These are people who claim to be righteous, and yet they're preferring the funds and the donations that the other, especially diasporas who gave money to them for the campaign. But if you ask me, I don't have woman of the year. But if I want to pick someone that was in the news, that was in my face, that really made me very, very upset, because she had a huge impact, watching her and the way she spoke carelessly, and also with the result and the outcome they got, I'll give it to her. All
right, brilliant. So you've caught up with yesterday. So now catch up with today. Did you see the clip of Sowore? His take that it is more likely that Akeredolu actually died a while ago, and they kept his body so that they can harvest the Ondo State Treasury. And adding on to that, the confusion about exactly where he died. So some say he died in a hospital in Lagos. They couldn't find a dialysis machine. And another claim that he died in Germany. So the two don't even sit side by side. And then the countenance of the wife, the fact that they were telling us that his signatures were being forged, all of that lends somewhat to the theory that Sowore is putting forward. What's your take on the Akeredolu space?
Sowore may be right. May be right. Why do I say Sowore may be right? Immediately the president stepped in, and I think probably the president spoke with the son, that's the governor's son, about there's the need for them to transit power to the deputy governor. Within a short period it didn't take a week. I don't think it took a week, right? They said the man is dead. So there's a possibility that he had been dead for a while. but they were just doing some in-house cleaning, housekeeping, trying to, arrange their corners and ensuring that maybe whatever stuff they want to do financially, asset-wise, is being done whilst the information is out in the public, because it didn't take a week at all. So the guy died. So what has actually changed within that short period of time? So I'm not saying he's right. I say he may be right. He may be right because with power anything can happen. Then again, he may be wrong. Who knows? But like you have given some salient points, the disposition of the wife, even when the current governor went to see her, the way she was looking at that governor, like, or being unhappy, just sizing up the governor, like, okay, what's your next move? Um, and her mannerism, a lot of stones have been thrown at her. But then again, would you say those stones were thrown correctly, or I know some people were trying to go tribal, but again, I don't think so. It's all about power. She's trying to, someone, when you are afraid of the unknown, you begin to act differently. So did he die before his death was announced? I may want to go towards that end, right? Because if you don't have that information, because a lot of things have been happening when he was indisposed, right? Then the rumor came out that he couldn't sign his check, and then his ailment is really very terrible, and he can't, things. If the government, but I don't think there's any need for that anyway. He's dead. He's there. Let the family mourn him the way they want to mourn him, and let the past be the past. He's gone. Power has moved, and I think that's the end. But if you ask me,
I think they are going after the wife. I think she's under pressure. She even wrote a love letter to the guy after his death. He
yeah,
said,
I don't think it's.
did you see the love letter she
I,
wrote?
I read it. You see,
Yes.
what I would say is that let the woman mourn the husband the way she
Sorry,
wants to
because
mourn
that
the
love
husband.
letter has been in the media space before the demise of. I think that was one of the anniversary that she wrote down. That
Oh,
Okay.
okay. But I saw that. But I think, those who are trying to cast aspersions to the woman, she just lost her husband. Let her mourn the husband. But, people are saying, oh, she's not mourning right. Maybe because the man, they've all mourned him, right? So there was no need to re-mourn him again. Or maybe they choose to mourn him that way. But there's no need with hunting her. I don't think is okay. If you ask me, the deputy governor finally has won. Let him move on. I appreciate him going to see them, but I know you can't rule that out. You just have to go and see your boss family, your late boss family. It's the proper thing to do, even if you are not in good terms with them. It's the proper thing to do, or is how will I put it, a political thing to do, because you are not the man in charge. So there's nothing they can do. The power has left them, so they will not be. It not depends on how you want to define that space with them. Maybe his entitlements, his benefits. I think it's a good thing to allow the family enjoy that.
Some people are suggesting that he should make Akeredolu's son his deputy.
No, 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 no.
No.
That's not necessary. It's not necessary at all. You see, that's the mistake the family made, right? If they were but again, fear comes with, when you act on fear, you may not act rationally. So I think I'm not going to blame the family exclusively, right? They were just afraid of what would be their doing or their undoing in the future. So that's why they acted the way they acted. But if they had good people within their base, they would have negotiated properly, right? They would have done a good negotiation and ensured that the son, continue in that trajectory, not as a deputy governor, but probably as a retain his commissions as a commissioner, right? Retain that seat so that politically they can still be relevant. But I think what would happen now, the deputy, that's who is the governor now, I think he's going to axe that boy's wings. He's going to cut him off politically, and that will be the end.
All right, brilliant. And to the headline on the screen, Emeka, and then from this, I'll go on to either War Peace if it's ready or Baba. I mean, I think this is a bit and bring for the critics of the Nigerian space. Nigeria's naira amongst world's worst performing currencies, set for worst year since 1999, with no rebound in sight. So this has some credibility because it allegedly comes from Bloomberg. Only currencies worse than the Nigerian currency is the Argentinian and one other random one. So what are you making of that? Nigeria has the worst currency in the world.
I don't think Bloomberg should be telling us what we know. We all experienced it. Those of us in the diaspora who send money back home, and those in Nigeria who actually spend money, you see your purchasing power going down. You see the devaluation of the naira. You can feel the impact, right? So it's as accurate as it can come. If the Argentina peso is doing this badly, I wonder, right? If it's worse than us, I wonder what they'll be going through. Where they just had an election, right? So we could see the radical changes going on there. Anyway, like they say, no rebound.
Apparently, the currency has lost 55% of its value.
Yeah, that's very accurate. So and yet there's no stop, right? There's no stop to what's going on. So that's the fear. The currency didn't do really well. You know, a lot of factors played. Some were direct, some were indirect. But you know, we'll be hoping for. We just have to hope because with the look of things, it's not getting any better, right? The last on the space is, they did a floating. Now we are not doing a dual system. We now have an official rate and we have a black market rate, which means both are now running on their own concurrently. Which that was not the case when the president announced the flotation of the naira. So apparently, from the look of things, what Emefiele and Buhari did, though they had three systems, was the flotation is not achieving the desired outcome or the result that it's intended to be. So I'm really worried for the naira. I don't know what next year is going to look like, but I'm hopeful. Why am I hopeful? The major import goods that we takes a lot of our foreign reserves. We are addressing that with the Dangote refinery, right? And then the Minister of Agriculture is also looking at expanding the head tax for wheat, which takes a lot of our foreign reserve out of the country to import because we consume a lot of wheat, right? Through flour, bread, and pasta and the rest of spaghetti, and so we consume a lot of wheat. So they are looking for more farmers to come in and grow wheat, right? So that we can reduce the importation of these items. So they form one of the 10 most imported goods into the country. So the presidency, which includes the president and his team, they are looking towards it. They are trying to address those issues. We had the Ford contract that has been addressed, and then again we still have so many challenges coming up. My own concern is we want NNPC to be more transparent. Once they sell, they bring this money out and give it to the CBN, exchange it so that we can have more foreign currencies into the foreign reserve, right? So, but we are going to have more nosedive of the naira. I see that coming. I see that coming because the major concerns are yet to be addressed. Well, maybe towards the second quarter of 2024.
But Emeka, now you can buy top choice properties at half the price in dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's like 1/3 of what a property that costs, let's say, 200 million. And before, when the rate was like 400 or 450, how much that would be in euros. And now you can get it for a third of that.
Those real estate still price their properties in dollars now. I don't know if you are aware. If you go to that space, you see many of them putting they are capping their properties in dollars, right?
No, when I say properties, I don't mean like a built-up one. I mean like a land in a top location. Let's say a land that costs like 250 million naira. Now, the same land may cost like, let's say at most 300 million. And that 300 million, if you convert it into dollars, it's not even up to $300,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? But before,
I get what you're saying. That's
before it's going to cost you close to $1 million.
Yeah,
but now I can buy that for less than $300,000. The same property.
Yeah, is that not good news?
So that's the only advantage. But then it affects people back home, and then it means you have to, the money we send home, remit to families to support them, we have to double the amount. If you are giving, let's say, $200, $300 to somebody every month, then you have to double that amount. You understand?
Sorry, why do you have to double it?
Yeah, because let's say
the impact of devaluation, right? Because
now I give you an example. One man, I have like 6 people I pay school fees for, and I have more than 15 people that I support financially for food and also for trade and all these things. Now, let's say now I will give one person. I used to give like $100, which is like, let's say 1,000 krona, which is like €100. You give them that time. A bag of rice cost about. They were buying it like foreign rice, 30,000. That's what they bought it, and then at most at 35,000. Now a bag of foreign rice costs, I think, above 70,000. So if you check, and a pot of soup, they may use like 10 or 10,000 to prepare a pot of soup then. But now 20,000 is even manageable to prepare the same. Even you get less quality for that 20,000. So if I'm giving someone, let's say $100, which is then in a month, for instance, which was like 45,000 naira then. Now that $100 is, if you check it now, it's about 100 and something thousand. But the price of stuff, the inflation rate strips the amount of money you're giving. So you need to give more. At least you need to add extra 50,000 or extra 60,000 to that 100,000 to be at par what it was when the rate was like 450. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Right.
Yes, because I tried all these things and it didn't work out. So but at the end of the day, it's much cheaper for me giving them money now, and for them it costs me a bit more. But when it comes to properties, for any of us who are into all those kind of things, then it's a very big advantage.
All right.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say.
All right, back to Emeka.
Yeah, thank you, Boris, for the quick interjection. Yeah, the naira is devaluing, and as if it devalues, so your purchasing power will also go down. And to compensate, you have to, like for those of us who need sending more money, you have to send more so that if they have a lifestyle that they need to maintain, you have to send more for them to maintain that lifestyle. So I think that was what you were trying to explain. I would just hope for the best with the naira. I'm hoping, and my prediction for the second quarter of 2024. I'm not so strong on that prediction yet because I'm just only saying maybe we may see a change, but I'm not strong in that conviction, and I'm not strong in that prediction. The naira may not be doing well. I said the naira was going to do very poorly in the last quarter in December, and we can see the results. We're in the festive period. We are consuming a lot. Hopefully, there may be a change from February when things settle down and people are back to work, and production activity kicks in. Well, let's see second quarter of the year. Then we can now begin to remove the noise and see, okay, if the economic policies of the president is now coming true. But by then, the president will be 1 year in power, so there's no excuses. A lot of people are saying, oh, he's just 7 months or he's just 6 months in office. By then, there will be no more excuses. Is there a clear sight of what he's doing? Is it driving the bus in the right way? Is it taking us in the right direction? By that time, everybody will know if this man is taking us to the rocks or if he's driving us to the promised land.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Emeka, still a few more things. I want to hear from you on Plateau State, etc. But let me circulate the conversation, loop it back to you.
Let me also. I saw some comments on the comment section. People say, "Oh, you know, this that." You say a lot of us, even inclusive of myself, we still do not understand power, especially in politics, right? If you do appreciate the power play in politics, you understand what I was trying to explain. You know, we all want fantasy. Obi didn't win the election. He was an opportunist. He came in. He did well, no doubt about it. And then a lot of people are really writing of Atiku, who came second in that election. It now appeared like it was just the president and Obi, and that's unfair.
That Atiku actually came second and Obi came
exactly. They no, and if you go in the street, you will be amazed to hear that it was actually Tinubu and Obi that were in that election. People completely forgot about Atiku and that he came second in that election, right?
So if the numbers were rigged for Tinubu, were the numbers also rigged for Atiku? Because Atiku also finished ahead of Peter Obi. So if you are claiming yes, you know, so I mean the logic doesn't
Obi votes. They stole Obi votes and gave it to Tinubu. That is as simple as that.
Right.
Where did they steal it? No.
In Lagos, in Rivers State, in Benue State, in Taraba, at least these four places.
You know that narrative that they stole Obi's vote in
even BBC showed. Is it BBC or what? They showed the result, Rivers result. They showed it. I read result.
Let's not make it rowdy. Just settle down. That narrative of Obi's votes being stolen from Lagos and packed to Tinubu. That there was a narrative that 500,000 Obi votes went to Tinubu. So the Tinubu's vote was about 500,000 something. Peter Obi's vote 500,000 something. So if they are saying Tinubu's that 500,000 Obi's votes were given to Tinubu, if you pack 500,000 votes from Tinubu to Obi, then that means Tinubu would have only scored about 30,000 votes in Lagos and Obi 1 million plus.
I don't believe it's 500,000 votes. But it's in the range of 300,000 votes. If the PDP said it first, even the PDP said it.
Hold on. If Emeka, if you take 300,000 votes from Tinubu, we can bring the figures up. If you take 300,000 votes from Tinubu's votes and give it to Peter Obi, then Peter Obi will have 800 and something thousand plus votes, and Tinubu will only have 200,000 thereabout votes. Does that make sense?
PDP said it in the IRF. They saw it.
No, I'm asking you. Does that make sense to you? That Peter Obi when you people one man, you ask me a question. Let me answer you. Answer it frontally without doing the ad hominem.
Okay, good. Listen, it's not about listen. You know what I find strange. You don't want to hear. That's the point. You don't want to hear. You want to hear only your.
I want to put the question to you first. It's not a badgering session now. Let me put the question to you. Then you can address it in the manner that it's been put. So what I'm asking you is that a vote total of roughly around about 1 million. If you are saying that Peter Obi already has 500,000 votes, but 300,000 votes that should have gone to Peter Obi was given to Tinubu. So if you pack those 300,000 votes to Peter Obi to make his vote 800,000, are you just as a functioning intelligent person of the thought that Peter Obi would have scored 800,000 votes in Lagos and Tinubu only 200,000 votes? Does that make sense?
No, I will answer you. I listened to you. I didn't interrupt. I will answer you now. No. Sometimes you don't calculate, like if you remove 300,000 and give to this one, you have to the total sum of votes that were removed, like not only in Lagos, because if you remove 300,000 from Tinubu's vote, then the number of votes declared for him will reduce by 300,000. If you remove the votes in according to IRF in Rivers State,
no, we're talking about Lagos. So let's just take with
only Lagos cannot make up the whole thing. You see, that is the point. You don't want to hear the truth.
No, you don't even understand the conversation. So how can you? We're talking about so stay steady. We are only talking about Lagos State. We're not talking about the whole election.
All these things we're saying now is medicine after death. The election is gone, is come and gone.
Okay, so then let's abandon
the
it.
election is come and gone. Next election, we will see how many that Lagos State Obi will beat him still there. Obi will beat him again in that Lagos State. Watch.
I employ my obedient
because Tinubu won in only 12 states. Obi won in 12 states. So what is this big deal about Tinubu? He won only in 12 states.
Hold on, Emeka. Maurice, you don't get to be right if you talk loud and fast and over people. Is the logic of what you're saying that makes you right. So you can make a conversational without it being a badgering session. We were talking about Lagos State, especially. Not the totality of the election. So Lagos State as a microcosm of the wider space. And Lagos State had roughly about 1 million plus votes. Tinubu had roughly 500 and something thousand votes. Peter Obi had roughly 500 and something thousand votes. The margin of victory for Peter Obi was about 10,000 votes. But the argument is that about 300,000 votes from Tinubu, from Peter Obi, from Tinubu should have actually gone to Peter Obi. So if you take 300,000, so we're not talking about the whole country, we're talking about Lagos. If you take 300,000 votes from Peter Obi, from Tinubu, and give it to Peter Obi, which will make Peter Obi 800,000 votes, are you saying that Tinubu will only have 200,000 votes in Lagos? Does that make sense to you? That's just the question. So don't go to Rivers.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, you ask me a question, and then I'm telling you it makes sense, and then I'll tell you how it makes sense. Now, to be honest to you, before the election, because judging by governorship election, how strong Tinubu was portrayed to be in Lagos, my belief was that if Obi can get 25% in Lagos State, that's good enough. But this election in Lagos State showed that Tinubu is not popular in Lagos. It's only through rigging. This is not governorship election. This is his home ground, his home turf. Obi won him there. Even the PDP, when they went to the what do they call it, collection center or whatever, they saw the result, and then PDP came out. They are not supporting Obi. The PDP came out and said Obi won close to 900,000 votes there, which they confronted INEC officials, said, this is Labour Party's vote. Then why is it, are you crediting so number of votes to Tinubu? It's not the Labour Party that said, the PDP people said it themselves clearly. So tell me also they are lying, and I will believe you. Everybody's lying. You guys are the only one telling the truth.
Okay, woman, let's move forward.
Hold on, Baba.
So this election showed that Tinubu is not popular in Lagos. Tinubu is only popular by intimidation, by thuggery.
Forget all of that. That's just jabada.
Is he popular? If he's popular now, why he lost in his own state?
He's your president. Let me round up so that we can go to other people and also introduce Maurice so that he can come to the story. Okay, I'll end up with this. I employ my obedient brothers, right, to get off their fantasy headspace, and because it's not going to be going close to something else, like what they say, Dululu. So just get off that space, and there are so many controls during the election process. The polling unit agents do not agree with when we are hearing. Initially, we were hearing the IREF server was shut down. Right? Some people don't even know the difference between the IREF and the BVAS. So say the BVAS was shut down when the BVAS was the biometric system itself that you hold and you do for accreditation. Then from there you can now upload to the IREF. Some confused, even Obi himself confused it when he came out in the public space. You understand? It shows that he was unintelligent about the process of what he was even participating in. Then they said the IREF server was shut down. Now is like the deduction and addition of votes when you have your polling unit agent. Let me round up. I'm rounding up.
INEC said the BVAS had a glitch.
No, this cannot carry on, guy. What's going on now?
Of course, it cannot carry on because you want to hear your own narrative.
Just get out, man. Sorry, carry on, Emeka. This guy is a ridiculous person.
Polling unit agents do not agree with the narrative of deduction and addition. They didn't come out to begin to say, oh yes, they stole our vote here, they stole our vote there. They did produce their EC8 form, to show that, okay, our votes were deducted and added here. They didn't do all that. And even at that space, they didn't even still go to court to still prove all this. So all these narratives will not help. You know why all these narratives won't help them? Is because you are now already believing that you won an election and it was stolen from you, which means you are not going to work extra, or you won't go to areas where you were weak to see how to convince those people to vote for you. So they are just being delusional in my viewpoint. You lost an election fair and square. Pick up from the places.
What about all the results? What about all the results INEC gave to them?
I'm done.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable that you guys are going circle around the truth. It's unbelievable.
Maurice, settle down. We love your voice on this platform, but we are not going to let you hijack the session.
No, because you want to hear. It's only one narrative. You don't like to hear counter narrative. That is the point.
Well, no, we like order here. We don't like rowdiness.
Space, right?
We don't like rowdiness.
No, but I can't stand people lying through their teeth. So educated people lying through their teeth. I can't stand it.
That's not a problem, Maurice. If you think I said a lie, that's fine. When it gets to your own space, you cannot say everything you want to say. If you even want me to come in, I'll come in. But you made me even forget some of the things I wanted to say. You made me forget about my thought process. And
you're not the only one here. Now let one man give other people chance. Now you've been talking a long time.
You didn't even want us to move.
All right, Baba, you're up next. Baba, apologies about all the rowdiness. It's usually not like this.
Apologies about rowdiness. They don't want to hear the truth.
Baba, you're up next. Baba.
Thank you, man. I salute your patience for management of kind of rowdiness. I salute your panelists. Welcome to the one-man show. The show where ideas contest, and of course, opinion flourishes, diverse opinion flourishes. So the listeners are at the mercy of various and vibrant ideas. And on the comment section, I salute you all, both favorite and not too favorite people. Salute you for coming every day. Those that come on board and those that remains at the comment section, I salute you all. Yes, our listeners, esteemed listeners and viewers, I salute you also for coming again today, like you did yesterday. But please like, share, and subscribe. But you know, the most important of all is the thing for the moment. Click the like button so we can come back again tomorrow and build. We don't have to be static. Thank you, man. I think I want to go on this Bloomberg thing, but let me just stop at the Plato problem that is a kind of yearly thing, yearly occurrence, right from 2009. This thing has started, and it's like an annual ritual. And I think I commented yesterday about it, and I've had a lot of diverse opinion, but a lot of us actually don't interrogate these things, because when you hear thing or in something that happened like this, I think you should just take a back seat, sip some water, and look over again. Start from the beginning. That why is this thing happening every time in one place? And I saw someone in the hospital today. I think it was Arise that was interviewing him, one of the victims, and he said he knows those who attacked him, who applied machete on him, who called his name. And this has always been every time they interview them, they know. So if you know, what are you doing about it? Now, nobody's asking this question or looking deeper. Look at the Nigerian map. Because when you look at this, you look at the Nigerian map. Where is Plateau? Which states are the neighbors of Plateau? With which state Plateau share their boundaries? Which are the communities there? What are their languages? These are it. But I wouldn't go too deep into it. I'm only just putting this so that people like me can do the same, maybe tomorrow or in their spare time. But the only thing I will just hint at is that I think sometime in the late 80s, late 80s, there is a community in Delta State. I think it's Inri community. And they had this problem of community clash. What was their problem? It's just about agriculture. They have only one river flowing through the two. One is Urobo. On the other side is Isoko. I find it very difficult myself to differentiate between Isoko and Urobo. But on both sides, they have a general serving. On another side, they have also a general serving. And this general, we are supplying them ammunition. And because of this river for agricultural reasons and fishing, they were killing themselves. It was an annual thing then. I think it went on for like 3 years. I think it was Orangida's time, if I'm not mistaken, historically. So derive it, come to Plateau and figure things out yourself. So let me go to the economy.
But before you go on to the economy, you were just saying, look at the surrounding areas, and Plateau is not actually even a border town. There are two states between Plateau and the edge of Nigeria. So you have Adamawa and Taraba, and then it's surrounded by Bauchi, Taraba, Benue, Nasarawa, and Kaduna. So that's what constitutes it right there. So, and all these activities going on there, if they are saying these are foreign insurgents, so they would have had to make their way all the way through Adamawa, through Taraba to get to Plateau. And
I didn't say foreign woman.
No. That's the narrative they often give us, that these are not indigenous people, that these are foreigners.
And you believe that they are not foreigners?
No, I don't. And it's quite a thing. And what really rankles me, what really jars my senses, is the Inspector General of Police, who then strolls in casually nearly a week after the incident to go and do Mr. Big Man. What is your job? What's your job? What is his job? There are over 200 people killed. You are the guy in charge of security, and you stroll in casually with a retinue of hangers on and a swagger stick, posing and preening and peacocking. What is his job? Is it there to apprehend the culprits a week after? I mean, what's going on?
One man, I will, in this matter, because it's a security matter, and I will always be a little evasive. Even the Army General was there. I saw the Army General when he addressed the people, and I heard what he said. What you should be looking at is that these attackers are not spirits. They are human beings. They traversed many other communities before they landed in that Bokos. You understand? I will leave it at that. And do you think in your mind that they don't have security reports every morning? The police, they know. The community, they know where the rain is beating them or where the rain is coming from. Is it a southwest wind? Is it the one, I've forgotten my geography lessons now. They know these things. The police, the army, they know, and the people also they know. If you recall this morning in Taraba State, some attack also took place there and some people died. Not so? Figure it out yourself. Let's go to the economy, please.
Yeah, no, Baba.
You lie, one man. You don't draw me in. You can't suck me in this one.
But anyway, let's go to the economy. But no, we can't continue like this. That's just it.
Baba, please don't be angry. Eh? Oh,
no,
Baba, please
yes,
don't
sir.
be angry. You see what I believe, Baba, is
yes, sir.
These people, the people they attacked, said clearly that these are the Fulani herdsmen that did that. They know the people, and if you watch, the people also say some local councils within that area has been occupied by these Fulani people. And the government and the army knows those people are not from there. Okay, imagine now half of your local government, foreigners come, drive out the locals there and occupied it. The army knows they are living there. They're living there, cooking there, living there. Why didn't the army go to drive them away? So that's I believe there's some sort of religious undertone in all these things. Because if you watch the location of Plateau and the people who are coming there, they want to take over those places, driving. Why can't the army go? Since those people living there are not ghosts, and you know these people are the people who came and invaded people, killed them, and took over their house. Let's say now, Baba, I come to your house now in Abuja or anywhere, and then I, bootstrapped your door down, plundered half of your apartment, and occupied it. I'm not ghost, and I live there every day and night. And somebody will say, "Oh, we don't know who is doing it," but the people are living there.
I will IDF you. That means you are the mass. Carry on.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And I don't even blame the Inspector General of Police. One man is right, being angry at the Inspector General of Police, walking in there after 1 week. But what about their own governor? 24 hours after almost 200 people were slaughtered in his state, he was busy jollof rice in Lagos at Tinubu's house. Somebody going to pay a visit. Who is supposed to be paying who visit? Is the president supposed to be there? If something like that happens wherever we live, the president will be there immediately. But the governor himself abandoned his people, slaughtered, and they're still in cold blood, fresh blood on the ground, and then boarded the flight to travel to Lagos. Then how can we be angry on the Inspector of Police? That is the point I'm trying to make.
Maurice, you see one thing that we cannot shy away from is it is time we add the state police.
Yes.
Anything we should. All this, I won't be blaming governor, blaming this thing, but we have to be frank with ourselves. We need the state police. See, if you have the state police, if the EDG, the landowners, are the one being threatened the way they are being threatened now, they will do everything to defend themselves.
Yes.
I know this story of the state governors will abuse the police or whatever. Even as it is now, the federal police, the state police, the state governor, they know how to abuse that to even their own interest.
Yes.
But one thing we cannot take away from the state police is if they are from the same state, they are from the community, honestly, they will defend their community with the last thing on them.
You are 100% right.
On them. This is what we should be pushing
for. But why is President Tinubu not allowing state police? I thought the way he campaigned, I thought that would be the first thing he will set up.
All right, Baba has the floor. Okay. Let's get back to Baba.
Okay. Let me first start with the Plateau governor. In Benue, they have the local militia in the fashion or very close to near fashion of Amotekun. And Benue, Plateau, they used to be one state before. So they are brothers and sisters. So why has not Plateau State also bring up their own militia to mitigate against this harassment? That's one big question. Two, the way government work is this. Before a president goes somewhere, there must be security reports. There must be a lot of reconnaissance. Every country protect their president. A president just doesn't rush into a midst of something terrible that has happened that's beyond or more than what you can call a skirmish. So rightfully so, he sent his deputy. If you remember quite all right, in matters of protocol, the president and the vice president are not even supposed to be in the same building for security reasons. So Shetima has been there. He's a representative. If our number 2 man, if you've seen the president, vice president, you've seen the president. He carried a message down there. Number 2, when the easiest way to see a president is when he's holidaying. Because if he's in Aso Rock Deep, you have to call the secretary to the government, or you have to go through the chief of staff, and that takes time. So the guy flew to Lagos. But fortunately,
not when 200 of his citizens was killed.
Maurice, just let Baba flow so that we can move.
Fortunately, there is a program for all governors to visit there. So it was a time. No, it's not just for jollificating. I mean, 1 or 2 governors will have 3 minutes privately with the president. It's like you go to your age grade meeting in the East. It's a time for opportunity to meet maybe one year you've not met in your life, and you have something. Maybe it's a time you want to give a letter to a senator. You will meet him there. So that is kind of opportunity too. And he had the ears of the president properly, and they must have discourse, because this is a security matter. It's not for public consumption like we put. It's not something you just put on the tray and then take it on the streets. So let's look at it from the proper perspective. That is why I'm using the word that, look, this thing is deeper than what we are seeing. Because if it's been happening in the last 14 years and maybe over 20 such attacks, taking lives of 50 or more people every year in, year out, then there is much more to it. So when you have to attack it, if you are ready to you go to the roots. You remove the tree right with the roots so that it doesn't grow anymore. So let's see how this one pans out. And what do I want to say about?
You were about to speak to the currency.
Yeah, to the Bloomberg. Well, their pessimism it's okay. I can see it in the way they are looking at it, but they are not also taking into consideration the refinery coming up in Lekki and the one in Port Harcourt and things like that. Because like Emeka said, when Ezeoke was here, because people don't pay attention to issues of economy, we need enough foreign currency. And since we cannot generate, at least we can conserve what we have. Because the things that take away much of our foreign exchange is one, the lubricant oil, the lube oil, grease, and all those things I would call condiments. They are not condiments in the right sense. Those that are related to oil are the top 10 or top 9 things that we import into this country. Brick oil and all the things like that. So these refineries, of course, those are easy. They are just like waste products for a refinery. So they are not like something technical like PMS. So those things will be turned out. Dangote refinery is a complete refinery, wholesome. They have cannery there where they can can all these things in drum, in small cans and everything. So we are not importing those anymore, so that we can be able to meet our debt obligation to release the pressure on our foreign reserve. We should be thankful. We are in all this problem. We are not defaulting. Ethiopia just defaulted. Ethiopia defaulted, and several other countries will be. Don't even talk about
Zambia too.
Don't even talk.
And Ghana. Ghana is more or less bankrupt.
basket. So the thing here is, I mean, we should not just throw everything away with a wave of the hand. We are in deep mess, but we are attacking it, and that is why we are gaining international respect, and that is why the Bretton Woods Institute are supporting us as much as they can. You understand? And I'm looking at the beginning of the third quarter that things will start to pan out. The floating of the naira, I mean, it's the best thing that ever happened to us.
In my opening monologue, Baba, I was saying that essentially the naira is finding its true value, and that true value is round about late 900s, early 1000 plus to the dollar. That's where it is at the moment, and as the economy improves, which when Dangote kicks off, the economy will take a positive move. And then when all of this when the gas pipeline goes, there are several big spaces that will leapfrog that economy and start to strengthen the naira. But as it stands at the moment, the value of the naira is about roughly 1,000 to the dollar, and that is what the real value is.
Yeah, I know. Also, South Africa is now a customer buying gas from us. Also, so that will start. I think the first shipment will be in January. That's another level of income we will be having. So these are the things that will be opening up gradually. So Bloomberg is not reckoning with this; it's just projecting as just on the level of forex, and also these parallel markets. I keep on hearing parallel market, and it has become a kind of thing that it's now part of the economic vessel. We should not be. The parallel market is being misused. The instrumentality that brought it to fall is being misapplied, because what we call parallel market today is just the BDC. It's the BDC. And the lingo just covered it, become parallel market and become something that is part of our economic calculation every day. Something that even if the president desires, he can with a fiat ban it with a fiat. So because this will have done a lot of damage, because you cannot be damaging the economy where you operate as a BDC, because they have to look into the activities of those who have the licenses. What are they doing about inflows and outflows? Because your license does not permit you to take inflows. And they are doing it illegally. In other client, people run into trouble for this when you run a BDC. So I don't know why they are wasting so much time in going after these people. Because it's so bad that you have an inflowing bank right now in Nigeria, let's say a mere $100,000. It's your account clerk, after he confirms the inflow in, that will even call you that he has an allergy that can buy it. Whereas it's supposed to go through this central bank purchase mechanism, and they give you the naira, they credit you with the naira, and will not charge you 3% withdrawal rate, because it's just you are selling in naira. But if you are withdrawing, they charge you 3%. If you are a good negotiator or a good customer in good standing, they charge you 2.5% or 2%. If you are taking hard currency from the bank, these things have to be regulated. You don't leave your currency just to the vagaries of the street markets. So, and I hope these people there right now, of course, they know the two sides of the street, talking in terms of economy, and I think they will address that in the new year. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Baba. Baba, let me take you to one last conversational space before I go on to Maurice. The question, Baba, is that is this guy taking? I was going to say taking the piece, but for the purposes of civilized language, is it taking the Mickey? Is this guy trying to poke fun at people? So this is something that I came across. It says our contributions are ongoing for an ex-colleague's wedding. Somebody in the United Kingdom sent 3,000 naira. That's right, 3,000 naira. The WhatsApp group admin had to ask if it was a mistake. The guy replied, "It is the spirit that matters." It took a lot of restraint not to curse the guy out. So, I mean, what is the intention here? It clearly is spoken for. Is sending a message. Is it not three? Is that even a pound? I'm not even sure that's a pound. Somebody is getting married and you send £1. Eh? What do you think is going on there?
I think he's sending a message. It's one way or the other. He's sending a message. They have to look well and then maybe get the gist of the message, because I don't £1 for somebody who's doing it. Where did they do that to buy the matchstick they used to light the gas stove that will cook the culinary things they have to prepare, or what? I don't know. It's funny, but this is the cyberspace for you. So a lot of funny stuff. Some people do it for content and things like that. That is how I look at it.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Baba. I saw it and it tickled me, so I just thought I'd bring it here. So thank you, Baba. So that's Baba, of course, the excellent Baba. So let's go from you, Baba, to Maurice, who now takes the spotlight. So Maurice, you're up next. Where do you want to come into the conversation? Plateau killings planned to cause political religious unrest.
I prefer to freelance.
Oh, okay, free flow.
Okay. Good morning, by the way, gentlemen.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've not shown up. You know, this period is business period for us, so that's why. But even when I'm not on the show, I always watch from background, and I always like, even before the show starts, I always click the like button. That will help.
Well done. Everybody should follow your example.
Yes. It doesn't cost anything just to press like. It doesn't cost nothing. It's just less than even a second to do that. So I can't understand why people find it difficult to do that, to press the like button, because it helps the platform, And having said that, I would like to talk about the currency. Like Baba said, the parallel market and the people who the government should go against. For me, I don't really care about bank rate. Even Baba himself is not going to take his US dollar or euro or pounds to bank to exchange at bank rate. He will not do that. He will still go to exchange it at black market rate. That is the truth. So, but the only market that I use and that is good for me is P2P. That's the only market I know.
Is that on Binance?
Yes, but I don't even. I prefer to use Huobi. I do it. I was using Binance, but now I prefer to use Huobi, because even Huobi give better rate than Binance. You understand? And the Binance or Huobi, they give you the black market rate. Like a few days ago, I wanted to sort out some old women. I exchanged at 1,210. You understand? 1,210. That's about 3 days ago or something like that. For $1. So that's the only market I prefer to use. And I think, like you said, when Dangote's refinery kicks off, I think that will help stabilize the economy and stabilize the naira. The condition of naira now favors. We may think that it favors us here, but the greater population at home really suffer because of these things. Because Nigeria is one country. Once a price of a commodity goes up, it doesn't come down, even when that commodity becomes surplus. Even now, $1, trust me, something that costs 5,000 now, if $1 becomes 5 naira, people will still try to say that in 5,000. The prices never come down. So that is what I believe. And the only way to sustain your economy is by production. We have to be productive. We have to be able to export, to earn foreign exchanges. That is the only way forward. And I believe the government, they're looking in that angle. And I believe it's not everything they do, they come out on TV to announce. I'm sure all the ministers for agriculture, for this, for production, they will be working day and night, because to be honest, nobody is happy, not even them will be happy that the economy is going this way. So everybody wants the betterment. Like I said before, sometimes people misunderstand me. I do not hate Tinubu as a person. No, I don't. And that is the gospel truth. I don't hate him. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. He did nothing wrong to me. So I have no hatred. I don't hate people. But what I hate is I will not use the word hate. What I dislike is the action is what I dislike. So like action of some actions they take, then shows like height of insensitivity, like people are suffering, we are no money, they're not paying salary, this one's on strike, that one is threatening to go on strike, and they're buying SUVs for themselves. That shows it's not in economics, that is not scale of preference. You have to arrange things in order of importance. You understand? And then they have to also look into local content. For example, all these SUVs, even if they buy 50% of the SUVs from local content, that will help save some of those foreign reserves that is we don't have. You understand what I'm trying to say? So priority. So when Emeka said for this, who hate this, I know I don't hate. I never hate nobody. I can quarrel with you. I can tell you, but one thing with me is that I don't like to go with the flow. If the flow is right, I'll go with it. But if I don't agree with it, I do not agree with it. And it doesn't mean that I hate that person or I have malice towards that person. No, it only means I don't like the particular action that person exhibited at that particular moment. Tomorrow, the person will do something good and I will support it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So economically, we need to look inward. We need to start producing. And when we start, like, you will see, if one man, if you go in anywhere there in London or any African shop, you see mostly gare from Ghana, this one from Ghana. Even now, Asian people are producing gare for us. We shouldn't be that way. Do you understand what I'm saying? That packet, the one they call Sun, all over, is produced, I think, somewhere in Asia. But these are the things we can do, simple things, and that will generate money for us. Because if the country is good, it's good for all of us. This is the point I'm trying to make. And when it comes to the Plateau case, to be honest to you, they know, I strongly believe, like, I don't know how to, I wear my, there is no filter between my brain and my mouth in a way, and I wear my heart on my sleeves. These people always say it is Fulani herdsmen. A lot of people came out there to say it. Danjuma said it. So many prominent people said it. It's not only on this platform. No, if no one is saying it here, these people who are in the military service and are like governors who have access, the chief security of, they know who is dealing, and they've said it many times. My point is that every time we hear that these people occupied this number of local government, can't the army go there? But then, on the contrary, we don't have enough military men. And watch what the military men said last time when they were complaining. They circled the terrorists, and then they were in a position to take all of them out. And then somebody called them from above and ordered them not to attack them. So how do you explain that?
That's just an urban myth, though. That's not a verified.
No, you saw it in the video. It was all over on TV now. It was all over on YouTube. Everything. The army were screaming, "These people are playing politics with our life. How can we circle these people?" It's everywhere now, one man. You go on YouTube, you type it. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. You just type, you see it immediately. They already circled all these people. They said, we are in a position, and then the Oga called them from somewhere and told them not to attack them. That was why they were screaming. They were mad. They said, so they are playing politics with their life. Why do they have to come all this way, take all these risks? Now they've circled these people. They can take these people out, and now they are being ordered not to attack them. So if these people are occupying, even one of the local council officers there in Plateau said, these people occupy this local government, and before they attack, we informed the military more than, they said, is it 37 times? They said they informed them about this, and they did nothing. Okay, what about those ones occupying that place? One man, didn't you see the video where even the military were protecting the terrorists who came to negotiate how much the farmers will pay them in Castena? Didn't you see that one too? So we should know, when a known terrorist was killing a lot of people, killed a lot of people with his men, what they did in the same Castena is to bring him, or is it Samfaro Castena, to bring him and then turban him, make him an emir for killing so many people. Everyone saw that too. So this problem, just like the other gentleman suggested, they know why they don't want state police. They say governors will abuse. What kind of abuse? They will not abuse it. They will protect their people, because if every state can protect themselves, most of these things will stop, because the state will not think twice. The people that will the composite of that police something will be indigenous and locals, and the locals will attack. They will never allow other people to come and do that. Then why? That is why Tinubu is a Democrat, and I'm wondering why he's reluctant in signing it. Let there be, because even Southwest is not spared. To be honest, the only place I see that, okay, we have our own internal insecurity, they say, in the Southeast, but all these Marudas for Fulani herdsmen, we don't have those problems in Southeast, because we have an official that exists there.
Is it a different kind of death when they are killed by unknown?
No, you don't.
Is it a different kind of death?
All those things is ESN don't go start killing people like this. These people come now and start shooting people. No, that's like ESN is only with the military. And why is it with the military? Let me tell you, because
what about unknown gunmen? Or are they the same?
Unknown gunmen, have you seen them like they entered like one village and start shooting people? It doesn't happen. Like it never happened. The only thing is that unknown gunmen with the army, because the unknown gunmen, now let me tell you the root of why ESN was formed. Because I remember when all these Fulani herdsmen were attacking everybody in Ondo, everywhere. Akeredolu himself, may his soul rest in peace. He set up also Amotoku. In Southwest set up Amotoku. Then in Southeast, they told the people in Southeast, the governor, to set up also a security network like Amotoku to protect. Prevention is better than care, because they were always attacking Benue. And Enugu has border with Benue State. Even Ebonyi State, I think, has some border with Benue State too, on that side. So now they said, set up this thing. And the Southeast governors, to be politically correct, I don't know who they are serving, their own masters. They are reluctant, dragging their feet to set up a security to protect their people. So when the Fulanis came from Benue and had killed people, so many people in Enugu State at the border town with Benue State, those Fulanis came. That was when Kano set up the ESN to protect. And since the ESN came there, the Fulani man, they will think twice before they come there. Now, what happened? The ESN, they set up ESN to protect the southeast from the Fulani invaders. To everybody's greatest surprise, the governors and then they sent the army to attack ESN that is protecting the zone from Fulani herdsmen. And who did they send? Most of them also.
On what authority was ESN set up?
You don't need. I don't need any authority to protect myself against somebody who is approaching with a gun. Do I need to? I need to make a phone call first.
And anybody can randomly set up.
Yeah, in the way Nigeria is now, you have to protect yourself. All these people who are dead now. So who was there to protect them?
So what is their operating principles? The
operating principle is to stop the Fulani herdsmen from coming.
Is to kill any northerner that comes to Igbo land.
No, you see, this is where sometimes one man you have to also talk like somebody who has lived in a civilized world.
I'm asking you now. When you say,
how can he say killing? Do you know how many northerners? So many northerners live in southeast.
Some random known criminal that calls himself Nandi Kanu.
Yes.
He has gone and purchased illegal weapons to give to untrained people to rage against other citizens of the country.
Okay, good.
So they call that in Serbia.
When Igbo who took up arms and went to where did he go to attack those people who were there trained? You see, this is when I say being economical with the truth, selective memory. When Igbo who did the same thing, I don't see you talking about that.
What did Igbo do?
When he went to that place, that place is the Fulani people. That man, what's his name again, was attacking Fulani people. We're attacking people, even in Southwest. Even your own state, one man, your own state or your state. How many percentage of Oyo did the Fulani take over in your own state? I'm talking about a couple of years ago. No, couple of years ago, one man, we discussed it on your platform here. Couple of years ago, how many percentage of Oyo that Fulani took?
Oyo state is not inured to the insecurity.
No, you don't. Oyo state don't have to be near for them to, but they took it over. They took over. They occupied some of the places in Oyo.
Like where?
We are towards the border with Benin Republic.
Towards the border with
Benin Republic. So those villages. We discussed it on the platform couple of years ago now. All those places they occupied in Oyo State, you know now, but you didn't want to. We are telling you now. Why don't you talk about your place that is occupied? It was in the newspaper everywhere. Occupied your own state, but because you have a selective memory, you want to talk about Igbo who went there. How many? Okay, why did they go to attack Igbo if he didn't do anything? He was just sitting. He was in a church praying, and then they go to attack him. Why did they attack him? So one man, sometimes this thing, we are talking of human's life. I don't need, like me personally, if the Southeast governors had done what they're supposed to do to create the same thing the Southwest created, there would be no need for ESN.
But they did.
They didn't. What did they do? They couldn't agree. Ask any Igbo man. They couldn't agree. What did they do? They did it separately. Umahi is the first one to set up his own. What was he using his own to do? To intimidate his political opponents. That's what the only thing he was doing. Okay, Umahi was the one. If they look at Southwest, they had a unism. They set it up one time, but Southeast didn't set it. Even to today, only two places, only Umahi and is it Anambra, somewhere in Anambra, and Anambra was late. Do you have anything like that in Imo State? Do you have anything like that in Abia State? Do you have anything like that in
I'm surprised, Maurice, that you are supporting what essentially is an illegal militia group.
I support it 100%, and that militia, so-called militia, that is why Fulani we are not able to raid Southeast.
Yeah, they
raided everywhere.
What do you mean? They are raiding the Southeast as we speak.
No, where are they raiding Southeast? Where are Fulani raiding Southeast? Where? Just mention. Only that time they attacked because they were telling the governor, they didn't listen. They attacked that small village border town with in Enugu State, with Benue State. That was when ESN, since they set up ESN, where is the Fulani? Is it not the, what did Buhari do? To send a lot of Fulani soldiers to attack people who are protecting the people, and then, but the Fulanis who are coming to attack, they were already attacking, destroying, causing havoc in Benue State. They wanted to cross over. And they attacked the first village. The first attack was in Enugu State. Even Emeka is on this platform. Emeka, I'm not sure what tribe he is, but let's leave that one apart. So, ask any Igbo man, he will tell you the first attack Fulani did was in Enugu State. The border with this.
You just can't stop. Eh? You can't stop. Eh? You just can't stop, Abi. Just take that.
That's why I said everybody is doubting your tribe now. So I said I don't know, you know. So me, I see you as an Igbo man, but a lot of people say you are not. But to me, I see you as an Igbo man, but Igbo man that doesn't have love for his place. That is what I see you. But I'm not saying you are not an Igbo man.
All right.
But what I'm saying is that
let me not take away your session. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Emeka, do you remember when they attacked in Enugu, when the governor of Enugu, that Iguanyi, went there and said everybody should watch and pray?
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Good. That was after that attack. That was why ECN. And since they put up that CN, they never born any Fulani self who has men will go enter. Yes, and they go finish them. Then they brought all this Janja with Fulani military, made they come attack to be attacking ESN. How can you attack somebody?
Morris, this was in July 2023 when they were still laying siege on the southeast. The Fulani
after the attack, ESN was not yet formed. It was after that attack.
July 2023.
I don't.
This
July 2023, the attack where?
Yeah. This is it now.
No.
This is from the Vanguard. Is the Vanguard telling us?
No, this one is a completely different thing. I'm saying when did they form ESN July this 2023? Emeka is there to tell you. Emeka is there to confirm to you. Maybe you have no idea the one I'm talking.
Leave Emeka alone. ESN has been going for about 3-4 years.
Good, but the attack I'm telling you now when it's also that period.
This incident happened.
This guy like to argue.
July. This is.
It's not now. This year. It's not this one. I'm saying the incident that happened in Enugu border town. That one, the governor went there to say everybody should watch and pray.
You are saying they don't bond them well to enter southeast, but they are still in the southeast.
Where? Even if they enter now, maybe they are not through a bone. Listen. Let me tell you something. There's something you should understand. You see, the way as you make your base, so you lie on it. This Governor Omai. You know, in Igbo land, let me tell you the truth. In Igbo land, a lot of people believe that most people from Ebonyi State are actually not full Igbos. They are like Northerners.
I don't know what you are talking about because
I'm coming. That is where you are seeing that attack. You say is coming now because Ebonyi State is the only.
This is in Abia State, not Ebonyi State.
No, Abia State is the one. What happened in Abia State was when Ojuzo Okalu created a market, one place, a market he created, and he made it like all these Fulani people who come and sell their cattle. And in that place, they've been telling them that the Fulani is there. They brought their brothers. One thing, do you know one bad thing about that?
Hold on 1 second. Let me give you one paragraph. It says the people of, apologies for how I'm pronouncing it, the people of Umuniochi in Abia State are again living in fear following a resurgence of killings and kidnappings allegedly being perpetrated by armed Fulani headsmen. This is coming just after a few months of respite from the same ordeal. Last week. Let me tell you what happened. Let me just give you the date. Last week, precisely Sunday, June the 25th, 2023, So you're telling us that they're not operating in the southeast because of ESN, but as early as June this year, according to Vanguard, one of the established newspapers in Nigeria, the whole of the southeast under siege. This is it. Southeast. South. Oh, this is the headline.
That is not south. Look. There's something isolated incident. Do you know what happened? That is the market this new governor closed now. That is the market, because Ojus Okalo is the one that created it. These are people who sold. Let me tell you something. Do you know, like somebody like now, Ojus Okalo, if he comes out to contest for even ordinary local government chairman, he will fail. Igbo people will not vote for him. Any Igbo man will tell you that. Now, because Ojus Okalo, these are the people who are playing politics with the life of their own people. He created that market, and this man just closed that market. What did they do? That's the same market. They found dead bodies. These Fulani people, they are selling cows there, and then they brought among them also kidnappers who are sleeping there. So in the night, they go and kidnap. So nobody suspected. But later, people had impression that this. And then the last governor, they told him to close that market. To be politically correct, he had a meeting with Buhari, and whatever they did, the market still. But this governor now came in and closed that market, and they found everything. That is exactly what happened. But what is happening in Benue and this thing is that, and in Southwest, a lot of places in Southwest, if they will just come in and start shooting villagers. And then you are telling me that those villagers have to wait for the Nigeria. Which kind of security? Who are they going to wait for to come and protect them? The same Nigerian army? Is that who you're going to wait? Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, let me jump in. One man.
Are you in France?
No, I'm not. I'm going there next year. So I was asking Mr. Triumph about Marseille. Yeah, you're going to be. So yeah, one man. I don't think. At first, I didn't want to criticize Tinubu about this stuff. I said, let me give him time to react. But the Nigerian government is not treating this with the level of seriousness it deserves. You know, if you think about it, I think Morris is right. If you think about it, this that area, Plateau, it's an elevated area, highly fertile soil. Benue, Plateau, Taraba, the most fertile region of the country. And now we're witnessing indigenous people getting displaced from their homes through violence, attacking Nigerian citizens, and they're taking over their lands.
Good.
They're taking over their homes.
And the military is doing nothing.
And we're watching this happen in the food basket of the country. Do you know what will happen if these fundamentalists take over that region with their ideology, and they start to control, and they place emirs in those regions, and they take over the food basket of the country?
No, these are just tribal skirmishes.
One man, these are not tribal skirmishes.
No, that's not tribal skirmishes.
Security
How did they take Sokoto? How did the Hausa people become minority?
Security officials said
it's even tribal, to be honest. It's tribal.
Security
of the way we see it.
Yeah.
It's tribal.
Security officials said
you know the
over 200 motorcycles.
You know
were riding to this village.
You know the Ife and the Modakeke people, they've been killing each other for going on 2 centuries now.
It's not the same. One man.
It's not tribal. This is religious something. Those people are Christians.
No. This is
religion.
The problem.
That's religion. That's religion. That's the problem. We shy away from the truth.
Yeah, when we look at things from the lens that you're trying to portray it, this is like Ishekiri and Ijo fighting in Warri. No, one man is not even close. When you shoot up a whole village and then you go and settle in there, and everyone, including the governor, was saying that people are squatting in lands where people were shot up, and nobody has asked them to move.
Good. And then how do you explain that?
What in God's name is going on? No one has asked them to move. In what world? In Benue, the same thing was happening. Otom said it, that they moved people out of their homes. They're living in IDPs, over 1 million in IDPs. Before the election, I came on your platform, I was saying it. We have 1 million people in IDPs in Benue. What is going on? Why are they asking
1 million people? Look, there is what we call war economy. War economy is thriving in all those places.
This is not war
there is
economy.
No 1 million people in any ID camp.
Otom said it. Otom said, go and look up the statistics.
That's what I call war economy.
Should we
I mean,
should we even have refugees in a country where there's no war? Should we have refugees in a country where there's no war?
You should not have IDPs. In Abuja, there are IDPs. Did you know that I've donated to IDPs in Abuja? Sorry, I've donated to IDPs in Abuja.
Should we have refugees in a country where there's no war? Indigenous refugees in IDP camps in a country that is not at war.
This is the problem.
We are at war in the north.
We are being economical all the time.
We are at war in the northeast.
How can you have this sort of situation and then you're trying to minimalize it?
And you see the people there, you see the people occupying the place, and then military is not. And somebody will tell me I have to wait for the military to protect me. How is that possible?
It is tribal. You are enjoying it now because people are coming from outside. The Hungarian Prime Minister is talking about Christianity, and they
it's not tribal. It's religious. It's religious.
It's not going to happen.
Those people are Christians. The people attacking them are Muslims.
It is not tribal.
You can
the people are attacking them are Fulanis and Muslims. They are the ones occupying that
Muslims. One voice. Yeah.
It's not going to work.
These people, the people in Plateau region, in that belt, these people are some of the oldest people in Nigeria. Remember the Nok civilization? These are the descendants of that area. That's where they found the
Christians there. And Muslims are attacking them and say it's not tribal, it's not religious.
In Plateau, in Taraba, in Benue, Southern Adamawa, Southern Gombe, Southern Bauchi is all predominantly Christian.
Good.
This is a fact.
Why is it that the attack is always on the Christian side?
Hold on. There are ethnic skirmishes based on resources.
No, one man.
No.
Exactly, one man. You are putting in the prophet. What they are trying to do now is to cash in. They always look for anything. Is trying to grab
is this also ethnic in Benue State?
International
disrepute. Hold on, Morris and hold on. It's a result of climatic changes.
That's a lie.
Come on. It's a result of climatic global warming. This is what is going on.
Come on now, don't do this.
So this is what happened in 2029, in 2009 when it happened. No, it wasn't a Christian religious thing then. In
it was also ethnic when they took over Sokoto, removed Hausa people from their land. It was also tribal.
The Hungarian president. Even the Pope can come to Nigeria now and come and defend the Christians.
When they took Ilorin, was that also tribal?
Maurice, if you don't mind, let me just interject for a minute.
Yes.
You see, Baba, the thing is this: it's both ethnic and religion. Let's just face this fact. See, we keep excuse what we see. We can't know more than Danjuma. We can't know more than Otom. We can't know more than Akeredolu and all those people that have resisted this. See, as Yoruba will say, Pastor Jana Ajofura Jajin. See, we keep saying, oh, let us take it easy, let this, and these people, we see what they've done. They've done this in the history, even before modern Nigeria. Good. We know how people move from certain region to conquer others and establish their kingdom there. This is exactly what they are doing silently. Both using religion and they are using ethnicity. We can't keep excusing. If we want to get to the root of this, let us have the state police and see whether it's going to happen.
Good.
Look at Southern Kaduna. Look at Southern Kaduna. They are using both ethnicity and religion. Southern Kaduna are predominantly Christian. And those people that want to dominate Southern Kaduna, they are who?
Muslims.
They may not be, they have some kind of coloration of Islamic, and they have some coloration of being Fulani. So we can't keep excusing this thing. To be honest, we have to face the fact. If we don't face this fact,
hold on. Ola, good to see you, Princess Rosie. Good to see you back. Ola, are you aware of the impact of climate change, global warming, and resources?
See, this thing has nothing to do with climate change.
It doesn't.
It doesn't have anything to do. Climate change is
what's the name of this professor Otto? The one in South America. One man.
I'm not saying there's no climate change.
If you read his book,
Baba, if you don't mind, please. I'm not saying there's no climate change. You can always use anything as an excuse. It can be climate change today, it can be carbon tomorrow, it can be anything after tomorrow. but it's not the reason. Climate change is not the reason you go and look at your other human being on their own land. You are not making peace with them. You are not investing. All you want to do is you want to take the things forcefully. Why can't
Ola, please, can I ask one man? Can I ask this?
One man, when he finishes, I want to read some statistics to you from the International Migration Organization.
Bros, before you bring the statistics, I want to say something, please. You know, it's still my turn. I beg. Now, I want to ask one man: is it climate change that's also the reason they drove out indigenous people and occupied their land and living there now? Is it because of climate change?
Look, Maurice, what is going on? It's called desertification. What is going on? If you go to the plains of the north, what was once green and lustrous sort of fields, they are now sort of eroded and corroded with desertification. So it's pushing people further into where the land is more fertile. And of course, where the land is more fertile, there are already people indigenous to that space. So
okay, what about the ones in Ondo State where they occupied all those bushes, occupied that place, moved there with their families? Akeredolu was fighting against them. What about that? That is also climate change, right?
It's a chase for resources. It's a battle over resources, which is a consequence of climate change.
So climate change is not the reason the security agitation was biased towards protecting the criminals,
people in their own land.
Yes, now
they're trying to. So climate change warranted them to unleash terror on people on their own land and sack them. Hold on now. And sack them out of their land, maim children, women, old people, and everybody. So climate
and
change
occupy.
And occupy.
Now that's a rather graphic description, but but really.
But that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, hold on, Maurice. Now, hold on, Maurice. Let's be conversational. That is what happened. But why did it happen? Is the thing. So there has to be a reason now. So we have to ask
one man.
If their land was fertile and resourceful, would they come into your land to chase you off your land?
No, let me tell you. When you see terrorism, call this terrorism. This is.
It's a clash over resources. I wouldn't go as far as terrorism. Clash over resources.
You can't over resources through violence. It is not the way. It is just because we had a government who was backing them.
Period.
Was backing them.
Yes.
That is just what we had. Simple. You had Buhari that time was saying that he want to go into archive to look for what do you call it?
Gazetted routes. Gazetted routes.
To look for solutions.
Waterways.
To look for solutions.
No solution. What is the solution? He said the Gazette that is not in existence anymore. A Gazette that been eliminated by what do you call this thing? The
do you know why he was doing that?
So he was
to bring peace.
Backing his own
exactly.
To go
nice words.
No, look,
one man. I want to present you with statistics.
A country cannot be stable when you have government that cannot fight.
Ajale Koko. Do you know in Imo State? Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Do you know in Imo State there was a time there was always everyday war between the military and the ESN? Do you know why? Because our governor, who is a heavy APC man, who already sold his people, he wanted to create Ruga. That time, Buhari, he wanted to create Ruga in Olo. That was why all that fight was, the whole ECM moved to Olo. That was why Olo case happened, lasted for almost 7 months, shooting every day. He did everything possible with the military to give Buhari Ruga.
We have to thank our governors in the southwest.
Yes, our own in southeast, they are saboteur. Yes. Our own governor wanted to create Ruga in Imo State, and the ESN is the reason that thing didn't work.
Babangida, I mean, sorry, Buhari destroyed that country to get that country back. It will take us years. It destroyed that country completely.
Ajanigo, let me tell you,
everything.
Ajanigo, let me tell you, when this thing happened, I went back, I started looking over events from during Buhari's time, from when they suggested Ruga. Their plan was they would officially suggest Ruga. Once the country turned down Ruga officially, they unleashed hell. That is what happened. Once we said, no, we're not going to accept Ruga to officially go and settle the Fulanis from Senegambia over in Nigeria, they unleashed hell. One man, if you have a chance, please, anyone on this platform, just go in and Google Benue internally displaced persons.
Well, is he not the Bauchi governor, the former Bauchi governor, openly that said, bros, is he not the Bauchi governor that said on Channel TV that every Fulani, whether in Senegal, everything, they are all Nigerians?
Look, one man, according to the UN, there are 2.1 million in Benue. Vanguard has it as 1.5. In October 6th of this year, the Senate was urging the federal government.
Those are just projected figures.
One man, why are you talking like this now? Are you trying to be devil's advocate? I don't understand.
One man,
those are abstractions now. You extrapolate and project. You know how they do these things now.
That state, 2/3 of the entire state is under the control of those terrorists. They are in control of 2/3 of the territory of Benue State. Benue State is in a big problem, and the country going to go through a very serious
problem. And the military knows them and does nothing.
A very national security problem, food insecurity, security of life. Whatever happened to that state, if that state will be completely taken over, hunger will finish everybody in that country they call Nigeria.
They will control our food source in that country.
Yes.
And one man, this is the thing that this is why I at first I didn't want to criticize him, but I went back and I started looking up all these numbers, and I said, how can you not criticize him? You came into office, you get security reports. There's no way he doesn't know this. If me sitting down in Canada knows this, then how would he not know this? And if he knows this, why is there not a state of emergency? In Taraba, in Benue, in Plateau, in Southern Kaduna.
No, they will prefer to buy SUV.
Forget this SUV. Forget this SUV. You know,
but it's true now. Am I lying?
Yes, you can't be saying the SUV to every conversation now. But
that is true. Why can't I be? It's my mouth now. I have right to say what I want.
You can say anything, but it gets rather monotonous. And imagine we are talking about Dodo. You say SUV, Tinubu is a thinking person, you know, so it's not just and when Kashim Shettima, sorry Ola, let me just make this very quick and I'll leave it for when Kashima went to the Southeast as early as today, even over the course of the last 3 weeks, he has been saying it's non-kinetic engagement that will resolve insecurity in the Southeast, and that seems to be the thinking of this particular administration. So it's not just roll the tankers out, go and blow them up, shoot till you can shoot no more. No, because how long have we done that?
One man. Nobody's saying that. Our governor is the cause of he's responsible why all the insecurity is happening in Imo State, because he tried to use the military and attack people who are protecting the people when the people already told him create a security network just like they did in Southwest. This man refused because he wanted to create Ruga. He did everything possible to create a local government. Do you know the problem? I don't have issue with fellow Nigerians living in my place or having a local government. But the problem is that if you put 10 Fulani men in one place, come back in 6 months, they will be more than 1,000. And that place they will start attacking all the neighboring houses, all the neighboring streets. Before you know it, they are spreading, occupying all those places. You understand me? That is how they are. And these people, they don't contribute. They have no economical value wherever they go. Have you ever seen where Fulani man rent house, even a mud house, rent house before? They sleep under uncompleted building. They have no economic value.
Let me buttress his point.
That's almost racist.
One man, I'm not going to broad brush them, but what I will say is this: in Mali, this same incident happened with the Dogon. The Dogon took up arms and defended themselves, flushed them out. That's why a lot of
flushed them out.
Settled.
Well, hold on.
In Central,
Maurice,
in Central African Republic.
Yes.
Maurice, let other voices come through now. Yeah.
This same type of incident happened in Central African Republic. The indigenous people there started massacring them. They fled Central African Republic.
That's it.
This is not me saying this thing. Now, in West Africa, when you look at the dynamics, the Fulanis in general are the most powerful in Nigeria. In terms of politics, in terms of business, in any West African country, they have the best connections in Nigeria. What Buhari was attempting to do was to take those people that had lost in Mali and those ones that had lost in Central African Republic and bring them to settle and give them fertile land in Nigeria. A charity case. That's what he was trying to do. Now, it didn't work because the Nigerian people revolted against it.
How have you concluded that?
Man, you know it's my turn, and you're putting my mic off.
Yeah, because somebody is speaking, so let him speak. I mean,
but one man, do you know that in Ghana, why is it that the Fulanese cannot do anything in Ghana? Because they tried it one time in Ghana, and Ghanaians wiped them out. Why is it that you don't hear like this? They do these things in Ghana. They wipe them out in Ghana.
Because they don't have the political
they did not wipe them out. There are Fulanis indigenous to
No,
Ghana.
when I say wipe them out, I mean you can never hear like what is happening in Nigeria happen in Ghana. They tried it one time with cars and everything. Occupy Ghana sent their military and they were shooting them like flies. That is why they never stopped it today. The Ghanaians don't have that thing. And they are, they are heavy, like a lot, they are minority in Ghana. Nobody disturbing them. You have Fulani, you have very good Fulanis and Hausas living everywhere in Southwest, in Southeast, everywhere they live. Genuine ones. But there are some ones who are from like somebody like Buhari is somebody who he's not only is a nationalist, he's he's a extremist when it comes religious extremist. These are the people with the Bauchi governor, the one that said they want to bring the whole Fulani all over Africa and bring them to Nigeria. Is that he said it on Channel TV? How are you going to defend that?
Omar, we have a real problem on our hands. A big one.
That lady should be my talking of man of the year. I will give the governor of Borno State man of the year to me.
Yeah, Zulum.
Yes, he will be my man of the year, and my lady of the year, woman of the year. I'll give it to that gentle lady, the one from Channel TV.
Let me give you a solution.
Yes.
All right, Maurice. Thank you, Maurice. Let Izon take the floor.
Okay. Good night, gentlemen. Let me go and sleep.
All right. Good to see you again. Merry Christmas to you, Maurice.
Okay. And Happy New Year. You no go there on tomorrow.
We'll tell you that. I'm always on.
Okay then. Tomorrow.
Happy New Year, Maurice.
Yeah. Till later today. We don't already enter New Day. Okay.
All right. Izon.
Okay.
Yeah, woman. My solution to this is if anyone from BAT's government is listening, what they need to do is they need to talk to some of those leaders in Middle Belt, like T.Y. Danjuma. They need to get an exclusive Middle Belt military force made up of people primarily from that region. Those boys are in the military. I've met people from Middle Belt, Birom. I met some people from Taraba. These people are not cowards. Trust me on this. They're not. If they take an exclusive military force made up of those people that report directly to the presidency, watch how fast they clean that place out. It will shock you. Watch how fast they clean that place out. The problem is for some reason, and I don't know the answer to this question, but for some weird, strange reason, our federal government is inept in really confronting this and dealing with it with the seriousness it deserves. How can you have people that squat in someone's home? You shoot people out of their home, you burn their homes, and then some other people come and settle, and you haven't moved them out. In how many years?
Do you think there's an element of exaggeration to these narratives?
One man, I don't. You know why? Because international independent organizations are stating even worse numbers. This isn't me saying this thing. This isn't me. I mean,
can you hear me?
Yesterday, the government of France.
Very good, because my system is funny.
And United States came out and spoke out against it. The Hungarian president came out. And here's the thing: experts you talk to, security experts, have been talking about this for decades. This isn't us in Nigeria.
It's a more complex and a more nuanced situation, but Ola coming up.
One man is not exaggerated. If a person like Obasanjo will implicitly accuse Buhari of not doing something in what look like ethnic cleansing, if
what looks like
army
what?
staff, ethnic cleansing, if the like of Danjuma, the former chief of army staff, could come out and openly, not even hiding, saying it publicly, you see, something is going on there. Now look at this.
What did he say exactly, please?
He said the military and all those people, all those militants, they collude and they are doing ethnic cleansing in Nigeria. He shouted. So this one is not eating. Then not only that.
Yeah, but it's a partisan outcry though, because
Danjuma doesn't belong to any political party.
So Obasanjo that said Fulanization and Islamization was what was responsible there.
Okay, what has this got to do with religion?
Wait, wait, Baba.
Islamization and Fulanization.
See,
what does that mean?
Because they use religion.
So they want to Islamize or your people.
Are you telling me there are people in Nigeria that are more patriotic than Obasanjo and Danjuma?
No, do you want to tell me they want to Islamize or your people when they went there, or Ekiti people?
Baba, they've done this thing before, so we cannot see. They've done this thing in Hausa land before, and that thing is still in them till tomorrow. Why do you think there's a rivalry between Kanuri and Hausa? Because they were unable, between Fulani and Kanuri, they were unable to conquer that land, and that is why you still see some kind of assault. You will see, why is it that the assault now moved toward a particular region they were unable to capture?
Where is Danjuma from?
From Taraba.
Oh, there you are. So that's the partisanship right there.
It's a Jukum. It's a Jukum.
No, we can call it partisanship because he has to defend his land. As a Yoruba man, I have to defend my land. As a Igbo man, we have to defend their land. So we can call it anything. If you say the partisan because I'm trying to defend myself, so it be. But the question is this: we are all saying, we are all denying this, that that's not what they are doing. Let me give you an example. This man that used to put money on his cap, and this former the Kano state governor, he came out openly and said, okay, all Fulanis in Nigeria, I have enough land for you. Come to Kano. Kano will occupy you. See, we used to know Kano as where they have huge, massive production in hide and skin before. Why would not they take that opportunity? Why? Okay, someone is saying, okay, come to Kano. We have more than enough land, but they are not interested. They are interested in putting Ruga across the state. And nobody has said anything about what that Kano state governor was inviting that time. And we are still saying there's no element of Abba. You see, because sometimes we see problem and try to say, oh, if you look at it, it's not a problem. You're still trying to be like, see, let us face fact. Truth has no other color. Truth is truth. So if all this dressing and being diplomatic about it, we are only being diplomatic about problem that we can see physically. So we can't be more patriotic than all those military.
Ola, do you know that do you know that there were conditionalities to when Buhari bought those two Kano jets from America? Do you know there were some conditions to them?
Yeah.
See, whatever condition that is to them, it's not my problem.
No. The conditions are part of this narrative. Are the conditions of the Americans agreeing to sell the Tucano jets to Nigeria was that they should only use it to fight the insurgency in the northeast?
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't even need the Tucanos, honestly.
We don't need Tucanos.
So does that not then run contrary to this grand conspiracy theory that you are putting forward? That
it's not grand conspiracy. When you look at history of jihad, what else Madame Fodio did, And what they've been trying to do today, there's been consistency. Even from that time of Madame Fodio to today, there's consistency. So the only difference this time around is this: we are not allowing states, the ethnic group, to fight the back. So government said is I'm fighting on your behalf, but the government is not potent. They try to capture, someone was mentioning Oyo, that they try to capture Oyo, where that Ogunjalumi is the issue of Yoruba. They try to capture Kanuri land. It is the issue of Yoruba, but they manage to capture Hausa land because they are behaving exactly the way we are behaving. We are justifying now. That is what the Hausa people did until they led up Hausa people to even chase their own traditional rulers away, and they enthroned theirs. That is exactly what we are doing now. We are.
Woman, let me point out one historical.
I said something to you now in relation to this topic.
Yes, I'm just having a look at it now.
Let me point out something that happened during the.
Just give me 30 seconds to quickly round up. So when we are saying this, we are not just being fair to our posterity. That's just the way I see it. Because we are going to leave problem for our children to inherit if we don't tackle this thing now in the name of trying to be politically correct. When we see problem, like I said, how did we deflect these people in the past? Because every region, before the British people came, they had their own security outfit to deflect them. Allow us with our state police. The military is not effective. That's just all I have to say. So I don't buy all this narrative of religion and this thing. If no, give us this thing and let us deal with it. Thank you.
Very true. Very true. I agree. Woman, if you remember, during the time when they were attacking Igongon, Oyo State, not one of the Fulani leaders in Nigeria was saying anything. They didn't say a word. When Sunday Igboho started retaliating and dealing with them, that's when you saw them, they started to call for his head. They started calling him all kinds of names. They were saying that he should be arrested. Then the state went after him with the full force that they should have used to go after the people that were terrorizing those communities. You understand you see what's going on here. And now the man has to live in Germany and can't come home because he chose to defend his community. This is the fundamental problem. So today, the people of Middle Belt are begging the federal government to come to their aid. If tomorrow they form a security force that starts to retaliate, watch what happens. You're going to have a situation where people will now start calling for them and something should happen to them. So that's why I'm saying that, it's essential that Tinubu's government treats this with the sense of emergency that it deserves. How do you have over 1 million people in IDPs in a state in your country, and we're keeping quiet? How do you have over 200 people on Christmas Eve get buyed, and we're not doing? I mean, come on now. And then in Taraba, almost how many days later? There needs to be a state of emergency in those areas. If he doesn't do that, he would have failed. That's my 2 cents on this issue.
But what purpose with that state of emergency? Is that just for the optics, or is it better just to mobilize as he has done?
That's a good question. Let me answer it. If everyone is saying the military is incapable, so the military says they didn't have the equipment to cover the terrain when these people came in, and they couldn't react. The community is saying they know who did it and they know where they are, but nobody is going after them. These are all things you hear in the media after this issue happened. Don't you think the presidency at this point, because they control the firepower for the country, should create a specialized force to protect those communities in these areas that are more prone to this sort of thing? A specialized force made up of indigenes from that area who have a self-interest. Those boys from that area are all over our military. Trust me, they're in there. If he gives them the green light, this stuff will end next week. I promise you.
Excuse me, woman. I want to go out and coming back immediately. My system is acting up. Please.
All right, do that. And whilst we wait for you, Baba, we're playing this clip that Emeka sent in that speaks to the
let me watch it before I go in, out and in again. Then.
All right.
usually ask yourself, what happens to these communities after they've been attacked? Usually a particular community is attacked like 3 or 4 times over a 1-year period, and the people in that community feel so unsafe, they move to the neighboring community or to an IDP camp. And you would expect that those communities will remain empty. No, they won't. People come in there and settle there. As I'm speaking with you, go to Moon Council Ward in Kwande local government area of Benue State. As I'm speaking to you, you have almost 38 communities in Mango local government alone that have been repossessed by people. And these are places where you have some places. You know that Plateau, for instance, used to be a mining site when Nigeria was big on iron mining and all of those ore minings. These people are taking over those strategic places, and they are taking over bodies of water, and they settle there. And so it is not as if they attack and people can move back to their communities. When people try to move back to their communities, the attacks resume and they run away. So people are living in their houses now. And then if you go back to the
so it's a case of attack, sack,
occupy and replace. And then if you move a bit further to see the modality and in the upcoming census, MPC is not going to be accounting those demolished houses. MPC is not going to be counting them. MPC is going to be instead counting new settlements close to those demolished houses. So there is a serious problem you have on your hands. It's beyond what is being painted by the media. Let's still stay on the cause of the problem. And you find a community who they will tell you they are coming, and they come, droves, in some cases 250 people. And then the community has like 20 or 30 vigilante services against who have pump action rifles, who you know that the effective range of a good pump action, depending on the bullets you're using, is 30 meters. And these guys have 400-meter weapon that they can fire at you from 400 meters away, and they aim you and they get you. Sometimes they have surface-to-air missiles. Sometimes they have weapons that can fire at operative range of 800 meters. Sometimes they come with 50-meter caliber weapons. And the military-grade assault rifles they are coming with is superior to what our Nigerian army has. This is not your regular pastoralists. This is not them. This is a full-fledged terrorist organization. And when you hear the vice president telling people to live in peace, to embrace peace, no, you are embracing deaths. So what you're telling them is to sit in one of the people I interviewed, I can still see their faces, really. I've been to these places, I've seen shallow graves, I've talked to kids, I've seen people who had different kinds of things. The pictures are all over my laptop here. I can show you this after the program. If you see what is really happening, one of the people I talked to, I said, why are you staying in this community? You know that they will come back. He said, life in the IDP camp is death. Life in the community is death. I don't know whether they are coming or not, but I can't stay either ways. So they are waiting to be killed. It's just that dying instrumentally. This is what is really going on. And you are telling them to embrace peace because the government is seeing this as farmer header class. So they would advise you to live peaceably. That's why we are telling the government, begin the process to officially gazette these people. Again, let me take you back to Boko Haram. Nobody goes to any community that is attacked by Boko Haram to tell them live peaceably with your neighbors because they've been officially gazetted. And Nigerian military knows what they are dealing with, terrorists. But now when you see them as, two fighting, it becomes an issue of trying to separate the two guys that are fighting. No, two guys are not fighting. One person has an agenda, ideological agenda, political agenda, religious agenda, and they are pursuing it. And then if you ask the communities, what do you hear when they come? They start chanting religious chants before they attack. And in many of the cases, you ask them yourselves, especially when they have time to attack, sometimes they cordon off the security issue, they cordon off the community and start slaughtering with knives. And why are they not killing with the weapons they have? Why are they slaughtering with knives? So there are a lot of issues that you see on display here that you would see that indeed the federal government is doing Plateau people, Benue people, and indeed all of those people. And I hear my elder brother talking about, these are not border communities. Plateau is not a border, Benue, Kaduna. So these they move up and down.
So I'm not quite sure if that guy was being somewhat of an alarmist. I'm not quite sure. What point was made? What point was made there?
One man, I don't think we need to debate this anymore. That man pretty much said it even better than I could have said it. He's a personal witness. He has gone there to work closely with these people, and see, the denial is what is going to cause us severe problems. This is not a Plateau, Benue, Taraba, or Kaduna issue. This is a Nigerian issue. This is a Nigerian issue. Think about how many states I just named having that kind of problem. BAT needs to solve this yesterday, not today. I saw Kulata post this. They've been fighting since 19th century. Okay, so we should go back and live. In 19th century, they didn't have cars either. So we should go back and not have cars as well. What kind of silly argument is that? The bottom line is, this is an issue right here threatening our very security of our nation and our food basket. I don't know what else anyone else needs to say about something like this.
That was from Arise TV, by the way.
The man doesn't work for Arise.
But that clip was from Arise. A platform prone to hyperboles.
Everything is not politics, one man. And this is security. These are lives. Did Arise manufacture the 200 lives that were lost? Did they manufacture the lives lost in Kaduna, in Taraba? No. These are human lives. They Arise didn't manufacture the incident. It has happened. What to actually, last point, what to actually make Tinubu come out as a star in this situation is if he deals with it with seriousness. If he doesn't, that's what will make him look bad.
See, that's what we are not ready to face is that this is existential threat. Like we say now, even though it looks like some part of the country are safe, right? That is what it looks to us now. I can bet you even those areas that are being attacked today, like maybe like 100 years ago, probably they believe they were saved, right? Maybe the elders then, the people there, they were being politically correct and all those stuff. But today, we can see this. See, even implicitly, we can see Sultan-led group now telling you that, even they are still trying to manage a little bit economical with the truth, but you can read in between the line where they say some people are trying to call political, religious, or race or whatever. You can read in between the line. See, like I keep saying, the military can no longer help us. Let's just face this truth. The more we keep saying, even if they like, let them give the military, let the U.S. military exchange the total weaponry with Nigeria. This problem is not going to be solved if you don't allow people to solve their problem. Now, when Metiala, although they denied it several times, but people were saying some of them are carrying AK-47. But then, notwithstanding, but we know that they are licensed to carry weapons. And suddenly, when you have outfit like Amotekun, you don't want them to carry weapon. Now tell me, you have something, you have a particular section of the country that use the parliamentary act. They use the parliament, the act of parliament to bring something into existence as security outfit. And we are even talking another level of government. This one is not even government that is dependent on the federal, because there's truth, because it's supposed to be like a power sharing. But someone is saying you cannot make law and secure your state. That it has to be this, either a way or no way. But yet, a particular group not created by any law can carry weapon, but the one created by the law cannot carry weapon. And these people, they are fighting against, to make sure that they don't carry weapon. Check it. What is it that we are trying to protect there? What is it you are trying to protect? So, see, I no longer trust the military. I'm sorry to say, the military people, you are trying. Maybe if this one is a external aggression, okay, fine. But this one that is internal now, because it's so political, no. We have to, if possible, allow the local government to form their own police and allow them to bear weapon, even if it is double barrel or whatever. Allow them to bear weapon. And don't allow police to be dictating, or don't allow in a state. Look at what happened to Sanwo-Olu, for example, now that someone is saying, that is from Abuja. Stop that nonsense. Even if you want to maintain the Nigerian police for now, let them stop taking order. Once you post a commissioner of police to a particular state, everything within that state, should be the governor. There should be no, and if any police will not respect the governor within the state, for now, the governor should have every power to fire whoever the police commissioner is. Okay, look at the hypocrisy here in Nigeria now. You can allow the state to use their money to buy AK-47 and weapons and fund the Nigerian police that you don't want them to control. How does that sound? So to me, this thing has nothing to do with the military now at this stage. Let's be frank with ourselves. It has to be with their local security. And let us say now whether if it says now we have their own police now that they carry weapon now, let's see whether this thing will repeat itself. Give Borno State to carry their own way, from the own police and carry their own. Let's see whether this thing is going to happen. We've seen how El Rufai over time, while trying to present himself as the hero that was trying to solve security problem in Kaduna. Look at how this guy managed to give himself away. Like say, oh, we even trace them to where they are. We gave them money so that they don't come and pay our people. How does that sound to you? Why not doing that one? Why not doing that one to make sure that there's a peace in Southern Kaduna? But what you were trying to do in Southern Kaduna is even to make sure that the people from Southern Kaduna, they no longer have voice. Oh, we have to be the same religion. And we have to replicate that across the country. Even why El Rufai was trying to sound like a hero, he still gave some kind of video that he was giving himself away. How does what El Rufai said that time? How can you differentiate it from what
this Pansat is obsessed with me? I don't know.
what Danjuma has said? No, Baba, it has become.
No, I'm just a side comment. I can read what Pansat is writing about, Baba.
No, but Pansat is
Can I interject?
It's from another world. It's from another world.
Ola, can I interject briefly?
Please go ahead, War Peace.
War Peace. World War, Lele, not War Peace.
I won't try to fake some Edo word, but nothing. But it looks like you are not facing reality. And I'm going to say something that's pretty upsetting. Your president, by joining APC, is compromised. And the reason I say that is the alliance he formed is with the upper echelon of I hate calling tribes, honestly. I don't like it. But since we're essentially talking about Bororo problem, we can call out Bororo and not the entire Fulani. But Tinubu signed a deal with the devil, essentially, because the APC, the formation, the partnership with Buhari is kind of like almost compromised him in doing any sort of action. I can tell personally he's pissed off with the situation, because if you read his attributes, if you read his tribute to Akeredolu, he specifically mentioned that Akeredolu fought some marauders or something. He used a strong language, but that just betrays his own personal feeling. But I think he cannot act because they will not let him act, because all of a sudden they can make the security situation that's already bad in the country, they can make it much worse. So I'm not like, it's unfortunate that I'm saying, it's almost like I'm saying like we're helpless. We're not 100% helpless, but if you expect an action from Tinubu, especially this first term, I think it's not going to happen, except it's driven from maybe foreigners, like this pressure that the Europeans and all these things are doing. But look at Ogun State. You guys forget that Ogun State has displaced people. Ogun State has IDPs. These people are living in Benin Republic. That's Tinubu's zone. That's his own people. He's helpless. But has he addressed that? No. I'm not saying he should favor Ogun State or whatever. But what I'm saying is, when you think about the alliance that these guys signed, we're talking about with Buhari, that was the patriot of these people, frontally. Before he became president, there were so many things he said. At some point in time, he was even about to negotiate with Boko Haram, even though this is not Boko Haram. So I think if they pull any move right now, the security situation in this country will turn to something else.
You know, Kulata, even in the course of the build-up to Tinubu taking hold of the reins of power, we had been speculating that he was always going to be tested. So there are two spaces that are really going to test him. this insurgency / Boko Haram / headsmen, they are going to test his will, and they have already they fired their opening salvo in Plateau State. So they are waiting. They fired the opening salvo, and they're waiting to see how it's going to deal with that. And it's also going to be tested by the Southeast. But I think it's already been managing that Southeastern space. So that seems to be settling somewhat. But these guys, they are going to test him frontally. And the only way they know to test him is what we just saw in Plateau State now. So if he doesn't respond to that in an alpha manner or in a decisive manner, then this will be a recurring decimal all the way through his administration. And if he recurs all the way through the first term, he cannot ever tackle it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, honestly speaking. Honestly speaking, the way you can deal with it decisively is for those locals to arm up. I mean, they defeated them in the past. In the 19th century, they weren't able to penetrate there. They remained pagans till the British came. And they can't, like, I mean, the likes of Danjuma and co, I just think, I really don't respect that guy by any stretch. It's just a noisemaker. When he was busy making fun.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Why? Well, because I have my reasons for saying what I'm going to say.
He's speaking for his people. So why do you
He speaks for his people, but is he empowering his people? They're two different things to just be speaking and empowering. I don't have to. I don't have to.
Obasanjo empowering us in the Southwest too? How? But you have to speak.
Obasanjo is not empowering us. When I say empowering, I don't want to open up my mouth to talk about empowerment I'm talking about. So, I mean, and he can be making billions of dollars, literally. And you just go there and cry wolf. But meanwhile, behind the scenes, you are mixing it up. In front of everybody, you're crying wolf. Like, we know we need some sort of local security. And we know, even with local security, it's going to be an escalated crisis because of the power base that those groups have in this country. It's not like in the Central African Republic, like everybody knows what happened there. In what's it called? Even in their homeland, the Dogon, everybody knows how the Dogon handle it. I can't be, I don't want to just use all my mouth to talk. But in Nigeria, you have to, like, if you wanted to seize, you have to empower your people, not just making noise.
But Kolata, these people control the guns. They are deeply embedded in all of the security structures of Nigeria.
We talk about militia group. Arm your people. Let them defend themselves.
How to achieve what is suggesting to empower his people. Tell us how
you cannot do that without mentioning names. That is the problem, and he doesn't want to do that. So don't force him.
No, we are not forcing him. He can hint us. How will he have empowered his people to fight against those people?
But I hinted. Did you take the hint?
Get the content. So when we have government that fail to secure the people, and you are saying that ordinary individuals go and empower people to fight.
Sometime in 1980 something, Erie, in Delta State.
Will it these people are the people responsible for the dismantling of Oyole.
The government is
I want to ask this our brother.
The original Oyo was not where we are today.
We know all the history.
Oyo was not. I mean, this
Oyo was not of Ilorin. Oyo was
yes. These are the people. If not for Ogunjalimi and Ibadan, they will have taken over the whole of Yoruba land.
Thank you. But let's face the reality right now. Our military, our military is compromised. The allegiance of some officers is not to the country. So there's so many information that if you send, that goes to where it's not supposed to go. And the country, Nigeria, is not a country. Many people see the ethnicity before they see the country. So you can't say, okay, I'm already a Fulani settled in Nigeria for centuries now. And then when some Bororo comes from that was displaced in Central African Republic, comes in, or from Cameroon, or from somewhere comes in, I see him as my brother first before I look at my own territorial integrity as a Nigerian. And we have all that into all the power structure. So you're now saying government, when the head of the government is rotten. And when the politician is handicapped.
Kulata, wait. See, do you know why we are saying this? You said Tinubu is compromised, all those things. I don't buy all those that. No, you said it is false.
As a politician, he cannot do anything in this.
Wait now. Obasanjo has some kind of agreement, because it now depends on who you are. If you have confidence in yourself, if Tinubu will not be able to handle that again, then that means that, oh boy, anybody that still take any politician seriously, then the person needs to call himself.
You better start rethinking that, because even the Obasanjo that you named, did he handle it? It did not.
No. Obasanjo during is another thing during the Obasanjo period. He actually wanted to undo that of Sharia. You know, he came online. He said, he even called some of them about you will not do this, you will not do that. He said, politics. Okay, you say you want to practice federal system, and that should factor in your diversity. But the problem we are having now is this: it's not about your diversity, but imposing yours on others. If you keep your diversity to your region, no problem. Our governors are even the culprit now, because anything our governors want, they know how to force the hands of the federal government down and do that. Almost everything that Obasanjo agreed with is a class of 1960s. He went back on that. One of those things that he didn't allow the IBB to come into power again. How could he do that? How could he have done that? So
IBB is a Nupe man. Ola, look, Obasanjo could not treat these men.
We overrate the power of these people we are talking about. We overrate them, and it's unfortunate that this guy Fayose could not even coordinate himself properly. Just with ding dong and cutlasses, he kept Ekiti relatively safe from these people for 4 years.
Isn't that why we're telling you that Danjuma is not doing what he's supposed to do?
Danjuma is not the governor.
The governor is not going to do crap, because the government will not do anything.
Now, look at Akeredolu. The little time that guy spent on the surface of this earth, wherever he is, may God continue to bless that man. I don't care about every other thing that he did wrongly. Whether we like it or not, for the fact that even Amotekun is not carrying what we even think is carrying, is still able to reduce the impact of these people from there. Even while this our president was shouting, "Where are the cow? Where are the cow?" The like of Akeredolu, they stood up, and we should not forget that Akeredolu and Tinubu were friends. Despite of that, he put that of friendship sideways and faced the reality. Now, if this governor will not do the right thing, it now comes to us that we call ourselves citizens. It's not everything we should be hailing these people. Where we need to tell these people, because this one is existential threat now. We have to tell the truth. If Tinubu doesn't want to get that one into his elderly skull, we have to keep saying this. See, what
you were about to say thick skull. Then we also
elderly skull.
All right, okay.
So we have to, because pressure from us too. We think our pressure, when we want pressure on these people, we think those things will not work. It works, but when we start supporting, they believe you are okay. That pressure is what you keep it. Don't say. Look, see, Jonathan would have done this thing now. That's my grudges with Jonathan. He was trying to use that for another time. Who says if this guy is so afraid of all these people that he has allegiance to, who says they will allow him to go to 2027? If you cannot do it now, then I'm sorry to say he has done nonsense. He has become he has messed up the opportunity to do the right in his life. So you can't be telling us in the past you are going to do this, you are going to do this, and you start telling us stories that you can't. Don't trust the military for anything. The military should not even be responsible for our internal security to start with. Any day you give correct, even if correct firearms, you give those things to Amotekun. These people you are looking at too, they are cowards too. They will run. They will run. The only reason why we think they are powerful today is just because they have the backing of the federal government. And when you want to retaliate, the federal government, instead of fighting on your behalf, will even retaliate against you. That's the problem. But if you tell the military, answer, don't come to Ekiti, don't come to Osun, my local security will handle that, then the problem will be solved. Because I know that Osun State is fighting to keep its land. Like Ajaleko said the other time, we hear Ajaleko today just because some people fought for us in the past. And that's why you can see Ajaleko. Maybe Ajaleko will just say Muta, or whatever Arabic we don't understand. Maybe that will be his name now. Maybe even Kulata will just be Alusman or whatever that we don't even know. Even you and I, maybe we won't even be bold enough to even come online to say what we are saying now, because our orientation will have changed entirely. You know, they have captured our mentality even before we were born. I will be behaving exactly.
We would have been mentioning Afa one man. Yeah.
You know, maybe
Okay, how were they stopped, Ola? How was Usman Dan Fodio stopped from dipping his Quran in the Atlantic Ocean?
Because then we didn't give our security to the hand of one fraudulent and one united Nigeria that is not being. See, look, what Nigeria is doing now is that we are talking of a father with 6 children, right? Now, out of those 6 children, you favor one. Anytime the one is doing something wrong, you say, okay, you know, it's your brother, don't do anything, leave him. But if other 5 try to retaliate, you start fighting other 5. But when that one is causing problem, you are not even doing anything. Instead, you are protecting. That's exactly.
Let me play you this clip. It's allegedly a clip of the Nigerian security forces giving these insurgents free passage through Katsina to go and wage and rage against the Middle Belt. So this is what this purports to be, and even platforms like Arise TV, they are going with that narrative as well. So this purports to be the Nigerian military giving these insurgents free passage. You know that Katsina is Katsina is a border. Katsina is a border town. It's a border state. So they're giving them free passage to come into Nigeria to go and rage against the Middle Belt.
Hello Sunusi. Da Allah ina son kana ji. Ka biyo bakin hanya duka ka gaya ma mutane cewa da Allah ga Fulani nan za su zo su wuce ba ruwan kowa da su. An yi magana ne yanzu za su zo wucewa kawai za su. Ka gane abu bakin hanyar nan kar wanda ya ce wani abu ga su nan wucewa kawai za su yi. Da Allah abi ga su nan za su taho yanzu da Allah abi a gaya ma mutane.
All right, so that's what that purports to be. Let Middle Belt come in, Midwest. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, one man, and I greet everybody that are present here, those who are listening, and our viewers as well. The issue on ground is very, very complex and very sensitive. But one thing I want to say is this country we are into today that we call our country, if we don't do the rightful thing now, everybody is going to be a victim. I'm just telling you the truth. I know this is my own opinion. This issue has been going on for years, but we thought somehow that we'll come to a point whereby the government will have the upper hand. But it's very unfortunate that the same government, for years, they've planted this seed, and they were just waiting for a moment to harvest it. From Babangida administration, they have this vision already. Now, when you look at that very region, where Babangida was the president of this country, most of the top-ranking military officers, they were sent an errand, and none of them returned. That has created a very big vacuum for these particular people. So that was the moment they weakened their voices as a people. And again, before Babangida left office, they created all these states that they created today. And I will tell you, most of these states were created. The indigenous people were not even consulted. But I know some people like Yoruba will not be left out, Igbo as well. But the rest people, I tell you, nobody was consulted. And since the creation of this state, I can say only the Yorubas were very, very lucky, because the language of the Yorubas and the name Yoruba have put the entire people together. That's why the whole differences they were having from the beginning, when we got independent between Akintola and Awolowo, they were able to overcome it all and see themselves as one. So for that reason, they have been able to project themselves. And God so kind, He also blessed them with this man that we will continue to remember forever. I know I don't trust Nigeria politicians, but Akereduro will ever be remembered forever. Because that Amotekun wouldn't have happened. Everybody is praising Yoruba today. Somebody have to stand. And it was the man who stand. And he did his job excellently. Area where there was fear, he encouraged the people and they crossed over. And the result was fantastic. May God continue to bless him wherever he so lies upon today, because that man have saved a lot of people. He saved a lot of Yoruba life. He saved a lot of certain people's life, because Amotekun is the only thing that has happened since the Civil War that have shaken these people. Because they understand, few kilometers away, anything can happen. And that's why they paused. They wanted to challenge it. But the rest people are vulnerable. I pray that people should start consulting with themselves. This threat is real. People have planned it, and they are going to come to water it. This administration, Tinubu administration, I pray that God give him wisdom to navigate this very terrible terrain. Because if he rush, he doesn't understand the plan, the scale of the plan. Nobody can figure it out. So in that case, there must be enough intelligent gathering before any policy can be taken. I know this man is very upset with this issue, but it's not something he's going to rush over. And everybody is upset. The thing is this. You see, this tribalism is real among us. And people will see truth. They don't want to say it anymore. Let me ask a question, by the way. Tinubu came to office less than few, I can say, not up to a month. I think they announced that they're going to retire more than 500 generals. They did not say common army. And look at the enormous challenges, security challenge that is facing our country. People that they have invested upon, they have, trained. People who claim to be that they dedicated to serve this country. That is to say, within the security architecture of Nigeria, the distrust among them, based on ethnic and tribal line, is also a very big issue. I think most of those generals, I see when they were celebrating their retirement, I don't know, I think close to 300 or something. If I'm not correct, somebody can, correct me again, because I saw a little.
I will push you as you've opened that place. See,
okay, later you put it for me.
there's nothing wrong in retiring all those generals because what were their impact? And don't mind you, just within 8 years, they've restructured that the echelon, that cadre of the military. You know, it has been biased towards a particular ethnic group.
Wait.
No, Obasanjo did it in 1999 when he retired political soldiers. So why not flush them out?
Get it this way. You know, let us not be deceiving ourselves. For him to secure his administration, people that he trusted so much, he will consult them, and they will give him list of people they feel that can be a threat to this government, and that's what he did. Buhari did his own. Jonathan did his own. Obasanjo did his own. Only we don't want to say truth, but sometimes we just, it's normal. We have excuse to protect, even if we want to give excuse to justify what had just happened. Like what somebody is trying to say is pointing to Delta State here. Isoko and Orobo. Which fight Isoko and Orobo they fight? We not go last few times their chief will meet and solve the problem. Which fight? They never fight before. It's even Nigeria that came there to come and destroy Bende on behalf of the people. Drawing line without consulting people. Who does that? Is it not the sign of the conquest we are talking about? So I pray for them to understand this scenario. I only worry for the unborn generation. This battle is of two phases. The first one is this confrontation. The second one is to ruin the economy. No matter the brain we put together, then people will continue to migrate from the south in large proportion, and none of them will be able to return back. That one has been planned as well. Some of the things they do to this our economy, they do it deliberately. They understand that this thing is going to ruin the economy. And if it happens, their own people will not go. Their own people can live under mango tree and take it as home. But for you, you can't take it as a certain person. So you think of Canada, you think of Britain. And once you start raising your family there, you will not even think of going back. Imagine even if you're a family of 4, now you want to go to Nigeria. My brother, I think ticket was almost 2 million, 130 time they convert to Naira for a single adult. If I'm wrong, people can also correct me. Then when you are a family, you spend this money, you come back to Europe, and when are you go to recover from that cost? So before you know, you have white hair, your children are graduating, they are marrying here, they can't go back. And look, I'm also from Edo, you are Yoruba. We are, if we want to talk of closeness by blood, historically, everything is this tribe. When you look at some Yoruba throne, when I see the nature, the way people dress and say they are representing Yoruba tradition, sometimes I cry. We have to be sincere. These people have penetrated us. All those battles our ancestors fought that we are referring to, that one has gone. We must analyze the one that is before us now. Yoruba is not Yoruba of some years ago. Your traditionals too, they are hijacking all. I'm just telling you. And they are penetrating everywhere. They master the game, but this is the time to stop them. Enough is enough. These are life, my brother. It has happened to these people, they have gone. We that are alive, that have our loved one, we have to be worried about our own. These people is already rest in peace. They are not coming back again. And these people are not going to stop. They feel entitled that this country is their property and they must surely have it. It's very sad that this is now our country. I lose hope when I saw this video. Nobody can convince me that Nigeria will ever work. Nobody. Except they restructure this country and give power for indigenous people to project their strength, then everybody will respect one another. Because that's what they took from everybody. And that's the only way we can plan to develop our country. The way it is now, people feel they have the upper hand and they can do anything and nobody can ask them. And indeed, they are doing everything. Nothing. Nobody can dare question them. Tinubu have to really take time and observe. You shouldn't jump into all these things. And they shouldn't take any form of conviction that it has nothing to do with the conquest. No, it is real. But he must gather enough intelligence about the preparedness of these people, because this administration is very fragile and it's still fresh, it's still very young to the reality on ground. And this is a country where you don't have data What we have is just figure the formula because the process of data processing is not in existence in any level in Nigeria. It's not there. So whether you like it, you take it or you leave it. And I don't know. But you should exercise patience and take proper action to deal with this issue and let it be once and for all. Thank you, one man, for giving me this space to talk. My heart bleeds. I cannot lie. Since I saw this image, I think of my own future, my family, my loved one, and the entire Nigeria. Thank you. May God bless you, my brother.
Where is one man?
One man, where you did?
Ola, you can.
I
am here. I was talking, but as always muted.
One man, hold on. Yeah. You let me out for so long. For how many hours now? 6 hours?
All right.
Wait, hold on now. Hold on.
Let me come to you with this story because this is from your space. Let me bring it to you. I'll play it for about 3 minutes and then you pick it up.
I had reported in the head of the convention scheduled for Saturday, that's December the 30th. Meanwhile, the spokesperson of the Papa-led group of the Labour Party, Mr. Arabambi,
are you going to be moving soon?
Publicity Secretary, Mr. Sam Oropa, heading the attack. Mr. Arabambi says that the leaders were beaten up and manhandled when they went to prepare for Saturday's event. He also accused Mr. Olumide Akpata, who is a contender in the race for the ticket, of not calling his men to order. Mr. Arabambi also promised to report the attack on the group leaders or to the security agents. So that's what we're going to be discussing right now on the program. Well, those were the videos you saw, some of the things that happened in Edo State, which is the basis for our conversation. It's going to be two parts, a conversation as far as Edo Labour Party issues are concerned. I'm being joined right here in our Lagos studio by the man I did mention his name in my intro, Mr. Bayomi Arabambi of the Labour Party. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
And thank you so much. Good evening, Nigeria Community of Citizens. Thank you for inviting me here.
Joining us via Zoom, the chairman of Edo Labour Party, Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy. Mr. Ogbaloy, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, I understand. I thought Mr. Kelly was standing by. Apparently, we couldn't get in. Let me start with you, Mr. Arabambi, on this particular issue. Tell us exactly because when we see viral videos, a lot of people will say different things. And so explain to us what exactly happened in those videos.
Well, thank you very much. We thank God today because probably we will have more killings with the one that happened in Plateau State of recent. And today, we are somehow very shocked that we have two people who today will be calling themselves lawyers and who are supposed to know the law, but they deliberately choose to stand on it. I am making reference to the former NBA president, who I am highly disappointed in, and Julius Aburi. Though I know that one, he has never attended court session ever since when I know him, but he also called himself a lawyer. But I want the NBA to actually help us to look into.
All right. So what piece? That's just a little snippet of it. But the goings on in Edo State, as ever, Apapa versus the Peter Obi jury space, and now as typical with Wafi people, is led to fisticuffs. So what's going on there?
Thank you, Waman. First of all, let me quickly tell people, I'm not a Labour Party member. I'm not obedient. I'm not Agbadorian. I'm not Kwankwasia, another PDP. But unfortunately, happened in my state yesterday. I think, Waman, did you check your WhatsApp? I sent you full clips, the videos to you.
Yeah, I saw it, but it's too graphic. Yeah,
it's too graphic. No, it was saddened me though because I don't understand this the way or the route a Labour Party will go. Like they say, I'm not trying to praise my state, but it's not a good stigma for us, They said don't they carry last. Yes, we keep telling people Edo politics is different from other
politics, but people don't understand. Like what Akim said the other day, people always just brush Edo aside. It's unfortunate, Nisha, at you people risk, as 35 states risk, because actually we actually stand for the stability of that country. But now, as they say, there's this, according to Labour Party, they have a by-election that's going on, so they are sending delegates to come to Benin, to different states, to now get their people ready. So I think according to them, Apapa came too, but Apapa escaped with luck. If they have caught him, I think they have removed 2 of his eyes. So they came to carry out their own functions, which is on their own. I don't know, see the video.
The way you describe it is so funny. So if they have caught him, they will have caught him.
Yes, now I know my people what they are going for. That is 2 left eye. No, I'm not straightening it to him. Now what people don't understand, the guy that beat up there, one is a Benin Edo man, and Ishanda Aslem, the former youth leader, and one other guy I don't know. You see the beating they gave to him. One man can send it to Ajako so I could see the beating.
Which Aslem? Aslem or Jesua?
No, Joshua. That just Aslem, the former Labour youth leader, national youth leader, that was joining Apapa. Remember the guy that was supporting Apapa in the court, fighting the other guy in the court that day at the beginning. So him and one other guy plus Apapa came to Benin, and information got out that they are in Benin, and they are going to hold their own fraction. This thing. What triggered Benin people is that, or Labour people is that. There's a fraction going on. There's this problem going on. Why are you coming to come and create another more problem? So if you come now and create your own, choose your own people, that means those states will have 2 fractional people. I mean, 2 leaders or 2 candidates. And again, that can be happening under some other state. But don't try to Edo. Since Edo is the headquarters of Labour, at least try to let them have stability in that place. But he came anyway, and the guy got the beating. They got the beating of their life, which is sad to me. You don't use violence to settle your.
The tone that you used to say beating of their lives, it didn't sound like though it was sad to you now. It sounds as though you relish it. They got the beating.
No, the guy that why you saw why they were matching that stamping on that guy's head. Now I saw all the videos, many videos. I still have more. And that guy is my Benin brother too. Though it's for the Asian stock. That's one thing for Benin people. They don't care. They don't use sentiment. They don't want to deal with you. They'll deal with you according to the substance on ground. They didn't say, "Oh, you are Benin. Okay, you go which side and start beating that guy." The other guy was less beaten than the Benin guy. The Benin guy was more. Oh, he got beaten. But my question is this: they will be waiting for his betrayal, because he was leading Apapa against Abure, so that triggered people more. You are son of the soil. No matter what, settled in house. So. They even let him to explain. After they gave him a lot of beating, and they're asking, what did you come to do in Benin? What is sad though? What is Apapa and Abure him in this thing? Can't they settle their problem once and for all? This is how they want to turn Labour Party in Edo State to thuggery and violent. They should stop this wahala. This is not going to help anybody, one man. And it's very, very sad. I'm not really supporting it. I send it to Ekene, But again, look at it. It's not really good for the both party. Apapa should stop this. He should not take Edo as other places is doing his dilly-dally. Edo people are very, 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 when they want to do something, they do it beyond. That's why they said do not carry last. Huh?
Apapa is not the problem now. We have people that attack the Apapa people now. Those are the ones.
Why is it? He's not supposed to come at all. There's a court. He lost a. See, in Edo State, Apapa lost a court case.
Why?
In Edo,
as a Nigerian citizen, is not supposed.
No. They have 2 court cases. That is the funny thing. They have one against Apapa in Edo, and Apapa have one against them in Imo. And funny enough, I don't know how they're going to win that case. I don't understand. 2 of them have 2 verdicts. Let me sort this one out. Both of them have 2 good verdicts for the against and for. In Imo, Apapa have a good court verdict to remove Abure. In Edo, Abure have a court verdict to keep Abure there to remove Apapa. Just that. You understand? So just that Edo won't come first before Papa won't come second. So in any way, the 2 verdicts stand, but which are they going to honor? Now you're heading to Supreme Court. to tell them they're going to Supreme Court with two different court this thing. So I don't know the one Supreme Court is going to take. You know, is the one in Edo that still affirm Abure as chairman. That's why Abure is still there. You understand? So if Abure be affirmed as a chairman, why you come to cause disunity over there? Because his presence there will cause problem. You're going to bring. Of course, he's going to conduct his own election, just like what happened to Obaseki in PDP legacy and legacy members and what they call themselves. That's the Nobi side. They had two fractions, the Ogbede Yama, and Obaseki has his own. That's why Benin people could not vote. Benin PDP delegates could not vote during Wike's this thing, during presidency, because they had two fractions. So when you come and create two fractions like that, you've already spoiled that state. You already spoiled the chances for them to challenge PDP or APC. Now they're already accusing Akpata for being Obaseki boy. Now you are coming to create somebody else there. You just destroy labor in out. At least you would have given that respect, give Benin that respect, leave them to do their own shenanigans. Then continue your national wahala with Abure. When you win, you can resettle everything. Now, see what happened now. Arambe, no, he was lucky too not to come. Like maybe Juju work for him. You know, but it's sad. Now he has started like this now. Other people will take note, and it's not good. It's not going to be good for labor. It will not be different from other parties that use Togri to settle their issues. You know, one man. So that's the case. That's how I see it, one man. It's not good. I'm condemning it. I'm not supporting it. I'm not praising it. And I'm telling people to desist from it. And Papa should desist from his own art too. Now, Bure should use his sense. You know, one man. That's the way I see it.
All right. Let me play you one more clip. That this one is at just about 3 minutes. So this is an interesting take on the Akeredolu space.
This substantive governor visiting the home of Governor Akeredolu, late Governor Akeredolu today. You see the demeanor of the wife and the contempt in the way he was looking at this governor who had just come to visit. You will know that it was all manipulative. And she's acting all sad now. But so 3 days ago, the wife of the governor was in Ondo State insulting everybody that they are bush people. A week ago, he met with some members of the House of Assembly. And now we're finding out tonight that Akeredolu didn't die in Germany. So they are all lying to the public that he died in Germany. Maybe they wanted to use that to take some more money out of the state. I don't get it. Everything is a lie. You know, now we might have to demand to see Akeredolu's body physically to be sure that he hasn't died a long time ago and buried before they came up to announce it. Because basically, what these people did, the wife, his son, and the political cabal in Ondo State, was just use his vulnerable condition to take out their greed on the state. 5 million people. They're just taking out money, forging signatures. That's why I say that if this was a saner society, these people will be investigated and properly investigated and indicted for the criminal acts they perpetrated using a vulnerable man. This should not have happened to Akeredolu at all. And that they could do this to their family, you can understand why they are so mean towards the people of Ondo State. And, you know, people will say, well, this is not the time to say it. But we had to say this during Yar'Adua's time. Unfortunately, we didn't learn from it. That's why this happened. Because had the law been properly done at that time, after the Yar'Adua saga, we would not have had to go through this. And this is a shame. It's a shame that now we are finding out tonight that he died in his house. As of yesterday, they said he died in Lagos. The family, because I saw a statement issued by the family today, signed by one Akeredolu Jr., saying that he died in Germany. They even passed on information yesterday to the media that he died somewhere near Hanover in Germany. So they're still manipulating as we speak. But I knew as of yesterday that something is fishy about, because when President Tinubu issued his own statement, he never mentioned where he died. Lagos State, he never mentioned. It's unusual that they all did not want to talk about where he died. I have a feeling, and I might be wrong, that this man probably died a long time ago before now, and they just kept him wrapped up somewhere in a cooler.
So what piece? So that's the narrative what Showore is actually putting forward. He's suggesting that Akeredolu actually passed away a while ago, and that they kept his body in animated suspension whilst they proceeded to loot the state coffers. And if you recall, over the last few weeks, we've been hearing reports of Akeredolu's signature being forged, to the point that they were saying they were going to bring forensic experts to come and investigate. So if you look at the narrative that they presented, they told us that he died in Lagos because they could not find dialysis machines. There's another little story that's not gained any traction, that he died at home, but then the family are telling us that he died in Germany. So what is the confusion about how this guy died? But what Showore is actually telling us is that we're back in a Yardua sort of situation when the guy died a while ago and they kept his body so that they can continue to loot the state coffers. So are you on board with Showore's conspiracy theory?
Wama, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We cannot hear you.
Do you know what's more embarrassing? Is I'm looking at my friend at the screen, not this guy, the guy that was interviewing Showore, but I just forgot his name. For me to call his name on my tongue. I don't know if it happens to you.
Oh.
The guy that was interviewing
Oh no, I don't know his name. Is that
I know his name. I know his name.
Northern guy that
Is that a northern guy?
Is a northern guy.
It's not a northern guy. It's from Auchi. It's not my friend. It's my in-laws friend. It's my
it speaks funky English.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his nickname. The last time we hung out, the last time I saw him was when I came 2007 from Japan. We stayed in Koma. My in-law. What's the matter? Hold on, please. Hold on. My mother-in-law just came in. Hold on, please.
All right. Who wants to pick it up from there? We just lost Prince Daddy there. I was going to go to him. Yes. Who wants to pick up?
Let me.
Yes, Ajanle Koko. Yes, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. Greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I think Showore, as we know him, investigative journalist, is doing it again the best. So we have to listen to him, and we have to encourage him to tell us more about what him and his team in Sahara's reporter have done, and report it accurately. Because the people of Ondo State that went through this misgovernance for the past 8 years deserve to know the truth, so that such will not happen again in that state or in any other state in the future. So, Showore is, I think he will still come out in the near future, in some days to come, to tell us more. What he has done is just to give us a little hint of what what the family, in conjunction with some of the political associates, the cabal, as they call them, have done with respect to covering up some truth. They have hidden away the truth from us as people, from the people of Ondo State. So we when we one man, the last time that, on the very day that the news came out that this man died, there was conflicting report. He died in Lagos. They were looking for dialysis machine to for him. Another report is saying that he died in Germany. So which one are we going to believe? So we should be having a conflicting report on the death of someone, particularly a governor of a state. We should be able to have a very accurate information on how he died, where he died, the time he died, and and then the state can prepare for his burial. So, but what we are
you know what Chorore is suggesting, there's common sense, there's logic to it, there is logic to it, because if you look at the series of events, the guy comes back from Germany when they said they said he has completed his treatment, and he goes and stays in Ibadan. So why would he stay in it? What especially is in Ibadan that is not available in Ondo? So you are either in Nigeria or you are not. And if you are in Nigeria, you'll be in your own home state. He was in Ibadan for about 4 months, thereabout, or maybe longer. And then they are telling us that they are forging his signature. How debilitated is he that he cannot hold a pen to sign a thing? And if he cannot sign, then that is incapacitation right there. And then they tell us he died in Lagos. They tell us he died at home. And then they tell us he died in Germany. And all the while, somebody is signing checks and money is leaving the state coffers. I mean, there might well be something to what Ore has to say.
Oh, yes.
Jalingo, please, sorry, let me take my time. Thank you. Yes, one man, the name I was looking for, his nickname is Sly. His name is Suleiman. The last name is Momo. Yeah, we are good friends. We all grew up together. Kenwa Road. I'm in GRA. Last time we hung out was when I came from Japan 2007. We stayed at my in-laws' place. Now, I see all the time. Yeah, my younger brother still communicates. He comes to Benin. My younger brother always take care of his logistic. Anyway, good to see my old friend one more time. Yeah, according to this report from Showore, I think it is like one too late for Showore to speak up, because I've once questioned Angelico, where's Showore? Ever since all this saga is going on in Nigeria, he has kept mute. But thank God he came out to speak on this Akrodelu issue, that he thinks he dies in Nigeria, not Germany.
What please?
Huh? Yeah.
Let me tell you this. So Red did not it's not true that your Showore kept mute. Actually, Showore's organization, what do you call it? Take It Back, had planned a mass demonstration in Ondo State before the president called them. Last time the president called them, and then had those the vice governor and some of the governor associates to sign a deal to work together. So, and that was what stopped the Take It Back organization from protesting across the state. So Showore organization have already planned that protest, and they have warned them. They have issued a statement that they're going to embark on a mass protest across the state. Every local government is steady. So, but they were able to, resolve this problem, because what Showore organization was pushing for is that by the Constitution of Nigeria, the governor is incapacitated. The vice governor must take over the reign must take over the mantle of leadership. So they were pushing that the governor, the vice governor must take over the mantle of leadership. But since the president was able to resolve it with them, and then they had the vice governor 2 weeks ago to take over the mantle of leadership, that was what stopped the protest. Otherwise, Showore would have been the news and his organization with their protest if they have not, if they didn't succeed to resolve that crisis. Then, so just to let you know,
okay,
didn't do anything. So he was trying to do something to stop the shenanigans.
All right. Good information. Thank you. Now, back to Akeredolu's situation, where it's unfortunate he came to this at the end part of his life, of his career. It was filled up with shady stuff. Yes, we should not look too far. First of all, we blame his family and blame his political associate. You know, this is the same thing that happened with Jaradua. But we must understand this. When it comes to politics, such thing is bound to happen. The people benefiting from the government will do everything to stay in power, because when the power change, when power shift, their entitlement will shift. They'll be out of the government, so they will do everything to be relevant, to keep that power going on. If they were able to do it in handing over, they would have done it to keep his dead. But I don't believe that he died long ago. I believe he died in Lagos when he died, but not in Germany and not long ago. That's the only part I cannot accept from sure. It doesn't mean he's lying. Because we all saw him when they were flying back to Nigeria. He was a very...
Did we see him?
Yeah, they were
you mean coming back from Germany?
Yeah. They were showing him.
You mean months ago?
Yeah, months ago. He was very weak. And when they showed him on the journey, when he on his weak spot and weak scene, they showed him inside the flight. You know, with the way they were talking, you could put 1, 2 together. The conversation then, the conversation there, is it around something coming back home? Yes, you could check the conversation then. It was about like they're talking about coming back. He's not dead. He's still very strong. You know, and he was talking too. He was making statement. But you could see that he was very weak, frail, you know. And he came back, they say, stayed in Ibadan. That was the only part I got worried about. How will he come and stay in Ibadan? And he didn't come to his state, and not even Lagos, if it's an hospital checkup or Abuja. That's another funny part of another funny thing again. But for me, I believe he died in Lagos. I think the mistake they made for bringing him back from Germany. Because you look to our constitution, a governor, I think governor, president, and the House of our Senate, they cannot stay absent from power for not less than 3 months. So I think that's why they rushed him back home to look for excuse to let people know he's still alive. And but unfortunately, the stuff got deteriorated and more, and he has to lose his life. But this is the problem of government. If the government is sick, the country will be sick. This is what happened during Buhari time. You know, when Buhari was sick, everybody was doing what they like because nobody can say the president. Then the chief of staff become very powerful. Whatever he says, he said the president said this, that was going to take. Everybody take all that from the chief of staff. In short, the chief of staff like a de facto president. Same with the presidency, governor of this, when Akeredolu was sick. So whatever the chief of staff says, everybody follows. So it's very sad. I think the Nigerian government have to look into it to find a way to create a law that will make it look more open, transparent for we to assess our governor, so that chief of staff don't take advantage of it. That of him dying in Germany, I don't buy into it. That of him dying a long time ago, I don't buy into it. I believe he died in Lagos. He was weak, and they were misusing his authority. That's how I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me use this window to do a bit of an update on that. The initiative, the level up initiative that we're still in the throes of. So this is where we are with that initiative. As you know, I sent 430,000. Can anyone not hear me? All right. So as you know, I sent 430,000 to Hassan, which he has acknowledged. Yes. So it says so that there it is right there. I sent him 430,000, and he said, funds received. I will give you a breakdown tomorrow. So that was a few days back. So this is where we are now. Hassan has been able to distribute it, and then I think he has done videos of it as well. So I've been chasing him then because, of course, to account for the money. So it's telling me compliments of the. It says I've been trying to upload the video since yesterday, but the network is not cooperating. I have been trying until I have been trying. That should be I will be trying until it is eventually uploads. So I've been chasing him up. Is that yes? So I've been chasing him up. So yes, it says I've been trying to upload the video since yesterday, but the network is not cooperating. I'll keep on trying. I think it meant until eventually uploads. Then it goes on to say, also you must not forget that my Christmas Orishirishi and my teeth is sacrosanct. So I think it's lost in the throes of the festive season, but I'm somewhat trying to push him. So I wonder, because before he was able to get us the initial videos, it took a while as well. So I'm pushing him here that I'm keen to account for the donations, but I know you are trying, and as you said, it's the festive season, so that's a sign. And then I also I've also sent the same amount, 430,000 naira to Folly B. So this is Folly B. So just as with Hassan, it says yes. Where do I pick it up from? What's this one? Oh no. All right, let me pick it up from here. So I've been having conversations with him over the phone, and then so just to tell him this is what is required of him. He sends me his account details, and then let's see. Oh yes, so yes, it says so this is it right here. It says I have sent it to your OPay. Let me know. Where did I mention the amount? That might well be over the phone. But I've got the receipt for that one as well. So 430,000 naira. Yes, it says I sent you. It says okay, I have sent it to your OPay. Please let me know when you get it. I sent 430, and he goes on to confirm. He says, okay, received with thanks. So that's 2 trenches now. We've sent a trench to Hassan, who is in the process of sending the report via video, and then we've sent the trench to Folly B, who is in the throes of working on it, and he will of course send in the report via video reports as well. So that's where we are with the initiative, just to give you a bit of an update, so you know where we are. So you know where we are. So let's go on then from Ajan Lekoko. Let's go on from
one more
yeah.
I want to ask what is Alpha?
Alpha
I didn't hear you. I did fine.
Okay. Alpha now. What is happening? They don't kill those guys.
Which guys?
That guy what they beat, that guy survived that beating. And I sell him.
He survived, I not die. He survived.
That beating too much. I later watched the full video. That guy they won't kill him.
Yeah, the video was too much. It was too much. You see that old man, they flog that old man like say they flog he goats.
Is this a private conversation? Can we hear from Ajani Koko?
All right. Go to Ajani Koko. Thank you.
All right. Ajani Koko, you were in that Showore space, and you were somewhat on board with what Showore was theorizing to the Akeredolu narrative. Ajani Koko.
Yes, one man. I'm on board with Showore because of the conflicting reports surrounding the where Akeredolu died and how he died and what was responsible for his death. They're nothing straightforward. We cannot hold something concrete as far as his death is concerned. So it called for questioning, it called for investigation, and so they have done well to brought this. So they have done well by bringing this to the fore for everyone to take a look. So if we have a government that functions, particularly in that state, I think that you set up a panel of investigation. The assembly should, set up an inquiry. But who is going to do so? It's a party government that we have in Nigeria and in that state. So the governor himself, the deputy himself, was fenced out. They didn't even let him know what is going on with his boss.
Do you think the deputy knew he was dead already?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure, but you might be having, it might be getting some information, and who knows? Who knows? But I think if we really want to do good for the state, the deputy should set up an investigation to get to the root of what really happened to Akeredolu. Why was he in Ibadan for many months and not in Ondo State? What
you don't think Akeredolu is too big a national figure to be investigated by Ayedatiwa?
No. This is not Akeredolu. No. This is not Akeredolu. Somebody that was sick and had his people, his associates around him that fenced everybody out, including the deputy. They didn't manage the situation well. The situation was not well managed. So the deputy now, if we really want to do good, we are talking of, a state matter now. This is not a personal issue. The deputy should set up investigation to unravel all the, these hidden things surrounding the poor health of this guy. How was it managed? Was it managed well, or was it managed? Was it as a result of poor management of his health care that resulted to his death? This should be investigated, because nobody knew. It was. The whole thing was kept in secrecy and was managed in secrecy, and it shouldn't be like that. So the deputy have a responsibility to make sure that these people that manage it, Akeredolu, who did not manage him well, possibly might have resulted to the death of this man. If this man had been well managed, maybe he wouldn't have died. Why hurry to run back from Germany, where he was getting good treatment, only to come to Nigeria and sit down in one house and they said this and that, and after that they are telling us they couldn't get dialysis machine. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me that there's no dialysis machine in the whole of Lagos? That's not true. They are lying. Something is hidden somewhere that they don't want to bring open to the people. They are lying. And that is the lie that we must go after and get those people that are lying
and punish them. They did something wrong for that state and to Akeredolu himself. Because somebody who is unhealthy will not be able to do a lot of things, will not be able to monitor things, will be somebody struggling for his life. What can he do? Nothing. But this cabal around him that were managing the state on his behalf for their own selfish interests and keeping the the deputy away from what is going on with his boss, I think they deserve to be punished. So that is so Sowore has done has done well to speak out, to let us to do the breakdown of the scenario, the lie from one point to the other. So it is now left for the state to do the right thing and carry out investigation so that we can get to the truth and and use the outcome of this investigation to prevent the occurrence of this in the future. And maybe some other states around the country can as well learn. Maybe it could result even to pushing of law in our National Assembly on how head issues surrounding the head of affairs of the state should be managed and stuff like that. So investigation is necessary. So I want to give kudos to Sowore. He's not playing politics. He's just trying to fight for the interests of his people, people of Ondo State, and for Nigeria at large, Nigeria as a whole at large. So that's the way I see it, Boma.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, to the headline on the screen, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Seems to be just the way Nigerians should look to the future. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Nigeria's naira amongst world's worst performing currencies, set for worst year since 1999. With no rebound in sight. This is coming from Bloomberg. And the two currencies that are worse than Nigeria is the Lebanese pound and the Argentine peso. So this is it. There's no bright sparkles in the horizon as at yet. The difficult times will get a lot more difficult before it gets better. That's the international assessment of the Nigerian space. 55% of its value lost, the naira.
One more. No ending in sight for this devaluation of our currency. And one thing that is responsible for it is Nigeria is not a productive state. Nigeria have no productivity to defend our currency. And Nigeria is a highly consumed. The rate at which we import and consume things in that country, with low productivity at home, we can't get solution to the problem. We cannot get solution to the problem. The only way to get solution to the problem is when we begin to produce in Nigeria, consume what we produce in Nigeria, and then make it officially that, by the government, that whatever we produce in Nigeria is worse, we should consume and use at most
That is the only way we can have our currency appreciation. If we don't do that, and we continue to concentrate on consumption, particularly of product from outside Nigeria, our currency will get hit for it. We continue to suffer devaluation. Imagine if this, how do I describe it? These criminals and bastards that we have in the position of authority that are spending 150 million to buy vehicle, Japanese-made vehicle, making Japanese economy richer, making Japanese workers in those Toyota and Lexus and whatever you call them to continue to have jobs to do. Imagine that is not what they did, and they order vehicle from Innocent, not another Nigerian-made vehicle. What that is going to do is that we are going to have more productivity in Nigeria. We are going to create more jobs. We are going to have our economy expanded, and we are going to use more of our currency. And it is when you use more of your currency as a means of settling payment, that is when your currency, that is what will stabilize your currency value. But reverse is the case. We use more of dollar than naira. So dollar is more popularly even used in Nigeria than the dollar. The amount of dollar we have in our circulation in terms of value surpasses what we have in naira. So what kind of country is that? Where is that done? Wherever you have a situation like that, then your currency will be battered by the foreign currency that overpowered your currency. And I mean, it's just simple arithmetic, simple economics, demand and supply. So the only way to get our naira back is for us to, the government at all levels in Nigeria, to develop an habit of using Nigerian-made product, less import product. When people see their leader championing the product made in Nigeria, people will follow the same suit. But what have we seen? It's a different game. So I don't see it inside. These people are not serious. The people we have in position of authority, right from the federal government to the state, they are not serious people. If we want to do the arithmetic of the total amount being spent for Toyota vehicle, SUV, for official use, as official use vehicle in Nigeria, I mean, you will just shake your head. When will you be able to get it? We won't be able to get it right. The same thing, some other items and products that they use in various government establishment. So that's the only way out. We should look at the example of Russia. When the West slammed Russia with sanctions, and they said they are not going to import, they are not going to get the gas from Russia. They imposed economic sanctions. What is Russia did? They said, okay, if you want to buy our product, you have to pay in ruble. And what did that do for Russian currency? It appreciated in value. A country, even in war now, posted an economic growth, a GDP growth of 5.5%. That is a country in war, a country that the whole Western nation declared economic sanction against. They are using proxy war to fight them and still posting economic growth. It's just because they don't use dollar anymore. If you want to buy our product, you have to buy in ruble. So you see the appreciation of their currency against other international, even against the dollar, against other international currency. So that is the only way out. Nigeria must look inward, use their own product, consume what we have, and do away in a very substantial rate. Do away in the substantial rate against imported product. That is the only way out. So all this money that we have in the forex that are mostly used on consumable items, imported items into our economy, it is not meant for productivity but for consumption. How long will we continue to waste away money that should have been used to develop our industry and improve on our productivity, but rather we are using it for imported this thing. So one man.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, thank you, Ola. Come in.
Now, I agree with you in total. But now, let me give. What do you think the masses? What do you think we can do on our own part? Now, when the population of students going overseas now, like Canada now, I think this year alone they have about 47,000 work permits, and in the UK they said the work permits, the study permits jumped from 20,000 like 3 years ago to 127,000 in this year. We know the implication of that, right? Dollars, pound sterling. So how do we how do we deal with this? So because it's not even limited to the National Assembly wastefulness alone. But then something is coming from our home. Then how do we deal with productivity in education? How do we deal with that? Because to me personally, the situation of Naira should even be an opportunity for us, in honesty.
So sorry, apologies, Ola. Ola, and everyone. Let me bail out, hand over to Thomas. Thomas, vigilance is the watchword. I don't think I need to say more than that. Vigilance, the watchword. So yes. Thank you, everyone. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Thank you all. Back to you.
Okay. So I think you said you are handing over to Thomas, or you made mistake about that, because I can't see Thomas say.
I think Thomas just sent me a message to say it's ready. Maybe
I don't worry, we meet me here, no problem.
Yeah, it will meet you here. It will meet you here.
So now the thing now is this, because we have the leakage even from the masses too. I know it is a response to what the government is not doing properly. So from my own perception, what foreign education is even doing to our forex is also huge. And not only when I say foreign education, it's not even about the university education alone. even some of us still believe that if we don't go to Dubai, if we don't go to India, we are not going to have good IT certification. So how do we deal with that? Isn't it like maybe Ajahn Gogo, for example, and Simba can just come together and go and establish university in Nigeria or establish some training institutes in Nigeria to just stop this? Because it's opportunity. The drop in Naira should signal something to anybody that knows how to. Because I don't know how to classify education, because I see education as investment, not consumption this time around, even though we consume from the foreign, but that's investment. Even this is the type of investment that is killing our economy too. Because you carry that money overseas, you study there, and you stay there. You are no longer coming back to Nigeria again, where possible. So, Baba, how do we solve that?
Ola, you see, it is very easy to solve. And the way to solve it is to invest massively on education. What I mean by massive investment, it has to start from elementary, secondary, and university. We have to, our educational infrastructure, we have we have to rebuild them, and a lot of investment have to go into our educational infrastructure. If we can do that, it's not something that we can achieve within the short period. It's a massive investment that we have to carry out for a long period of time. And if we can do that, let's say for 5 years or 8 years, that will automatically reduce this japa on education to go and study abroad. Because what we're going to have an educational infrastructure that can give that education at home that you want to go and abroad. So there won't be any need to say you want to go and even study.
But why don't we start from the elementary one?
And that's what
because that is much important than the one that are already grown, that are jackpying. If we start from the elementary one, you know, you know this for a fact. There are some 9, 7, 8, 6, 11, 12 that has never stepped their foot in school before in that Nigeria. Never.
What do you mean by 8, 9, 10 that never stepped their foot in school? I don't know what you mean.
I mean that their parents they doesn't even have the capacity to send them to school at all.
Okay. Yeah. That is why I said earlier that massive investment right from the elementary.
Oh, yes, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah.
Hello. Sorry. You think the people that you are talking about, Thomas, they are not the one those people, they cannot japa now.
Exactly.
You know, if the middle class and the rich,
if we start from there, at least it will build our educational structure for the future.
I think what we should be talking about is not about it. We can improve the infrastructure, but it's like we have to change our taste in terms of craving for foreign things. Nigerians now, we don't believe that you can be successful by even getting education in Nigeria. It's not a matter of availability. Education is available, both privately and even from the public one. But the belief is that once you are out, you have your education in a foreign country, especially in the Western world, it means that you are going to be successful. You understand? So the belief,
yeah, but that's the notion, isn't it?
Exactly. And that is what is the motivating people. That's our motivation generally, to go abroad, to go and study, so that you know that when you finish, you get job. So what we should be talking about.
But they are correct anyway. They are not wrong.
No, they are correct. That's what I'm saying. That we should not be talking about maybe investment in the. The issue is that we need a total overhaul of our economy, so that we have to create jobs, so that when people finish their education, they should be able to get job in our country. It's the availability of job that is making people to go out to seek for education.
If the government are not putting, if government are not putting more of our budget on, I think the most important thing in this country is education, health, and defense. The most of their budget is always on these three aspects.
You still don't get what we are talking about. It's not as if people cannot get that education in Nigeria that is making them to leave Nigeria. They can get the education, but what they believe, the belief is that, and Allah has alluded to that, is that once you finish, what is the opportunity? And the kind of another problem is that most of these foreign countries don't also value our certificates. So people want to go there, get their certificates, so that it improves the opportunity of getting.
No, Simba. I don't know. That's not. Let me correct that one. It's not true that they don't value our certificates. No, because some of us we came here with that certificate.
Okay, let me give you. I don't know. I'm talking because of my whole line of discipline. If you are a doctor in Nigeria, you still have to go and write exams.
No, okay. No, that I get. See, even if you are a doctor in the United Kingdom, for example, you can't just come to Canada and start practicing. I can tell you for that one for free.
Hey, let me tell you the level at which. Let me tell you. Just hold on, Ola. The level at which you are going to start varies and is different.
Yeah. No. It's actually almost the same, to be honest, because there's a peculiarity. Okay, look at this place now. If you got your engineering certificate somewhere in Europe, you have to come to Canada, and the engineering group, they will have to accept you. They will have to verify all your practices to make sure that to guarantee the safety of the public. So for you to add that PNG here in Canada, you will go through a lot. There's no direct conversion, honestly. But when you take all those professional, like medical, the legal away, then when you talk of, let's say, people in the computer science now, it's a global thing. So they are not seeing anything of safety, anything that has nothing to do, that has no serious impact on safety, you can put in directly. And you are coming from Nigeria.
Let me say this. Finish what is it? Let me say this. Finish, please.
So you are coming from Nigeria, maybe as a project manager, business analyst, programmer. No, you fit in immediately. You can even get job directly from Nigeria. That is exactly where I'm going to. That investment in education in Nigeria should not be just for you to just produce people from school. No, you can actually establish some kind of career pathway. That school now in Nigeria should not just be doing tests and exams for students. You should be working with industries for people to get job. You understand? Now we are talking of okay, maybe probably next year now Nigeria is going to spend $4 billion on education in foreign land. That is telling you that is a huge market in Nigeria for opportunity. That $4 billion in Nigeria can make life for like about 500,000 people. Can create job for about 500,000 people in Nigeria. So private universities that can just take the whole the bull by the horn. All you need to do, stop teaching and pushing people out. Start working with company. Universal Steel. What is going to be your requirements? Let us work with you and train people. We are going to give to you Innocent Motor, Dangote Cement, please don't go to India. What they are doing in India, let us replicate in our institution. Train, and put people there. So I'm saying this thing intentionally to know the size of that company. So otherwise, spending $4 billion on education, foreign education in Nigeria next year, the following year too, it may as well go to like 6 billion. So it's not going to be what the NAS members are spending. It's not going to be limited to import or toothpick and all those things alone. Even what we do, what we can do, because there's no way that we can say no, education is not what we cannot invest in Nigeria. We know that for sure. So
thank you. Let me say before you go in, they still respect our school in abroad. Like my own wife, she's a registered nurse in Nigeria. When we came here, they contacted Bangkok University. They asked for her transcript. Bangkok University sent a transcript to Australia. They verify it, and they place her on 3 months course just to familiar her to what is going on in Australia nursing sector. And boom, she got her permanent certificate in RN. She's an RN. Just 3 months bridging course. Automatically, she became RN here. Same result from Nigeria. So they do respect our yes. It may not be in all sector. Like myself now, I'm an engineer. They want me to go back to school and read. They don't really respect our engineering certificates. You know what I mean? So it differs on different aspects of your doing, of what you specialize on. Like in nursing now, you can come here, yeah.
Thomas, you will see that what they are doing to you in engineering is not limited to Nigerians alone, right? It's because you have to learn the practice there. Like engineering school in Canada is different from that of Nigeria. So the one of the US and Canada are the same. So if you're studying in America, becoming a registered engineer in Canada is not difficult. It's different from where you are coming from, Germany, or you are coming from.
Because they need more health professionals, right? Than other professions.
Than engineers.
Yes, that's the reason why. If for nurses, they need more nurses, but for doctors, you have to go through the regiments.
Very rigorous, my brother. Very rigorous for doctors.
Yeah.
Emeka, let me tell you something within the Electrical Engineering Society here. See, let's assume you wire a house, you test everything, and maybe at the point of energizing, if you see a spark alone, just a spark, you've not burnt anything, immediately, it's not going to be till tomorrow. Immediately, right online there, they suspend your license, including the supervisor that even certified that place. You'll be under probation. If it reoccurred again, you will lose your license. You understand?
No, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. Both of you are. Why I say the need, you see, why is tighter for other profession but easier? Like what Thomas is giving, the example he's giving with his wife, right? All over the Western world, they need more health nurses and the PSW workers, right? Who will take care of elderly ones, or nurses who would come in and support, because the health sector, right, needs more people. Or like doctors, you understand? Nurses are the ones who would do the triage and everything. Then doctors can come in later on to finalize everything. So once you've gone through the line, okay, you've done this, all they just need to do is just to bring you in quickly. They know you have the skill set. But for doctor, they will take you through that test because it's very, very regulated. Very regulated.
They are the most critical. They are the critical.
And why it's regulated is because of them. It's not that they just want to make it so tough. They just want to make it so tough.
Well, doctor, you're talking about, they are the one that they are going to give prescription. They are the one that will carry out surgery. When we are even talking of fertility.
But now, nurses in Canada can give prescription pills now. They can write prescription now. I don't know if you're aware.
I'm aware.
They just did the law. They can write prescription pills now. So they're just making it a bit difficult. They have their reasons. I'm not going to argue about that. But,
I know. To be honest, I respect. See, let me tell you something. This was even to tell you how they take things seriously here. My computer science professor was saying something one day that he didn't start with computer science, that he was actually a chemistry student. He now said in a laboratory. Now, you know the first rule of laboratory or workshop is say, if you are in doubt, ask. So this one he didn't ask. He was supposed to give a 0.00 milligram of a chemical substance. He was supposed to use that in the laboratory. So that point was missing, and this guy put 5 milligram instead of 0.005 milligram. You know what they did? They say they called him to the panel as you are dangerous to the public. To the public. I'm telling you, they say you are dangerous to the public health. And the next thing, they advise him that, oh, you can no longer continue with chemistry. We are even talking of 100 level student. And that was how they just said, okay, please, you choose from this side. That's how he became a computer science student. It's telling you how these people will never joke with their things. So to me,
but Ola, this Western world, they still take care of each other. Like if nurses, if you are a nurse from UK, doctors from UK, if you come to Australia, you get employment straight. No, you don't need to go to any courses. No, UK and Australia is almost the same thing. Like the king in Australia, yeah, the king in Australia, in UK
Thomas,
now.
that was what I was trying to let Ola know before. That so it's not the same all over the world. There are some countries that they give preference to.
They give preference to, like the king in UK
let
now.
Me tell you,
is still
let me
our
even
king.
tell you, Thomas. Not only even in terms of work, even in terms of remuneration. In terms of remuneration, let me tell you, here in Saudi Arabia, if you are trained in Western world, maybe you are American trained or UK trained and all those things, they pay them higher than people from Africa.
Wow, that's discrimination.
No, it's your country. If you are not comfortable, you leave.
You understand? I don't know their reason. Maybe they have their reason. I don't know.
They believe those one from America have better education than the one from Africa.
No, that's the blatant lie.
You understand?
No. I think it's a matter of
doctors in the West, right? They are being paid very well. So for them to leave the West to come to Saudi Arabia, you have to pay them more. So people from Africa prefer to leave because they're not paid well. So if you want a doctor from the United States or the UK to come, somebody who's already doing well, being paid well,
established,
you have to pay him more.
You have to pay them. They use that money to attract them.
Exactly.
Emeka, let me back you up in a monetary term. Now, a doctor that is earning $400,000 in Canada, I don't see any doctor is earning that in Nigeria. So if he wants to work in Saudi Arabia, for example, what do you expect? 400,000 in Canada? And you go to Saudi Arabia, so you must make more than that, right? So that's just the way I see it. So probably, like you said the other time, now maybe a consultant is earning less than 2 million in Nigeria now, right? So that's less than even $2,000. So maybe a doctor in Nigeria is earning like
consultant will be happy to take like $200,000 in Saudi Arabia. Will be more than happy to take it. But
Emeka, but why are we doing this to our health practitioner in Nigeria? My own sister, his husband is a surgeon and also a general practice. When he told me how much is any per month, when he told me how much is earning per month. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I said my own sister's husband is a surgeon and a GP, general practice doctor. When he told me how much he's earning as a federal government doctor, I just shook my head, my brother. What is earning monthly? I will easily make it. I will easily make it in 3 days, maybe in 2 days.
Thomas, let me tell you what is happening. There is no, apart from probably South Africa, most African countries don't pay their health workers well.
Simba, very ridiculous money. Very ridiculous money.
It's even worse now if you convert the money now to a higher currency because of the devaluation that is ongoing. But what I want to say is this: you discover that apart from, because from what I can see here, you don't see Ghanaian doctors leaving their country the way Nigerian doctors are leaving their country.
Well, they pay very well.
It's not. Let me tell you what is happening in Ghana. You know, the Ghanaian government closed their eyes to the shenanigans of the doctors or the health practitioners in Ghana. to allow them to stay. You know, in Ghana, what they do is this: they pay them their salary, and they allow them to do private practice. To the extent that all doctors, they turn the public hospitals to their private hospitals. They will go and bring their own patient from outside. If you are a surgeon, you can come and operate, and you collect your money and you pocket it.
Who does that?
In a government hospital. You understand? So there's a lot. So, you know, let me tell you, money makes people to relocate. But if the gap between what you are getting in your country, and let me tell you, Nigerian doctor can let's say if you are offer, let's say $5,000 outside, and you can get like maybe $2,500 or $3,000 in Nigeria. Most people will not.
Simba, let me ask you, how much is a doctor earning in Nigeria? Do you know how much they are earning monthly? I don't know how you guys do them.
It depends on your rank. It depends on your rank.
It's earning 400, 350, 400.
Maybe it's a junior doctor. You understand?
Somebody that is practicing for 15 years.
Like registrar, how much will a senior registrar earn in Nigeria?
Presently, they earn around 5,000. I mean, 500,000. 500,000. 500,000, 600,000. That's what they earn.
Oh my goodness! The money that second level in the bank we earn we comfortably. Even it will be even more than that now. That's terrible. At least for you to be a senior registrar, you must have spent a minimum of 10 years, right?
No. If you are fortunate to maybe immediately after you finish your service, you get your residency, then it will take you like 3 years. If you are a smart one and you are good, you can do it within 3 years and become a senior registrar.
So like consultant, all those consultant income, like consultant 2 and all those jargon you use.
You need before you can become a consultant, you will be in training for extra 6 years.
Now just imagine that and someone on level 3 on level 3, the top level of bank will now be any more than the consultant. Is that not ridiculous?
Simba, let me just say this. It's not about bragging, no. My brother is earning 400, 450. Let's just say 400. Divide 400,000 divided by 800 naira to a Australian dollar now. That means it's earning $500. If am I right? 400,000 divided by 800. Yeah, let me 400,000. 400,000 divided by 800. That is $500. So it's earning $500 monthly. I earn more than $500 in a day if I do double shift. So what a doctor is collecting monthly in Nigeria, I easily earn it in a day. Is that not ridiculous?
No, Thomas, you might even want to compare Nigeria to Nigeria, right? The telecom workers, the bank workers.
Before we go on, Thomas, can I send you my account number? Because this morning that you have been mentioning, I need you to send something to me.
No, I'm Babati. I'm not lying.
Bless me with this some of these funds. Shall I give you my Zelle? I have Zelle and
Babati, if I did double, Babati, it's not. I'm just comparing. It's because it's just ridiculous. If I did double shift, I will earn almost $800 a day.
I think what's in
Australian dollar.
I think is what Nigeria should adopt. Like America too. You have admitting privileges in hospitals, even private. So you just share the cost between the provider and the hospitals. I think Nigeria, the hospital should do that more, where you just build the hospital, you create spaces for people to operate, to admit. Then the cost is shared between the doctor and the nurse and the hospital administration. That will open up a new market for people. So I think that's something that they can make more money, charge more. Then you have grade A, B, or C hospitals. So if you have more money to spend for your healthcare, you have people that can cater for you. You know, it's like a luxury class or something like that. So that will help to retain people. But you can the way the world is right now, Simba can even testify to. If you want to live in Nigeria, you will leave because they can't pay you enough. There's no amount they can pay Nigeria that can match what is earning in Saudi Arabia or the UK.
But they are waiting for you in Nigeria to come and join the doctor in Nigeria. Please, we need more doctor. If you are a patriotic Nigeria, you have to move back to Nigeria.
I was not Simba. Maybe Simba. I was not trained in Nigeria. Simba is the one that should go back. Simba was trained, so Simba owes Nigeria. Simba owes Nigeria.
Babati, do you know how many years I've served Nigeria?
Go and serve them, man. Simba
to my song play patriotic.
No. A person like Simba is not a threat to our dollars. As a matter of fact, Simba is earning and is sending back home. It's not a threat. Because he has not used our money.
No. What is Ola saying? Who is
no. Simba is actually supporting Nigerian economy based on what we are talking about.
How do you know we are not doing that? How do you know we are not doing that?
No, I'm not accusing you.
Why are you attacking? It's not particular about me, just making me as an example.
As an example now? Yeah.
So the thing is this. Simba is the person that is going to be problem to Nigerian economy. No, Ajale Goku, Ejo. No, you see, average Nigerian, okay, like average school fees in Canada now, when you want to do 2 years diploma, you'll be paying like $36,000, right? On average. Now, $36,000, that's for your school expenses, not your accommodation. You are still going to pay for accommodation.
It's still feeding is there. So expenses is there, pocket money.
Maybe the cost of your education in Canada for 2 years will be around close to $60,000. Assuming you are not working in Canada, assuming you are bringing everything from Nigeria. Now, calculate that across 46,000 Nigerians now that may likely get a work permit, a study permit. We are still not talking of America. America is the father of them all. Is the father of them all.
Let me tell you this. My cousin, whose daughter is in Canada there, he wanted to send another one this year, but he couldn't meet up because of the devaluation. I think they are now asking him to have like a 60 million naira in his account before they can be granted the visa. So 60 million naira.
Go for corruption now. If that person is in position to see money, right?
Can I ask Simba a question? Because he is the medical provider on the platform. Simba, I've been noticing something in Lagos when it comes to like cardiology, for instance. That this thing of people traveling to India for medical tourism. I'm seeing that Nigeria is trying to cut off that Indian market, where you can come to Nigeria and do the whole thing, but they are mostly foreign trained Nigerian doctors. What do you think the government can do because medical tourism is a huge market that I'm surprised that Nigeria is not making money off of, if you look at our location on the map. So what can Nigeria do to peel off when it comes to like transplants and all those complicated surgery that we can attract more dollars to Nigeria? What can the Nigerian doctors do in terms of building structures and specialists in the government's role? I'm actually very
The example you gave is a very good example, because even if you look at the India health sector, it was actually developed by the private practitioners. If you remember, the most popular hospital in India, the Apollo Group, that guy, the man Apollo himself, was actually a cardiovascular surgeon in US, who came back home and invested in their health sectors. And that was what actually revolutionized their health sector. So people are trying to do that in Nigeria. I have a friend who opened a very big hospital in Abuja, and they are doing interventional cardiology. All these CAT and all those things. In fact, one of my classmates that had a myocardial infarction was actually treated in that hospital, and he survived. Ordinarily,
okay. Let me call something, because Simba, I know some people that have traveled from America here, Americans, to Nigeria for fertility. For some reason, they've done very well when it comes to fertility, stuff in Nigeria. But for other special, I know cardiovascular too. I've seen some moves, but like nephrology, transplant, like liver, all those things, like that you need.
They are doing kidney transplant for fun in Nigeria. For fun.
No, you tell them Simba. Forget transplant. Is the post surgery treatment and medical management of it. You
okay,
have
so you are looking at post. The problem is I agree with you. The problem is actually because even the availability of the medications and the cost. To do the kidney transplant, you can look at the cost and immediately, it's going to cost 10 million naira. Okay, people can raise that. But what about the medication that will make the kidney to be accepted by your body and all those things that you need to be, because you have to be, they have to suppress your immunity to actually to avoid the rejection. So you are right. It's not actually that they cannot manage it, but most people cannot afford what they need to do after, because the monthly expenses is not actually affordable to an average Nigerian. And so at the end of the day, most of them will not be able to continue with the medication, and that is what is actually going to cause the problem.
Because
because most of these drugs are imported also.
When they discuss transplant, because I've gone to some spaces where we've had this discussion, but they don't understand that there are pre and post treatment for transplant. They think just get there, like they think it's a car body,
like one-off thing, like one-off thing.
Yeah, like you just do it and just leave. I'm like, it doesn't work that way. You have to. There's for the rest of your life, you must take meds, you must do blood work, you must all those follow up. And I don't think we should just focusing on building theaters for, you call it theater, right? You call it surgical rooms or hospitals for transplants, without also understanding that there's more to the treatment, like you brought up the medications now. But let's
Babati, X is very expensive. You understand? Healthcare is very, very expensive.
Okay, for the average Nigerian, I get that, but I'm saying that to attract foreign dollars, people going to India that are going there for those medical tourism, they are mostly foreigners. It's not Indians going there mostly.
I've been there several times. I know what you are talking about.
Yes. So those people, how do you bring them into Nigeria to dump India and choose you? Cost, of course, is going to be one of the reasons.
I know what you are talking about. Yeah. It will take a long time before, we blacks, we have this inferiority complex. Even, let me tell you, what you can get, the same quality care that you can get in Nigeria, people would prefer to go and get it because we don't even trust ourselves.
Simba, that thing I noticed,
you understand?
Even that cardiovascular hospital in Lagos, when they were marketing because their YouTube page, even though they had Nigerian doctors that were well trained, they still put the white lady from America at the forefront because they know Nigerians want to see the white face. That's who they will want to come and see.
You are getting what I'm saying now. Yes, we have this taste for anything foreign. We believe that is maybe because of their colonial mentality.
It's not that inferiority complex. It's not that complex. Inferiority complex.
But Simba, the reason is number one, our healthcare services is poorly managed.
No, we are not talking about government this time around. We are talking about private.
But private, hold on. Number one, a lot of people are seeing situation even in some of the best hospitals that you talk, private hospitals. They have seen series of incidences where people for
negligence, they lost their life.
Yeah, negligence and something that you cannot even imagine that could happened, and people just lost their life. So that is why they don't really have that confidence in private hospitals in Nigeria. So you cannot blame them because the private hospital are
what you are saying
a very hardship condition. They are struggling, and when you see businesses struggle, they will manage one thing or the other for survival, and in the course of doing that, they will do some things that is not right. So
let me quickly say this before I forget. If they are doing transplanting of kidney in Nigeria, what pushed Okuremadu to go to the UK?
It's not just the transplanting. That's the point, Thomas, I was making earlier. There is more to it than just the actual procedure itself.
The after care,
the post-op treatment is there.
Yes.
I'm gonna go there and just do surgery and that's it. No, there's more to it. They must watch you for.
But are you telling me that all those people they did in Nigeria, they didn't survive?
No,
they also do the
management of it is not something that I can trust to put my own family member.
And that is why we a lot of people have to leave for abroad where they can get the best of the best, surgery.
But Baba Jaleku, let me tell you this. is in as much as we don't believe in ourselves. It's not about it's just the belief. I'm very sorry to say, and it's not limited to health care. Even food. People brag by saying, I import my water. I imported my whatever I'm eating is imported.
Do you know this guy that always brag about Sujimoto? That built houses in Nigeria.
It's just let me tell you, Baba,
from
what
Germany.
you say, yes, it might be it's a very valid point too. But the major problem, let me tell you, is that belief. We don't believe in ourselves.
I agree with you on that. And
so it's not limited to healthcare. You see somebody, even the education, mention it, anything.
You're
right. The same mentality that we say, okay, we produce car in Nigeria. You will say no, the Nigerian car is definitely is going to be a substandard. Anything that we produce, we believe that is substandard.
But wait, Simba, it wasn't like that before. It's because we have.
I don't know when is that before that you are talking about.
Okay,
I don't know when is that before.
The example of vehicle you mentioned now, Nigeria used to use made in Nigeria vehicles.
Peugeot and Volkswagen.
Are they really made in Nigeria vehicles?
Assembly in end now. Assembly.
They are not.
Hold on. Forget whether it is assembled. Were they not assembled in Nigeria?
The Peugeot that we know that the Peugeot of that time is the same Peugeot that they ride in Nigeria, that they ride in that was also the same thing in France. The Volkswagen of Germany is not different from the one in Nigeria.
Look,
you want to tell me now? Let me tell you, Babajale, you want to tell me that if Toyota have an assembly plant in Nigeria, Nigerians will not buy it.
That's what
they will buy.
Yeah,
it's the same. Let me tell you. But by the time you are named, if not is assembling Toyota, people will buy it. If Innocent is assembling Mercedes, they will buy it. But because it's not and it's innocent, it's not going to be good. That is the basis.
We should even give credit to those guys. We don't have. Nigeria is a very difficult country.
For people to buy those kind of cars, your government have to start buying them. When the government buys those cars and they are
even those ones that have names. You remember during the military regime, the military regime make it mandatory that nobody should use any government official should not use any other vehicle apart from Peugeot. If you remember that time,
Peugeot,
the governors were using everybody. They made it a law. So even if you can see that they have to force us to even use a foreign assembly vehicle. Talk less now that we are talking about. The only thing Babati said,
you can't call it foreign. But anyway, you are partially right. But that car, for the fact that they are made in Nigeria, assembled, as we may call it, assembled in Nigeria, plant in Nigeria, that assembled them, we all saw it as, oh, this is our own.
This is our own, yes.
This is our own.
Yeah.
If we have had Innocent Motor back then, Obasanjo would have mandated Nigerians to buy Innocent Motor instead of France, and they would have even supported Innocent Motor to succeed. But all this kind of leadership we have now does not believe in Nigeria. They don't love that country.
Nigeria does not even believe in Nigeria. Forget about the leaders.
No, Ajali Koko, let's throw the coin. Let's throw the coin upside down now. What of the criticism of Innocent Mother that is breaking down in 36 months? What do you think about that?
Don't listen to that.
That one is the lie now.
I need conscience. I need conscience. You don't want to buy it, but this is the question:
if it is possible for me, if it is possible for me to import Innocent Motor, I will import it and use it in America here. If it is possible,
but they must go to the American safety. But the question is, Thomas, remember 20 years ago, we never really liked Nigerian music like that. People were listening to American music. But the Nigerian music industry, they have to improve their own game in terms of quality of music itself, the production, video shoots, marketing. They have to invest to bring up the quality. So even I want people to buy from Nigeria, but they also have to improve the quality of what they're producing. No, I know Nod says that he produces good cars.
But sorry for cutting you. Are you telling me one of these southeast states that bought Innocent that came out, we treated it here, that in 3-6 months the car is breaking down? Even Innocent, let me finish, please. Even Innocent himself were unable to maintain the car for the government. And you still want people to patronize Innocent?
As I said, do you remember when Kia first came out? Kia. When Kia first came out, they had that issue. But do you know what the government did? They backed them up with funding in the billions to improve the standard.
But that's the private. Nigeria cannot back Innocent. That's a private.
No. But Kia, can I have something? But Kia created that technology. Innocent did not. It was just using a company in China, and they just put their logo on it. So they're just using that. So it's not the same. And I think the problem that we're making is this: if we actually create the idea ourselves, our people will like it. Just like someone used music as an example. That's why the problem is this: a PhD holder in Nigeria, can a PhD holder of let's say engineering, for example, can a PhD holder come up with how we can create a pencil?
Let me reply you. Let me reply you. If that PhD holder comes up with the technology to make a car, very peculiar.
Don't go to a car.
Pencil.
Okay.
Hold on. No, please give me just 30 seconds. I know where I'm going with this. If that person as a PhD made a very unique technology that is different from other pencils, other cars, that PhD holder will not spend 1 weekend in Nigeria before it's picked up by America or London or the UK. They will take him away.
No, that's not true.
No,
that's the mistake we are always making. Let me tell you something. So let me explain it.
One voice. Let Uriola make his position. Babati, hold on. Uriola, make your position.
Me, I've worked on the research and development. I won't name names, but I've worked where we develop stuff that is being used. Actually, if you work in hospital, your analyzers, if you have any analyzers from Siemens, the one actually called Trinidad, I was part of the team. But here's the thing: here's how it works. When you have a PhD, does not mean that you're only one person that will create everything. Because on that particular machine, for example, you have different skills. You have different skills, like different engineers. Like you have the software engineers that come up with the software that's being used. You have the electrical engineers. You have the reliability engineer. That's engineer, for example, aspect. Now you have the scientists that come up with the quality controls that are being used. Some of the other accessories that's being used on the machine. So I'm just trying to let you know that one person cannot create everything.
I'm with you.
To create to come up with an idea is different from actually creating every single thing. Coming up with an idea is this. Because there's so many technology now that you can come up with something, you draw it out, you do all the mathematical aspect, engineering aspect of it. You can do it on you simulate it. Now, if you now want people to now carry out that project, then you now have different people. But what I'm saying is this: can we have one person that has a PhD or a master's degree that says, my thesis, because every person that get a master's did a thesis. Tell me, put something together. Because I listen to I listened to Ola, for example, saying that, oh, our PO, how come they don't stay in Nigeria and graduate? No one with Nigerian education level. I graduate secondary school in Nigeria. I can't. The way I was being taught is to memorize everything. It's not useful for me when I left Nigeria. Like, I can our lab, what we do like theory in the lab, you physically see it here and you're able to do. So I'm just saying to you that if you graduate in Nigeria, you don't have that luxury to be able to come up with an idea. If not, we have electricity problem. You have thousands of electrical engineering graduates. How come they haven't come up with? Why are we waiting for government? How come they haven't come up with
that one is a funding
idea?
problem. The idea. No, I did. Hold on. I can reply here. That has more to do with the funding of the idea. But my point to you is this:
no,
even if let me reply. Can I finish? Let me reply. I let you speak. Let me reply. I'm saying that there are brilliant minds in Nigeria that went to the university system in Nigeria. In fintech, I met a guy about in 2017. They actually bought his tech from Microsoft. They actually moved him to Austin, Texas. They moved him from Nigeria to Austin, Texas. They bought him out, and he's still working with them, but they didn't buy it out entirely. I'm saying that even if you have the best mind in Nigeria that can come up with that idea, the way our country is, because of lack of funding and innovative, creative space in government that believes in those people, they will leave the country within a week or two because the idea will force investors to come get them. They will find them and they will get them out of that country within a week or two. So that it's more to do with funding. We have the brains that can do it in Nigeria. They are there.
If you don't mind, I want
So
to.
let me make this comment before you come in. And for the last time I checked, Innocent Motor is still assembling motor. Innocent don't build the engine in that car. Most of the components of that car is being taken from China.
Okay.
What they do let me finish, please. What they do is they fabricate the body. It's only the body being fabricated in Nigeria. So Innocent it doesn't create, it's not creating any new innovation. That is what Uriola is telling you.
Thomas, the design is a copycat. It's not
it's a copycat from China cars.
The two of you let someone speak now. I can see that two of you, either you are not a business person, it's so glaring it's so glaring that the two of you don't understand business and business operations. Wait. You see, in the early days too, you know why they mess us in the technical area of the business people, because they know that sometimes we speak grammar, we know the technicality, but we don't really understand business. That's exactly what we are talking about. See, products, you can create a product from a finished product. So as you have your pure raw materials, you have intermediate product that is going to serve as a raw materials to another product. So when you are saying Nigeria, we cannot create, I wonder whether the architects that build for us and the builders that build for us, whether you import all those people. Let's check what we say sometimes. Right. Now, get this one from you, get this one straight to. Even a Nigerian that's studying in America is still a Nigerian. A Nigerian that's studying in America can still come back to Nigeria and still create the product. When you are saying we don't have that idea, it's like you
where is the incentive to come back home? Where's the
I'm even coming, Babati. I'm even coming. Now, you look at a guy from Ogun State there. You understand? He designed his own armored personnel carrier and a bullion van that used to settle all these cash in transit people and bank that they used to move a vehicle around. What are people talking here? So Nigerian engineers, you think they cannot design just because they don't have facilities, they don't have support like foreign?
I don't know what.
I study engineering and I will not allow that one.
You can study engineer. I'm definitely sure you study engineering in Nigeria. You didn't study because if you understand how engineering works,
you didn't study in Nigeria, so maybe you don't even have
no
enough information to speak about
because you can see how like the mistakes with. Okay, for example, I'll give you a very fine mistake. I'm definitely sure your house, in your house that you have today, every single thing in your house, you put it together. If I lie, you went to the store or you buy it on you bought them online, and you sit in your living room. Look, they provide you instruction, and you start assembling every single thing. Did I lie?
That's another error you are making.
No.
Nigeria cannot design. Wait.
I'm trying. See, we are communicating here. Answer me. I want to give you.
Ade is
moving the goalpost,
though.
Only a capable.
I'm going there.
Doctor cannot even do surgery. That's exactly what you are saying. Nigerian doctors.
I didn't even say that.
Wait, hold on.
I said come up with an idea.
Nigerian doctors are so poor that they cannot even do CS. That's the narrative you are painting.
No, that's what you said. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that.
Hold it there.
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that. You said that.
You are getting the narrative analogy. You are getting everything totally wrong.
I did.
There are no incentives for these people to do what you are talking about.
No, you're not even listening to me. You have to listen to me.
Listen to yourself.
No, you don't listen to me. I'm not saying that. See, every single thing that we...
Hold on, yeah. Oriola, hold on. Oriola just asked you a question. As you an engineer, Hola, did you put everything in your house together?
Thomas, I told you something now. Today now, if they ask you to take business courses, you will say now pure water. This is part of a misconception that the business school will cure people of. Because when you have technical skills, when you don't have business skills, this is kind of narrative you hear everywhere, telling me that Innocent Motor is
what does business have to do with designing and coming up with idea?
How do you know? How do you know that Innocent Motor is not the owner of the design?
He's not. It can't be. There's so many. I'm actually going. Let me get the thing.
Even if Innocent Motor is assembly, it's still a manufacturer.
Man,
it depends on what you are manufacturing.
Just like I said, you lack engineering skills, like the way you're saying it. You really lack it because when we're talking about,
I like it and you have it, of course. I like it.
No,
and you have
I'm trying.
No.
Because the point I'm trying to make is like you don't understand the point.
Please, don't get personal. Please.
No, I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just saying that. No. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just saying the way engineering works is more like I have an idea.
Yeah,
before I can put that idea together.
It's profession now.
Don't question.
I serve in my electrical for good 6 years.
How can you?
Don't get personal.
Why you guys fighting for Hola? Hola can fight for himself.
Wait, why are you?
No. Just like
do you know how many rural electrification that are fighting?
No, it's not a they are both adults now.
I'm not disrespecting you now.
Ola understand what Oriola is saying.
It's
not an insult.
Yeah,
I just want
to see the point I'm making.
No.
Thomas, where do you have your ears? Is your ears somewhere? Your ears.
What I'm telling you that Ajali Coco, you are the one taking it far.
No, you
can't
talk like that. It's not fair. I mean,
okay, what did I say wrong? That
you know what you said. I don't need to repeat.
No. So because I said someone like
somebody else chime in, or can you guys hear me?
Everybody hold on.
Okay,
everybody hold on. Hold on. Let Prince want to come in. Prince Daddy, let's use Prince to kill all the arguments. Yeah, Prince Daddy, how are you, my brother? Compliment of the season.
Yeah, same to you, Thomas. Yeah, hello everyone. I know it's a heated debate, but it's all good.
I was just gonna say, Oriela made a comment earlier that Kia developed the technology, and I asked in the comment section, what technology is that? Did they create? What technology did Kia create, Oriela?
Wait. All right. You asked the question again. I said, yeah. Now I know. No. So BT was saying that when Kia first came out, their cars, that they're not like the best, like they can't compete,
Absolutely, yeah.
and they're breaking down. So
Yeah.
and what I said is the fact that they came up with first they came up with their own design, they came up with the technology, even because most of the time when you look at those technology, they would design it, and they cannot have a third party do like come up with manufacture it for them, just like you have iPhone, for example. Apple design it,
Okay,
but
I get you.
yeah,
So,
so that the point I was making is that they get better in their car technology, and that's why they now, if you look at some of the Kia, like especially the one that's just came out, like I think this year or last year, the design is way different, and they have like is
okay,
way better.
I get it.
That's the point I'm
I
saying.
understand because Allah has a engineering and technical background. So when he's trying to interject business point of view analysis, I think it's a great compliment. No matter how you say it, even I mean, it's great. You have to understand a lot of things from a business perspective, right? But Kia, I mean, I used to be, I knew a lot about the car business, and I knew Kia back then, 25 years ago. They were crappy cars. Kia cars, the manual is like sticking a stick in the sand and moving the gear. That's how terrible the gears
Yeah,
were.
but they
They
came
were
up with the design and everything, correct?
well, they came up with a design just like many other cars,
But
but
somebody gave them that
I can't
funding
talk.
for
There's no
research.
discernible technology that Kia ever created. If I'm mistaken, please point it out. They have zero technology, but
No,
nonetheless,
that's
they were
not true.
original.
That's
What you
not
can
true.
give them. Did they create the engine? Did they create the engine design? Did they create steering wheels, tires? Tell me
Yeah,
which one.
I'm definitely sure they create the engine design for their cars.
No.
Now,
What I'm talking about is invention. Did they invent engine cars?
No.
Was it Kia that invented it?
Okay, so when I said how engineering works, that's where I'm not going to come in. That's what I mean. So, for example, now when let's say one company get a patent on a technology, sometimes those companies, they will open it up for other
No,
manufacturers or other.
I
Listen,
understand. I
let
understand
me
that, but
land.
when the patent
Let
expires,
me land. You're not
well,
getting. Let
you've
me
been
land so
talking. Let
you
me
can
talk too.
understand the point
Don't
I'm making.
over explain. I get you. Let me chime in. I don't over explain. I
No,
get you. My
you
point.
don't.
My point here is that yes, apart from Kia, there are many other car manufacturers before Kia that came after Kia. The technology or to create engine or any part of a vehicle was never created by Kia. But did they
It's
design their
created
own
by
engine?
them. You're not listening. That's what I'm saying to you. You just want to make your own point, but the point I'm trying to make to you, you're not listening to understand it. Just because you can copy because somebody already get a patent on something on engine, for example. That's why you will see most cars. Some they have like the gas, like they have what they call them, like two they turbo, and they
Turbo
have different
engine.
type of stuff. That's because they already, so the engine is there, but because they have engineers, like mechanical engineers, that can now like make it to theirs. So you can take someone else's technology
Your
that
own
they already
version of it,
have
right?
with patent and make
Your
it
own version of it.
yours.
Yeah,
And
your own
the design would not be exactly the same thing. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
Okay. Again, you're over explaining. You're over
Exactly.
explaining. See, there's no discernible.
But
I mean,
that's not what
of
you're saying, though. You're saying it just
well, obviously we can
every
tell a
car
difference
has
between
the
a
same thing
Honda.
in their
Let me talk, please.
under the hood.
There's a
They don't
difference
have the
between a
same
Honda
engine under the
and
hood.
Toyota and Kia and other cars because they have their own unique design in the engine, maybe inline or
For
turbo, just
every
like you said.
single thing, but matter of fact, if you want to know, for every single thing, you can't just copy somebody's work and make it yours. It doesn't work that way unless they license it to you. And even if they license it
hold
to
on.
you,
Can we
you still
clarify
have to
with
make
you?
it yours.
Hold on. hold on. Just to clarify with you, are you saying that Nigerians don't have the brain to innovate if they had the funding?
Yeah, don't we have tons of
I'm
PhD
asking. No, hold on,
from Nigeria?
hold on now, hold on. Are you saying that Nigerians in Nigeria that went to the Nigerian school system,
Yeah,
if they had the funding and resources, cannot also create all those things?
No.
Okay.
If you want to
Let me
hear
chime in
that,
on
if
that.
if you
On
learn
that
in
point, I
Nigeria,
totally disagree on that point
yeah, you
because
can
it's
disagree with it, and we can
well,
debate
I
it
mean,
out.
I can totally disagree on that point because if anybody have a clue about how things work, the most technology it comes as a support from the government mostly, and in investment in
That's
schools
not
and
true. What you
R&D.
talking about? Technology doesn't even, well, some started with
Technology
let's say
doesn't need investment.
wait. Let's say United States, for example, they have DAPA, meaning they have like some secret they will have people, especially PhD students, work on some technology, and that technology can become something later, just like Google. Google was a DAPA project, and later on those PhD students make it theirs. So that could happen. But Facebook, for example, Facebook was never a government project. The kid was just in school,
Well,
Harvard,
okay,
and
let
it
me try.
felt like,
I didn't say all, but nonetheless, okay,
the point
nonetheless,
you're making does not align with what we're talking about. Your
yeah,
point
of
does
course,
not
it
align
does.
with it.
It's you that makes sense all the time. I get it, but
I
let me just
never
finish what
said
I'm
that
saying.
makes sense all the time, but the point you're making does not align with what we're talking about.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, please. Wow. Who is
Well,
okay?
We are listening to you.
Okay. So
I
you
thought Babati was saying something.
okay? So you saying that who is echoing?
No one is echoing. Nobody echo. We're listening to
Sorry,
you.
it's me. Sorry, I apologize. So you saying that it's not that you don't believe in that the quality of education is solid enough for them to be able to do that. But I also want to ask that if you notice when you have an idea, somebody with the cash flow,
Hey,
I believe.
Thomas. One person is at the back. Please don't hurt the person. Don't hurt the person. The criminal that came here yesterday is at the back.
Oh, he's back again, Abby.
Yeah, this is the criminal. The face is so equal. Don't, Thomas. Can you hear me?
Thomas, yo.
I'm going to kick the idiot out and ban the idiot now.
You know them now, on Abby, but
yes, I'm going to
saying that
I'm going to kick the idiot out.
So you don't believe in the school system?
Babati, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out now.
Yeah.
Like we have fintech in Nigeria. We have fintech, and we have those guys. They're doing a great job. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's be honest. Like, I'm not saying we're not capable because there's a lot of PhD students. When you look at a lot of major big companies around the world, you see Nigerians behind them, especially when it comes to project. They're developing a lot of technology. I can't dispute that. But let's be honest now. Majority of those fintech in Nigeria, those guys, they grew up in Nigeria. I think they even went to like private schools in Nigeria. Now, let's be honest. Those fintech that's big now, do you realize that those technology, they're not developed in Nigeria? That's number one. Number two, even the company, even though the company was not even registered,
I'm gonna let you
it's not
continue
even
quickly.
registered in
I'm gonna let you
Nigeria.
continue, realize. But why are you trying to debase the Nigerians that copy technology from overseas to create fintech? But you want to give all the credit to them here for using technology that was created by other people in automobile. Explain.
Wait, I'm not giving. So here's the thing: when you create something, when something is yours, like, so if I make something mine, meaning I didn't have to jack from, even if I jack but I make it mine, I understand how the thing works. It's so easy for me to like make it ours and make it bigger based on to be basically to be able to relate to how people, like, my idea would be my idea. If I want to, how I want the technology to go would be mine. But majority of what we have as of right now, not like in the future, or maybe some already working right now, cannot actually be locally hours. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that majority of
to clarify with you. So what you said earlier, you are taking that back, that it's not possible for them to be able to achieve that if they had the right resources and funding. Because
you know why it's difficult. No, you have to understand how. That's what I'm saying. How technology works, for example. So, for example, the code that so let's say you want to develop like fintech, for example. They need Java, they need C++, they need a lot of languages to be able to have those fintech like be able to build it. For example, now you know like there's a company, there's a company that actually creates those languages. And in order for you to be able to use their code or their software, you have to license it. You don't have it 100%. They license it to you to be able to use those things. So the point,
what about if it's open source?
Well, how many open source do we have? How many open source do we have?
We got plenty of open source technology. Yeah, we do.
Like what? Linux. I think Linux is the only like open source.
Please, Daddy, just a minute. See, Oriadi, I don't know the field you belong in.
I'm engineer though. I'm engineer. I will tell you.
Wait now.
And I'm clinical engineer as well.
Okay, good. Wait.
I actually have electrical engineer degree as well. I have biomedical engineer degree and also clinical engineer degree. I have masters in them as well. I'm not talking junk.
Now the software you mentioned that time now, you know what they call collaboration. Why we are having development today, why it seems that technology world is exploding today, moving faster than it used to be yesterday, is just because of collaboration. Now, when you say C++, when you say Java, when you say all those things, we have open source. It depends on what you want to do with yours. You know, when you have database like Postgres, when you have MySQL and all those stuff. So let me tell you something about
You know, you have to license those databases.
There are some you can do from beginning to the end without getting any license. That when you say open source,
if you want to create a database like MySQL, you need to license it.
Then you go for Postgres. See, let me tell you one thing. See, this is what I'm saying. Information is very key. When you have full information where you belong to, just say what you understand fully about your space, about your domain. But if you come to my domain and you are saying something you do not know, I reflect my muzzle.
Yeah, I understand. Now say what I'm wrong about. Say what I'm wrong about.
Wait now. There's nothing. It's not a big deal for you to even build a compiler, because when you say Java, it's not a big deal for you to even build a language. You understand? If a proper computer scientist,
that's not true.
Listen now, Oriola. If you're a proper computer scientist, building a compiler is not that difficult. But why will you reinvent the wheel? If you already built a library and we belong to the same open source
community, that's not what I'm talking. That's the thing. What I'm talking about something else, but you're talking about another.
Wait, Oriola. Carl Benz can as well hide his gasoline automobile engine that is building something from you, and nobody will have idea of how it's building. Some people took what Carl Benz did and improved on it. That is the way technology works.
Okay, let's just go there. I know. Let's go there. Let me ask Ade first. This is it right here. Do you think it's going to be possible, with funding and everything in the nearest future, for a Nigerian that studied in Nigeria to come up with a groundbreaking tech design to the level of a Ford or a Tesla that would take the course of history in Nigeria? No, because that's what I think. That because
can I answer real quick?
Yeah.
So,
Babati, you don't have to be.
Wait, because if you're talking about innovation, then it has to be something groundbreaking that changed the course of history or very impactful to the world.
Innovation is different from invention.
No, no. I know where I'm going with this. It's not a trap question. Is it possible for a Nigerian that went to the Nigerian school system from primary school to university, that got all the funding and did the research in Nigeria, to come up with this creative man that can take, you know what, this new cell we never heard of came from Nigeria, from ABC group of people, to research from this university, from UI, and it's going to change the course of history. Oh my God, this is the new thing. Would that ever happen? Ade?
See, I think we are having an issue with what I'm saying, and I'm not sure how
No,
to
no,
actually.
no.
No. Because for me to answer that
I'm being
question,
honest. So it's not a got you question. It's not.
yeah,
It's not
no,
that.
I know it's not a got you question, but the point I want you to understand. So, someone in Nigeria can do anything. There's nothing new under the sun. Like we can do anything. But what I'm saying is this. So, for example, let's say a pencil. Now, let me on my paper, because idea is what become reality. So it's like, okay, a pencil. Can you actually design a pencil? Design it on a paper. Write a paper, and now says you already drew the pencil on the paper. Now, what do you need to make that thing become a reality? I think when you look at us, we always jump the gun. Like we always want to come to that reality before. And I will give you an example. About 12 years ago, I think maybe 2017 would be like about 16 or 17 years ago, I think. I said 2017, 07. So there was this project, I think I mentioned it here. It was more like this oil that you're saying now. Like, do you know, like, so I did a fellowship, and it has to do on alternative energy, meaning how can we create oil, get oil from algae, for example. You know, like me, for my fellowship, I did a paper. I come up with different ways. I do my own research on people that already are doing stuff. How we can get design. I design stuff. So that's what I'm saying. I design a little silicon that can actually, they call it I think it's electro evaporation or something. I can't remember the project now. It's been a long time. So that thing, I use a simulator, which is AutoCAD. Then no, not AutoCAD. There's another one now. It's bigger. I forget the name. Map it out on the computer, send it to the people that can get the technology done for me in California. It's a project, little thing. I'm just a student. I create that. Now, what I wrote as this paper, you know, like now the next year come or in the future, another person that's trying to work on a project already like the process, the original process where I'm trying to like design, because every single thing was written on the paper how I did mine. You know, like you now make it easy for somebody else that wants to work on that the same type of stuff to now continue from there. That's what I'm saying. Like we need is a step. It's not like we jump.
Can I interject, please?
And I don't think we're
hold on a second.
I don't think we
to realize. So, in summary, what is the answer to the question Mapati asked? Actually, I didn't get it.
I said we can, but it's not something like overnight, like how we're saying it. It will start from like when you do your little project on the in your undergrad.
Mapati, let me take a crack before Randy comes in. Let me take a crack at it. To your question, simply I say yes, it's possible for a Nigerian organic organic meaning went to school, just like I said, from primary school to tertiary education, to develop a technology that's novel to the world. I think it's possible. The only challenge I would say is that we're not big in funding education or such programs, and being able to have the pool of other people that work in the same field to support you would be the challenge. But when you're talking about the pure brain of a Nigerian having the ability to do so, I see no distinction between that of a Nigerian and of an or American or an Indian. So simply put, yes, a Nigerian can.
Please, Daddy, before I go, no, Remy, sorry, just a minute, because I should step out. I want to make a contribution then in the absence of Thomas. Babati can please step in for me because I'll be away for like 1 hour or thereabout. Then Thomas is not here. He should please, any name that we don't know, even if it is possible, don't hurt anybody till the end of the day. because that idiot that used to come here came again today, and I could have taken the picture.
Can you, Ola, can you explain to the platform what's going on so they know the whole? Maybe somebody might missing the point here. So
okay, what was happening is this: there's one good for nothing, the person that shall not be well with, that comes here regularly to come and give us some kind of annoying content, adult content, and I think his vision is so clear. If he has the opportunity, I think he wants to deprive everyone of the benefit we enjoy on this platform, so that it can create problem for the platform and shut the platform down. So we've been on lookout for the person. Honestly, I wish I have some kind of spiritual this thing. I would have mounted some spell of that guy, and it would have gone like that forever. And I'm not missing my word.
So guys, basically for the past 2 days, one man has had to pull down the 2 live recordings, about 16 hours worth of recording down from the channel because of this guy's 10 seconds of video stupidity. So that's what's going on. That's why Ola is wanting you guys to watch out for him. Go ahead, Ola.
So Thomas, I know you are not there. That's what I'm saying. In case Thomas comes, please help me keep reminding Thomas that no matter what, any new name, please don't hard. Please and please don't hard, because it's very key. So like Babati, I beg, just help me coordinate until Thomas comes back. Yeah, what I just want to say.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Adewale.
Okay, what one man did earlier was that for you to come on the show, you have to turn your camera on first for him to see your face before allow you into the studio. So maybe
Adewale, and despite that, this idiot I'm talking about, I asked him to show his face yesterday. He presented his face, and you know how I managed to catch him today is this: he used to come under some kind of funny name like that, even though the name we appear with. But fortunately, I was able to get his picture, so I quickly sent him out of the studio, just because anybody could make mistake of even adding him in. So I can tell you that even face is not guaranteed now, except for those of us that we know ourselves already. Now, because there's even the suggestion that I will even make to one man, even beyond showing your face, that maybe anybody that want to come, there should be a way to communicate with one man personally. Even if you're a new person, we have to set that process.
Maybe email or WhatsApp or something.
Exactly. Maybe email or WhatsApp, have conversation, so that you'll be able to pin the person down in case anything goes wrong. So we are not going to allow any criminal, any idiot on this platform again. So
that is about 16 hours of what of just like that, just gone 16 hours.
Exactly. So it was so annoying. So what I just want to say,
but it can be deleted though. The part that it came in can be deleted.
No, yeah, it can be deleted. But what will YouTube say when you start having some kind of irritating content on your program too? So it's beyond editing.
Even if you keep editing, if it keeps happening, what's going on with you? Why do you keep getting that? So exactly. You're putting him on the spot with YouTube now. You're going to put the channel at risk.
Exactly. So like what I want to say before we go is this: see, product making, product design is not when you do everything. It's like you have someone that is running a restaurant. Oh, you have said, okay, the person should be able to plant his yam before he can make pounded yam. Oh, the person should be able to manufacture his stove. The person should be able to plant his rice and plant his vegetable. No, the product you are selling is that food. So you can get your design. You can buy design for your products. That's how business runs. You can buy design for your products. Like myself and Babati, we even said it the other time, your marketing too, you can even outsource. But the concept is safe. The concept itself is yours. That concept is your product. So all other subsidiary products you gather together to create the whole value is what belongs to you. So the like of Inosimoto, we are saying are not manufacturing now, that you are just in assembly. In business term, they are actually manufacturers. They are producers of values. What do we call this? The one that Mikano, whether we like it or not, too, is a product that that the person that wanted to be selling in Nigeria thought about, right? And he brought that into Nigeria today. Now, there's a case in Canada, that the battery for electric car is costing like about $60,000 to replace. That the insurance, they just, once you bring that one, they just write everything off. Now, so that innocent vehicle is not durable, all those things, they are just excuses. We've had a situation whereby Ford Motor, that Ford recalls so many Ford manufactured back. We have even Mercedes-Benz. So even in automated teller machine that I joined to sell very well, that I service very well, back then too, we had a situation that they produce a very terrible product. So the product itself, it doesn't mean that, oh, whether they are manufactured in China, but the concept, you sat down, you create that value from nowhere, and you are presenting it. That your product is your own content. So it's like you find the, whether we call it Airbus, you find Boeing today, someone is manufacturing an engine for Boeing, another person is manufacturing tire, another person is manufacturing propeller. So that's how business works. So it's not until Boeing, we have to build everything from his factory that we now call Boeing manufacturer. No, it doesn't work that way. Thank you, Babati. Please help me take over.
All right, guys. Is Remy still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, your contribution. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think I understand what Oriola is trying to say, but I also want to tell Oriola that Nigeria do have the brain, but the environment is not the same as the Western world, and we don't document our work very well. Some of these schools are underfunded, and we have a, a lot of problem with our setting. We can get over it. I think the country can be better. In terms of vehicle manufacture, you talk about Kia the last time. Kia does not, to me, I don't know too much about whether they have their own chassis by themselves, but Toyota and VW and all those major brands do have their own engine by themselves. I remember when the Chinese, when they wanted to start their own, what they did was very simple. They copy 90% or even 95% of all major brands all over the world. That time you can see a car that looks exactly like a Benz. You can see any form of VW vehicle. You can see even Toyota vehicle. They copy them in total. But they were lucky. They have government support. And at the same time, they continue to improve on their vehicle. And today, most of their vehicles, especially in terms of electronic vehicles, they are running neck and neck with your Tesla and the rest. So let's just suppose to Nigerian situation. Innocent is assembling his own vehicle, and I can say, I will not lie to you. Most of his vehicles are also copycat of Beijing Auto. So they copy their design and something like that. But although the quality might not be good initially, but at least I know that there's some state government patronizing Innocent, especially for their patrol vehicles and some of their security vehicles, they are patrolling them. But my bane of concern is that Innocent does not look at an average Nigerian. I would have suggested that they should have produced a car under 3 million naira. That is a 4-door sedan that an average Nigerian can buy easily, and that can even last long. And the cost of repair is very cheap. Just copy the Japanese model like Toyota and the rest. But you are not doing that, and your average price is so maybe 11 or 12 million. So you're already targeting the upper middle class or the rich people. So that does not give him the level for average Nigeria to really know more about what they are really producing. So I think it's just like targeting government to buy all these vehicles from them. The same thing with Nord. They are not really focusing on average Nigeria. They just focus on the elite or the upper class people. So if you can produce a vehicle.
Remy, sorry, quick question to that. So do you think Innocent Motors and Nord Is it because they want to make the most profit, or is it because they've not been able to lower the cost of assembly or manufacturing? Which one do you think it is? Because obviously they want to sell other cars if they can, but I don't think they have that critical mass in the environment in which they operate to be able to meet that price point of the consumers you're referring to.
Yeah, I think you made a very good point in terms of cost of production. But I still think that some of those stuff that can be get in Nigeria, like some of the steel, maybe fabricate the whole body. I think it just has to also improve, work more on their research. We know Nigeria have a problem of electricity, which will be an added cost of having an assembly plant in such a country. But if you want to make a name, and if you want people to know you, I'm just trying to, what these Chinese people do is very interesting. They target the lower income earners first. And because that is where the population is. And when they do that, a lot of people rush them. They buy their vehicle, forgetting even the VWs like Toyota, what do you call it? Toyota Corolla, Honda Civic, and the rest. They forget them. They quickly go and buy made in China, this small vehicle, cheaper to buy, with zero deposit sometimes. So they got them and they are driving them, and these vehicles are also good. But today, I'm telling you, they are at par with Toyota and Honda and the rest now. So what I'm trying to...
Remy, sorry for interjecting you. From what I can get from your submission now, one of the major problems that we have in Nigeria, if you remember that time when we are using Peugeot, we have different grades of Peugeot. We have GL, we have DR, we have SR, and the prices vary. The GL is the least one that most people were buying that time, if you remember.
For GL, yes, I remember.
Yes, so these people now, they're supposed to follow that model. Then the lack of access to credit facilities in Nigeria. You know, anything that you want to buy in Nigeria, you have to buy out of your pocket. You understand? Any society where people cannot take most of, even people that are living in America, how many people can go and drop maybe $100,000 or $100,000 to buy a vehicle?
What I'm trying to say,
if we don't, let me tell you, if we don't have access to credit facilities, it will be very difficult for people to buy all those locally manufactured new vehicles in Nigeria. They will not sell. If you see it in the old, that time we are talking about, if you remember in the 80s, late 70s, even in Nigeria, people are buying on credits. People have access to loan.
My father has 3 vehicles at a time. He has
Remy, let me say something. Yeah, let me back you something. When my second car is a Aval, made in China. I drive my first car. One of my cars is Kia. I drove Kia. Then I just said, let me try this car, Aval, and it's very good. It has all the technology, Mercedes-Benz of $100,000 Australian dollars or 120,000 Australian dollars. BMW, he has everything. He has, and it's almost just $50,000.
I'm looking at it this way. If
and it's even hybrid. It's even hybrid.
I am looking at it this way. If Innocent partner with most state government in Nigeria, produce a low income cars in terms of cost, and then you spread the money for 5 or 6 years, and then this money will be deducted from the salary of the civil servant.
It's not possible. What you are saying is not possible. How much does an average civil servant earn?
But Remy, innocent motors are not cheap. Remy,
we are trying.
Hold on.
No, let me finish, Thomas.
Remy, innocent motors are not cheap.
No,
they are not cheap.
No, they are expensive. Innocent cars are expensive. They are not cheap.
Expensive.
They have for an average Nigerian. The cheapest they have is about 12 million or 9 or 10 million naira, and they want you to cover the 10 million.
Why can't you, Remy? Why can government do what government in America does for Tesla? You know, Tesla 2 years ago, when my sister bought Tesla, she got almost 7,000 in rebate from government for buying a Tesla. So why can't government subsidize? Like if a government worker, I want you to.
But see, we can't afford it. Come on.
Yeah,
and then the point Ola is making is salary ain't load you for you to say
no,
we don't make enough to pay for that kind of car.
Let me break it down a little bit. I'm trying to say it should produce a sedan, like maybe follow the pattern of Toyota Corolla.
Not SUV, IB.
No. I'm talking about for the civil servant.
There should be a small version, maybe like a compact version.
That's what I'm trying to say, so that it will make his car more popular, and then you spread the cost of payment even for 8 years, and this one will give you more leverage with the government. And I don't even know in Nigeria you want to get a loan, the interest on the money you get is just too high. You go to bank, they're asking you 25% interest. That's what is the according to people, the profit you can realize on a business is about 25%. And the interest
you cannot even go to a commercial bank to go and buy a car now.
I don't know why
to get a loan for a car because it's not a business, it's a liability.
Yeah. So there was a time I went to a commercial bank in Nigeria, and we want to source for a loan, and they're asking us 25% interest that we are going to pay back, and the moratorium of payment is just too small, under 2 years, and these are huge amounts. I just asked myself and my team, how are you so sure that we are going to even make profit? We are even the breaking even point. We are not even talking about profit. We are talking about for us to be a breaking even, it will take us 2 years. To even make profit, we are projecting the next 3 years. So the problem is that most of our commercial banks, that is how the government should come in. They are not really helping Nigerian masses. The interest on loan or even on overdraft, if you cannot repay back, is too huge in Nigeria. What I'm just trying to say for to make his car popular among Nigeria, you should at least partner with the government for the civil servant, spread the payment for 6 to 8 years. This will give you more leverage to improve.
It is not done anywhere like that, Mr. Remy. It is not done in bonjour.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Remy.
We cannot be saying what is done in America. We then copy the system.
Remy, what do you think would be the average monthly payment for such a loan contract?
And what happens when government does not pay salaries? Government does not pay me 6 months. Where would that money come from?
Oh my God, man!
Come on, that's what I'm saying. Come on.
Hey, yeah, Baba, you are going to finish me.
Mr.
The question you asked is not based on I will finish it. I don't want to say anymore. Because if
you know that route, Remy, that route that we are following now. But let me still tell you that is because of lack of trust and lack of belief. Nigerians are still buying cars. A lot of Nigerians are still buying cars that are worth tens of millions. It's just that they still don't trust these companies, and it's because of our taste for foreign things.
You know what I see Innocent is doing is that you came up with a highly expensive car and you want to compete with the famous brand in Nigeria. Nobody will go for your car. It's just like I have 10 million and you want me to
he only just changed the brand though. He only just changed the brand, sorry to say. He just changed the brand. That's it. Because of it, I looked at his car. It's almost the same thing like Ford and others. It's just the name, the logo that changed. Nothing different.
I think what we should be talking about is this. The government should not buy for civil servants. They should not make it. They should buy and use. By the time they buy and use, the masses, they will see it. Even after using those vehicles for some years, they can now auction it to the public. Gradually, the trust can be built.
Okay.
So that's a good way to start saying that. I think we've made a lot of suggestions on this platform regarding that, and I think it's a good way to start.
Okay. Continue.
It sounds like I'm echoing. But anyway,
No,
it's a good way to
sorry,
start. At the same
Babati,
time,
I want to, Babati, sorry, Prince Daddy, I want to ask you and Simba a question. It says you buy and use. First, I want to ask the question, what kind of brand, and I want you to put a figure to the cost of the vehicle you are talking about. Is it the one above 10 million naira and buy and use for 1 or 2 years? And what kind of civil servant would they buy it for? Is it people?
No, they are not buying for civil servant. What I'm saying is that government have utility vehicles that they use.
Okay.
You understand?
the police say
Okay. So
they can listen. Remy, they can have a contract. Say this is
hold
part.
on, please, so that you can put them together. Hold on. My next question is that they buy and use it for how many years precisely? I want to know.
I would like to speak after Prince Daddy. I just
let's say now. Let me see. Because government generally they buy vehicles.
Simba.
It's Simba that is talking.
All right, guys. So because one of the issues that I think we are having is the cost of it. So let me give an example.
I would like to speak to that as well.
I know.
No, let me finish. But let me finish what I'm saying now.
Okay, Simba, finish. I go after Simba, then Oriol can go after me.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm suggesting is this. If, like, let's say the government buy vehicles for their officials, and they buy utility vehicle where they use for the running of government activities. If government can procure this vehicle, not for that, okay, they buy for civil servant will pay. No, the one that they will use, they can pay cash to these companies, buy for their permanent secretary as their official vehicles and all those things. Let them use it like that. So by the time they use for let's say 4 or 5 years, they can auction it if they want to buy another set. Auction those ones to the public. People would buy it because it will be cheaper for them to buy at that time. Then by the time the people now start experiencing the luxury or whatever, and then the durability of that vehicle, then people on their own will see it on the street. By the time people start seeing it on the street, even individuals will be motivated to say, okay, let me give it a go. But in a situation whereby you are just looking for, because an average civil servant in Nigeria does not even end up to 500,000, and you said they should go and buy a vehicle of 12 million, how many years are they going to prorate? What percentage are they going to be deducted from their salary?
Below 5 million people. I said Innoson should produce or manufacture a sedan below 5 million. 5 million naira.
Let me put the 5 million. Let me tell you, 5 million.
Remy, I don't think they can reach that price point. I think that's a stretch. I could be wrong, but I think that's a stretch. I don't think they have that supply chain ability to do it. Now, if they source 90% of their parts locally, right, then they may have a leverage. But I think most of their parts come from overseas, if I'm not mistaken. But to Simba's point, say this is part of our problem in Nigeria. It's always leadership and organization. That's our challenge. See, there's nothing wrong if the government, just like Simba is saying, to partner with Innocent Motors, right? To say, hey, Innocent Motors, we need police car. I don't know, 10,000 police cars in the next 5 years. We're gonna give you upfront money of, I don't know, 5 billion naira or dollars, and give us a model of a police car that you think is conducive for this environment. Tell us what you're going to do. Is it reinforced tires or wheels or chassis? What is it? Give us a plan, and they put funding into Innocent Motors. That gives Innocent Motors capital to maybe do some R&D, some research, and say, hey, here's the concept of a vehicle. It's going to be a great vehicle, and that's how it starts. But the government has to invest in a private businesses. That's what they do overseas. Somebody talked about Tesla earlier. Tesla gets a lot of largesse from the U.S. government. Microsoft did also. All these big corporations, they all do. Do you want to talk about the defense contractors or manufacturers in the U.S.? Most of that money, of course, comes from the U.S. government in the billions of dollars. We can't discount a government when it comes to business. We are partners. That's the way it goes. But we don't have that way of thinking. I don't think we do, because everybody's greedy. And I think Innocent Motors, I don't think it wants to manufacture cars and not sell. It wants to sell as many cars as possible to the public. But I don't think it's able to reach that price point that will benefit the larger consumers, just like it gets said. How much is the civil servant earning to be able?
But hold on.
Can
Before you respond, can you look at? I put a name of a car brand in the private section. Can you just look it up? And before you respond, just take a few minutes to look at it before you come back and respond. It's a brand that you can make for. It's a two-door model.
Now. They're part of Scion is part of Toyota now.
Yeah, but the car is a two-door small car for $10,000 when it was made. So something more cheaper, more cost effective for the Nigerian road, maybe a little bit taller. Just take the time to look at it for
okay. All right. So here's what I say. I'm sorry. I'm going to be thorough, and I'm going to
hold on. Let's him finish first. Let's let
finish. He's not done yet.
Yeah, it's not done yet.
Yeah,
sorry.
give me a minute more. So yeah, to the point. Say again, car manufacturers like Toyota, that make Scion and all this. See, they're so large enough to be able to drive down the price of the vehicle. The reason why Ford, I know, but I think you know that Ford cars were not the best, and some people still complain about them. But the point here is that the Ford Motor Company is so big that they own their own financing arm of their vehicles, that they can offer people 0% financing, even with not so good credit. So they have a lot of ways to maneuver, the marketplace to sell their products. I don't think Innocent Motors is up to that level yet. And also, let me talk about the Chinese auto manufacturers. They get a lot of support from the government. Kia also did from the Korean government. So this is the challenge that such companies in Nigeria are facing. Go ahead, Ariella.
Oh, all right. So, like I said, I'm going to be blunt, but I love Nigeria just like everybody loves Nigeria.
Did you see the design I did?
No.
Did you see that design?
Actually, I didn't look at it. Because
no. But I want you to look at it before you comment. There's a reason why. Because it's about cost effectiveness. Even if you make the cars, can people afford it, right? So you must make something that the Nigerian market can afford. Something smaller, not the SUV, big sedan. Something smaller for the Nigerian market. Something compact, 2 doors ideally, not the so very cheap, cost effective. So can a Nigerian manufacturer make a cost effective, compact, small, affordable car? And does it need government to subsidize it? That's the thing. That's what it boils down to.
I see it, but so there's nothing wrong. If they can come up with this, that would be nice. But here's the problem. That's the foundation I'm trying to make to you guys, but you're not seeing the point I'm trying to make. It's not about Innocent making what they are making costs that they're already making. That's not the problem. If to say, just like I put it in the chart, the company that they actually license, that they just rebrand, I put it in. You can look at their cars. And when you look at the new cars that they're designing now, it's a little bit different. By the time Innocent start designing those cars, you will realize that they just copy the same thing. So I think the problem that we're having is this. It's not if to say that Innocent, everything is done in-house, meaning they design their own cars. And now whatever they want to outsource, maybe they want the engine from here. They would design everything. They would just the type of engine that they want. They would just have some other manufacturer get them that. If to say they're doing that, what you guys are requesting will be able to be done. But because all they're doing is someone already did a design, all they're doing is just show the design or the chassis, the engine. It's not like their team sat down and create exactly what type of car they want and what they would like in that car, and now get outsource and start getting the parts and build a thing. If to say that's what they're doing, it would be easy for them to now look at the type of car they would design and say, we can spend this amount doing this type of shape. Let's reduce it. This fabrication. When we do the fabrication, maybe we're using a lot of iron oil, or I know we are not using steel for cars, but they're using whatever metal they're using. They'll be like, okay, let's see if we can get different fabrication that won't cost this much. But because every single thing is just a copycat, so whatever that company is giving to them, they just doing the same thing. So if to say they are designing their own thing in-house is easy, what you're saying. You just like if when you look at all the electric cars now, everybody's
I realize, sorry, on that
running.
point. On that
Yeah.
point, sorry, but I see your point. I mean, you're saying, in other words, they have more flexibility in-house if they're able to make their own original designs. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's more
Okay,
flexible because they will see,
there
like, in
are
order for us to
OEM
sell our
manufacturers out there that have built the expertise in-house. They have the tacit knowledge. They have the critical mass that they can do much better, and they have the technology. So to your point, that what you're saying from the onset, Innocent Motors must have a huge investment in R&D and research to start with. Now, did they have that capacity from the onset?
They don't, and even if they want to do it now, nobody in Nigeria is capable of doing that. Even our PhD will not be capable.
Don't say that, Mr. Oriola. Don't say that.
I know
I'm
what I'm
hearing you for
saying.
no,
I know
I'm
what
telling
I'm saying.
you can
If
say what you want to
we
say.
are capable, no, listen. If we're capable, we have so many problems in Nigeria. All our PhD students would have been fixing this problem. So we shouldn't lie.
No,
I said
there
I'll
is
be
a
blunt.
law. There's
I
a
said I would be blunt, and it's not saying that I don't
Hold
love
on. He said
Nigeria.
no. He said that even if they have them, but it's the funding part. I think that's what
What
they're
funding do we? Okay, let's say they only need funding. All
like
right, where's the
investment
prototype? Where's the prototype?
interest in what
Where's
you.
the prototype? Just
No,
put
no. I'm asking the question. Actually, I'm not really debating. I'm asking the question.
right.
Like,
There's no it's not about funding now. Before you search for funding, you need an idea, correct? At least if you want to show investors what you can create, you have to put the
so your point
ideas
is
on
that
the
we don't have.
paper.
So your point is that we don't have the ideas at all. You've not seen any to say
No,
justifying for investment.
see, me and you were in this together. What have you seen? Like, we
No.
don't have the
No, I'm
ideas.
asking actually. No, I'm asking. I don't know either. I'm
Yeah,
with you on that one.
to
I
be
don't know.
honest with you, we don't like to be honest. So there's something called you probably will know, like research gates. Basically, I think they're part of Google.
Right.
Yeah, every single
For doing school now, you publish in.
yeah. Every publish. Have you seen any publish that's related to any
I
technology
have
in Nigeria?
no. When it comes to the only thing I see in Nigeria on that thing is when I was in college that I even use from when it comes to agriculture. For some reason, we tend to publish a lot when it comes to agricultural.
Wait. But when you look at the references, where are those references from? They are broad. It's not our ideas.
No, Mr. Oriola, don't say that now.
There have been some that I remember the one from Funab, because Funab they used to be very big on that in the
you see, I'm not disagreeing with you, but look at the source, like the references. They're not us. They reference another people.
They did reference from Unsuka and stuff like that, but of course
How many?
It's not a lot. I agree with you, but at least they do to respond to your earlier question. They did do research, but the ones I remember on ResearchGate was mostly geared towards agricultural science, not the tech.
And there's nothing wrong with that, because we need if we can be successful in the agriculture sector, we would be balling right now. If we're successful.
There's no this is what I want you to know, because you said the reason that the money has not followed is because there's no research in the first place. My rebuttal to you is that they have enough research in agriculture.
Research
Let me
is
finish.
different from idea. You're missing it. Research,
but
you're
let me
researching
finish.
something. You just like,
I'm saying that the government itself.
This has nothing to do with the government.
No. Let me finish now. These are government universities. These are government institutions. Unfortunately for us, like in Nigeria, maybe it's in black. Let me do the race thing again. We are not that inquisitive into something new. Like, how here people like, man, what's the next? People go to seminars for the next big thing, the unknown. You just show up. You don't even know what they're selling. Like, what is the next big thing? We're not that inquisitive.
No, BT, you're missing the point. Nigeria have millions of problems right now that need solutions.
Right.
Let's create one solution. So for example, we electricity is a problem in Nigeria. Now we've been knowing that there's a geothermal. Geothermal means that under where we're standing, under the ground, there's a way to generate electricity from there. Like even without going to do a power, what they call it, needing river, or you do a nuclear hydropower. You don't even need that. There's another way where you can generate, or just like the way we drill for a well, you can do the same thing.
So your point is that there's nobody that has done that, or that
no. Just let us have idea. I see people will bet, investors will put money on ideas. That's what they do. Once you have ideas, like, okay, for example, I can go meet them there. Oh, I know, because I'm not just going to talk, I'm going to do my findings that, okay, there's a way to get energy, electricity from the soil. This might be, okay, I look up those people that have, because there's millions of research that will already have touched that aspect, and I put them together that, okay, this is what I need. Then if I create a what would I call it? I create a paper, and I don't even have to create a design yet, like, because really, if you want more money, they will now ask you to get a prototype. So now that I have my idea that, okay, we can get something, and I pull a paper together, I pull so many people ideas from people that they already done, I can make it one. Then I present it to investors, and they will, like, if they like what I'm doing, they put money on it. Now I can now get engineers to create a prototype, because I already have that idea is on the table. All we just need to do is to bring that dream into reality. Do you get what I'm saying?
Can I say something to Mr. Rambiti?
Let me post a link from that same website that you quoted, ResearchGate, when it comes to agriculture, bioproteins, and peptides. But you're going to see a lot of Nigerian universities, but so for some reason we just do a lot of research when it comes to agriculture. So I'm going to post a link so you can look it up already. But I do get your point in terms of, but my own argument, rebuttal to you, is that I believe that we have those people, but the capacity to duplicate and to replicate those things is largely because of funding and the interest.
Let me ask you a question real quick. So when I was in as of 1998, let's say 98, 99, do you know, by then I've seen a computer, but I've never actually typed on a computer. Now back then when I did computer, I'm in our class when the computer, they draw it on the board. Are you saying that the problem that I'm saying, like, the problem is manifesting from there? And when you go to your chemistry class or physics class, all, like, majority of what you read in a book, you can't physically see them. When you're doing your practical as well, you can't physically be able to do those things. So those things already taking away your the talents that for you to create, your creativity is already taken away. That's what I'm saying.
But you're actually making my point. But why don't they have that? Because of lack of funding. That's likely the reason why you are just doing theory as opposed to practicum, right? It's because of lack of funding and interest from government to fund those researches so that you can actually practice what you read in the book. So it goes back to my point of the interest of your government in understanding the importance of funding. So once again,
let's focus on school then, instead of you saying.
I put Nsukka University on your ResearchGate. You will see tons of research when it comes to biopotence. You can look it up. They do a lot. But the problem, but my point to you is that even if that person some way source for funding and they are very successful in that research, they will disappear in that country within 1 year.
No, research
Because
is different from. Wait,
somebody else will benefit
you're
from
making this mistake. A research is different from having creating an idea. It's two different things.
I'm saying somebody is reading that like this is online, right? Somebody sees this and says, I believe in this stuff. And they start, and they're a foreign body and they start funding that, whatever, whatnot. If that thing progresses.
No, but that's just a research. You're not getting
it.
I
know, but even at that stage, at all stage, you can attract funding at all stage. It can be even at the idea process. Somebody believes in something. Okay, this.
So you see what they created. You see that research that you said they did. It's now for, let's say me, I read one of the paper and I now like get interested, or one of those students, maybe the MSc or PhD that did it, now can take that idea and take that research and turn it into an idea that can become a prototype. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to take it away from the paper book, turn it into something. Especially you're doing research, you have interest in it. Now take that paper, turn it into something that can physically.
Let me clarify with you. So you don't doubt that they do research, but that link from research to an idea is what you think is not connecting.
Yeah, because research, everybody, when you go to school, everybody would. I mean, before you do finish your MSN, you do your ICMS. If you're doing masters, you have to do thesis, and thesis is all about research. Before you graduate your bachelor's degree as well, I believe you have to do capstone. That's a research as well. When you do PhD, your PhD totally is just like doing research. Now that research you're doing, sometimes you create a prototype, and a lot of ideas actually sprang off from there. Like a lot of they create a prototype.
Okay, so I think let's bring Prince Daddy back. Are you there, Prince Daddy? Is it?
Yeah. Good timing. Yeah.
Did you hear what he said about? He knows that we do a lot of research, and the issue is that we cannot get to where we get to that ideal stage. So that how can we connect that dot from research?
It is the environment. That's what I wanted to tell Mr. Oriola. It is the environment. I know what I'm saying because of last 3 years in France. I did something the whole France today in the transport world I use it. But I did an error without having a license, a patent, just to protect it so I can have benefits from it. But the company I worked with profit from it. It is just the environment. I never knew that I was intelligent. It was the military that told me that I won't go to war. They told me. They put me in a group that does their thinking. I was shocked. That means that due to the practice and voodoo stuff, that's what I used to ask myself every time. So don't say that. It's just the environment, Mr. Ola. Nigeria is a great country. We are great. But the problem is that we lack practicals.
Hold on. What he's saying is that I'm trying to understand is, okay, we do tons of research. Then where you now want to make an idea out of the research, and I'm thinking it's funding. You thinking it's the environment. I'm thinking, do we have any other reasons for that? Not
because the money is here in Europe. I went to the bank. They gave me. They did it. Even the company I was working with assisted me. You see, use us for your prototype. Use us for your service, man. Money I supposed to get in 10 years, I got it within 6 months. You understand? But I did an error. So now I'm putting everything into a platform, doing a way that to protect my next to service. We are great people in Nigeria, Mr. Riola. One thing is that you can be going to your school to have your master's, your PhD, but when it comes to practical, they respect we Nigerians everywhere. Even in my school, can you believe that I got 100 over 100? I remember back home, I was in the middle class, and I middle class to the end. They don't even recognize me. But when I came here, I saw the way they learn, no stress. They won't flog me. They won't force me for something. Understand? So the environment matters. And the funding are there. So they give me everything I wanted. And I did the test within 2-3 months. And what are you saying, Mr. Ola? I don't know the way you maybe in America they have the discrimination. But here, when they say that you are good, they will pay you. Because look at, let me give you an example. As 3 footballers, let me give you an European footballer and an African footballer. Let me use.
I agree with you.
Let me
Like
finish.
100%
Let me finish. There's a coach that said something. There's a coach that said something. He said something that Africans are strong, are strong and everything. They have the endurance. They can do everything. But why do they pay European more than Africans? They told me that the techniques, the development, they go to school. People are there to assist you, to lead you with it. So that's it. Then I know that the problem in Africa is the environment. Is the environment. Environment matters to you. 50% of your sources is the environment. It's environment. So you have to know 50% of your sources because you are privileged to be there. If you're in Africa, you will not be saying this thing you are saying. Maybe you will find your
I don't agree with the someone is echoing. I don't agree with the Nigerian being the problem, but I agree with the fact that the environment being the problem. I don't agree with that, but I agree with the fact that you're saying they help you gain patent. Of course, when you work for a company, you come up with a design. That design goes to the company, even though you came up with it. They might give you more bonuses. They give you bonuses because you came up with the idea. Which a lot of when you have a lot of masters and PhD, that's what they do. They came up with ideas.
Do you remember that lady that after years of trying to complete a PhD in Nigeria, she made the news, by the way. I think she came up with something in the UK. Do you remember that story? I think it was a few months ago. She was in Nigeria trying to finish her PhD. She was doing some kind of research. Then she goes to the UK and finishes up there, and she comes up with some kind of innovation in maybe I think it was in biotech or something. It's a Nigerian lady, and they did interview her.
Wait, is it the lady that became one director or something?
Yeah, something like in the UK like that.
Yeah, well, she didn't start it. I don't think that idea started.
Yeah, but my point is the reasons why she gave that she left Nigeria.
But she was born in UK though.
No, but she was studying in Nigeria. Is my point. The PhD started in Nigeria. It wasn't the UK that she started.
Wait, no, she didn't start a PhD in Nigeria. If we're speaking or talking about the same lady, she didn't start. She had babies and she went back to school. And when she went back to school, that's when she went for a PhD.
Let me look up the story I was trying to bring up. There was this lady that was talking about, and she was giving reasons for why it's so hard to finish your research in Nigeria. She was giving those kind of
and to be honest with you too, like if let's say you work for a company, you come up with an idea, you have to understand that you have other PhDs on your team that you're working with, and those things they're not easy to, because idea already created. It's just like Tesla. The guy named Tesla that created that engine type, that created that, he didn't physically create, but he wrote different papers on how you can.
By the way, I did before. Let's like I did. By the way, with the rate at which China is going with this EV, do you think your boy Elon Musk can compete with them at this rate?
But
it's crazy, man. I'm telling the way these Chinese boys are cranking up these EV cars. Even phone companies they are making it.
No, it's not.
And it's cheaper though. It's crazy.
But it's not there. But the thing is, the quality is what we have to look at, because when you look at the mechanical car, which is the cars that runs on gas, they're not very good. They're not. That's why like they're not able to sort it around the world. So
are you sure, Mr. Oriala? I can give you a contact directly. Even your car.
Well, we don't have them here. We don't have.
You have them there in America, but in France we have them.
Because I was watching those news stories. The demand for those cars.
Which one?
Those there's a particular brand for the Chinese.
Oh, you mean electric?
Electric, yes.
Oh, you mean is it the Yao Ming BYD? There's BYD, Yao Ming, and
right.
Neo. That's like
guess
Neo and Yao Ming. Let me Neo and Yao Ming, they're Afro-American though.
I know, but guess who's complaining about unfair? Guess who's complaining in America that it's not fair?
Yeah, Chinese is not
like,
fair.
Hypocrite.
No. No, they're saying the truth, but there's no Google.
Free market. They come on free market.
Allow Google in China now.
I know,
they don't allow Facebook in China now.
But what happened to free market though? What happened to capitalism?
We know, but China is not playing fair. If China is playing fair,
they don't pretend now. They don't put like, oh, it's free market. They don't pretend.
Baba T, because there's limit. That's our problem with Africans. There's always a limit to any model or any system.
Right.
And that's why the Westerners, they always beat us to everything. Now, we learn a model, we get stuck with that model. We don't know how to deviate when the time comes or when it's necessary, and that's our problem.
Can I ask you real quick though? Like, look at the way the world are going with the EVs and everybody moving up. Even I was even watching this story on Arise TV. Some countries they have even phased out 3G, and Nigerians, unfortunately, the majority are still using 2G.
2G.
So how can you even
60%? We see, when I told you that Nigeria is not developed, everybody will be.
We are way behind.
Well, one thing as you guys know, it's I'm echoing. I know why.
Hold on. Can you go on, please? Can you finish up on that EV thing, and Trump can go after you?
Well, the EV vehicles. Well, you said the Chinese are doing very well. Why not? I mean, if I'm not mistaken,
because you brought Nigeria into it, and I'm telling you that we are here. We are still using 2G, celebrating Dangote oil refinery, when the world is clearly moving away from this oil powered vehicles, and we are way behind in almost everything.
Well, in our environment, the reason why one of the reasons why we are behind is because we don't have a real competition out there. If you get a phone company that comes in and is able to provide 5G to consumers and for a really reasonable price point,
why do we need a foreigner to produce it? Why can't we put people?
I didn't say a foreigner. I say if you get that's a foreigner. I don't remember if I said that. I say if you get somebody that comes in.
What do you mean by someone that comes in? What do you mean by
that? That comes into the marketplace. It could be a Nigerian from the north, south, east. Doesn't matter. Someone that comes into the marketplace,
like you, telecom. Maybe you now from.
Wait, there's Globalcon. Let's
Globalcon is not doing
Globalcon.
There is 5G in Nigeria. Now, what are you people talking about?
There's no 5G.
There is 5G in Nigeria. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Oriola. There is 5G in Nigeria.
Calm down, please. Simba, calm down.
Am I lying?
No, let me explain to him. So
BT, where that is BT visit Nigeria.
Hold on, please.
There is 5G in Nigeria.
Hold on, guys, hold on, please. It is barely 1% penetration of 5G in Nigeria. Is what the point I'm making to you. The majority of people in Nigeria still use about 65%.
Because I remember this June when I went to Nigeria. Don't say hold on. I want to tell you my own experience. My phone, I used 5G when I was in Nigeria. So what are you telling me?
This is what I'm saying.
4G is 4G plus that you use.
Simba, hold on. They have 5G in Nigeria. What we are saying is that the penetration right now could do 1% low.
It's not. Let me tell you, you people are always carried away with. Let me tell you. The whether you use 2G, 3G depends on the type of phone that you also have. And then how many people can afford the phones that are 5G compliant? That is the question.
That's a very good point. That's an excellent point.
Wait.
You
don't have 5G technology in Nigeria. Stop it now. Why do we like to lie to ourselves? We don't have 5G technology in Nigeria.
We do have 5G in Nigeria.
We don't.
We do. What do you mean we do not have 5G?
We don't.
Baba T have changed.
We don't have 5G technology.
No. Guys. Hold on. That is a flatter lie. Remy, hold on, please. Can you hold on, please? Thank you. If you are saying we don't have 5G in Nigeria, that's a blatant lie. There is a 5G in Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you.
Let me ask a question.
Hold on, please. I have a Ultra 32 Samsung 5G compliance phone. When I was in Nigeria, there are some masses that have 5G. In Lagos, I have 5G facility on my phone. and I used 5G back in December last year. So that is for fact. That is true. Unless you don't have 5G compliance phone.
In addition to what you just said, there is another, I forgot the name of the company. They are laying a fabric or optic through the Atlantic.
Optic,
this
fabric
is the third one. This is the third one. The third one.
Yeah,
and,
but that's why I'm asking that. What do you understand by 5G? Because it has nothing to do with 5G. It has nothing to do with fiber.
Don't do that.
It has nothing to do with fiber now.
Can we stay on point? Remy, hold on, please. Remy, hold on, please. I beg of you. Can we stay on point?
Yes.
That the fact that we're still using 2G in Nigeria is worrisome.
And most of our population, 60%.
2G should not be used at this point. Phone or no phone, 2G should not be something that you should have. At least,
you know how expensive. You know
what do you mean, if they're consumer
to buy phone for them, eh?
I'm saying that government should come in now.
To buy phone, to give them phone. Government buy phone.
America buys phone for people. What do you mean? America buys phone for people here. For poor people, they buy phone.
But see, you disappointed me. Believe me, you disappointed me this morning.
The world is moving on from 2G now. Simba, how can we use
so they should go and buy phone for the citizen, eh?
I'm saying
that. May I say something real quick?
Sorry,
do you guys know
just
that?
Just 1 minute. Sorry. Babati, I'm totally disappointed in you.
Wait, I did.
Do you think Nigeria
is disappointed in Babati?
Do you think Nigeria is so poor? Look, let me be frank with you. Most Nigerians, especially the youth, they will find a way to use their phone that is at least 4G compliant, whether it's Tokumbo or no Tokumbo. There are plenty in Nigeria like that. For 25,000, 20,000, they will buy it, and it's compliant with 4G technology.
Right, that's my point now.
In terms of 5G compliance, Lagos.
No. 4G. No. I said the world is facing a 3G below.
Even the 5G you are talking about, not even here, there is 5G. How many people are
no, Remy, I mean, come on, 4 or 5. Listen to what I said. I said the world is moving away from 3G below. That they are moving towards.
I want most Nigerians.
Even so, people are still using phone with no G compliance.
No G. Okay.
Let's
be reasonable here. Our people in the small town or village, what concerns them with?
They said, Remy, hold on, Remy. They said 65% of Nigerians still use 2G.
Who said that?
No, there's let me find it.
There's a survey that was done.
Yeah.
There's a survey that was done.
So
but say, okay, quick chime in. Does it really matter? Unless they're saying that the people using 2G, they are unproductive as a result of their lack of bandwidth.
I need to say something real quick. Can I say something real quick? So, do you guys realize that you can actually Google this now? That only 60, I think, was it 64, 60, about 60 something, maybe let's say 65 or so % of Nigeria is actually covered with telecommunication. Meaning, if you want to receive phone call or do anything related to mobile in Nigeria.
It's not true. I can fight that one with my
yes, just Google.
It's not true.
Okay.
Simba, let me pause Wala now.
But you are not the one. You are not the one that did.
Adewit, let me cause Wala here. Remember years ago when so-called 5G was introduced in Nigeria, and a famous pastor said, "Don't get 5G." No. I'm saying maybe that's the reason why people. No, I'm saying Simba. Maybe that's the reason why our people don't want to buy 5G because it might be.
It's not. Let me tell you, Babati. It's not a matter of choice. You understand? Once you have a phone that is compliant with it, it logs in automatically.
No,
it's available.
Simba, do you understand how 5G works? Let me my own little knowledge. Let me quickly explain it. Do you realize that for Nigeria to have a 5G, that means that the tower, meaning like where the radio communication, because they use has to be very close. They will be very, very close to one another. And you know how many they're gonna need around the country. So
it doesn't necessarily to be close, but they need
no,
to change.
No. It has to be close.
Sense.
What do you mean for 5G? 5G.
Well, it has to be close to carry the packets of data.
Yeah.
A large packet of data.
Let me tell you, Oriola.
Let me land. Do you know how much MTN or Globalcon or Airtel, you know how much they're gonna spend to have those
I'm telling you what they are doing to circumvent that. Let me tell you what they are doing to circumvent that.
Oh God. According to their stats, we are less than 1% when it comes to 5G. And a lot of people that even have 5G compliance phones, they said that what they get the most is 4 LTE plus. It's not even 5G. So according to the data, we have 0.83% coverage for 5G. Do you have the money that you're going to present to all those mobile companies to have bases all around the country? Don't you realize that?
Interesting. So it comes back to funding and money, huh? Well, that's quite interesting, right? It's always about the money, the funding.
Funding,
the government to fund them.
Thank you very much.
But I'm not asking the government to fund them.
Funding. That's it.
But it's not government that okay. AT&T and all of them in the US, are they off? Like every single thing they do was done by the government?
No, they do. They do get government for 5G.
Yeah, they get grants, but not all of it.
But why don't you want them to get the same thing? Why?
I'm not saying Nigeria should not spend money to do that. But you guys are saying that it's government that will present the money.
You always oppose government intervention. You always do that.
Yeah. See, if government want to fast, if they want it to be in a fast pace, yeah, they can give money just like they did with AT&T and Verizon.
The government give money.
I don't support government in anything. I'm more capitalist. I'm not supporting government to put money in anything. Even the money that the government put in Tesla, they gave it back. They paid them back. They paid the government back. Just like during the 2008 financial crisis, all the money that the government put in, they got all their money back. So I'm not when it comes to government,
any company would take that deal. They take money up front and
but
pay back.
They can pay them back. But I'm not saying I don't want it to be a way just like the way Chinese does it, like government run institutions. I don't want government to run our mobile companies now.
Let me say this. Let me say
government running. We're capitalists. We're practicing capitalism.
Let's see my comments. Go ahead.
Okay, Oriola, you are talking earlier on. You said that the base station has to be close to each other. Yes, I agree with you. What the telecom companies does in Nigeria is they collaborate with themselves. You understand? So if you build your own base station, you can share your base station with other network providers. You understand? Just to reduce cost. So all you need to do is just to put this thing on top of the mast, and that's what they do.
That's not true.
No, they do it a lot.
There's a stats that shows that.
Just hold on, let me finish. Then the other thing is that this thing that we are talking about is about business. If I'm a telecom provider and I look at the population, how many of the population can actually buy a phone that will be 5G compliant? Do I need to invest if I don't have much of the people that can afford it in that technology? That is the question. So those are the things that we have to be considering. It's not so you can't do things. It's a business.
Mr. Riela is not a businessman.
But do you realize that
he's just an academician that just come here and be blowing?
That's a great question. But do you realize that majority of the revenue that this mobile company made in Nigeria, more than half of it goes to diesel and generator? Do you know that?
No. Where are you going again? Where are you going again? Where are you going? Let me tell you, MTN Nigeria. Hold on. Because we always look for excuses. MTN is not. let me finish. Oyola, just hold on.
Run their base in
Wait, see, we know. MTN is a South African company. Do you realize that they make more profit in Nigeria than South Africa? Even with diesel run engine in Nigeria. So what are you talking about? Lafarge, who's the cement company? Hold on.
The population size now. We have to put this in context.
Why are you going up and down? Why are you going up and down?
The same with South Africa now.
You are saying that majority of their revenue they spend it on diesel. I'm telling you now that even places where they have more stable electricity, they still make more money in Nigeria than those places. You are not saying okay because they are because of the population.
I have to confirm what you said. I'll look it up.
I want to give you another example. Lafarge, let me tell you, Oria or Jide that used to come here used to work for Lafarge. Lafarge is not a Nigerian company. Lafarge Nigeria, when the South African Lafarge actually went bankrupt, it was Lafarge Nigeria that bailed out South African Lafarge. Go and check it.
When you talk about Lafarge, just tell them.
But you know, I just don't like anything. We know that we have problem, but why do we normally take this thing in always looking at the negativity of our country?
I will give you Kobo Kobo. I'll give you Kobo Kobo. Nigeria, we are number one in the world. We are number one. Even though we have a bad leaders, we are still number one. We are still moving on.
Yeah, let me chime in real quick to an earlier conversation about yeah, it is true that when it comes to practical knowledge in Nigeria, okay, maybe Africa in general, we are lacking greatly. But I'll tell you one thing also, our style of learning, which I don't really, I haven't seen other, countries how to learn. It may not be the best, but nonetheless, there's a great advantage to the way we learn. Because if you look at some professions, right, you can tell that the ability to cram and the style of our learning actually does very well in certain professions, like law, even medicine, for that matter. See, and I think Babati and Sima can speak to that. But in law and some other accounting, for example. So in other words, I would agree in the learning structure whereby there's more practical or there's equal practical to theory learning. Okay, but at the same time, I think the way Nigerians learn when they go to other parts of the world, they actually do very well because they are used to be able to cram things and in their style of learning. So it can be a plus, not the best approach, but still a great plus to a lot of people.
Like
yeah,
I remember
that's right. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, I remember those days, as I said earlier. One thing is that Globacom is trying. I won't criticize, but the services is too expensive. If not today, I want to come to the market. I know how to beat them. I'm saying it out now. If anybody can bring a services that connects your telephone, internet, and television, the same time for a cheaper amount, with over 230 million people, I bet you within 1 year you will make the money. I'm saying it out now. This is a business technique to beat them already. There's a way to beat these big giants, these big sharks. It's just to render more services that they cannot service. That's just it. Not only in the banking system. The banking system is something that I cannot say out as for now. But this one for the telecommunication, Nigeria, we agree to. Because Mr. Toriola, you have been there in your America. That's why. Remember when you come, you only just stay within your family. When I go to Nigeria, I move alone. Nobody knows me. I dress differently. I disguise. I go out. I spend like 3 days before I come back to my hotel. Before I take my pen and come back, just to listen to people. This is the kind of thing that I learned from the French government. I don't tell who I really am. I just go and I speak with you. I talk with you. I just get the information. That's the way we do things. One thing that when I had this talking earlier, concerning like now, I wasn't happy with the.
Hold on, please. Mr. Tayo.
Yes. I'm here. I'm the one.
Child, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
My network is bad.
We hear you, Thomas.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You can type on comment section so that I can know. Go on, Triumph. Triumph,
Okay,
go ahead.
as I've lost my train of thought. There is how will I put it? There's a way to beat them. There's a way to beat them. Like now, do you know that for you to create your own car today, you have to go to the international board. Like example now, I'm talking about Europe because I'm used to Europe. We say this word.
Mr. Triumph, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you. We can hear you.
No, I can't hear you. Yeah, no, but we can't have the conversation. I think I think I've been attacked by Remy and you guys. I was talking here, Mr. Traub, you were talking about if there's a company that can come to Nigeria and your phone, your television can work together, it will make money. Do you think all those big juggernauts now, like Etisalat, all those would they let you excel? Would they let you excel?
You one thing is that you have to make sure that you have to start in a city first. Don't go big the whole nation. I've done this mistake when I wanted to go big. Then I have to hide under a company to learn how to do it. You don't go big at once. You just start with a city first. From that city, you conquer the city. As a cancer, I use the technique of a cancer. You start small. From a cancer, you start developing. Start eating the space. Before you know, you can talk. I remember those days. I don't talk, but now I have a very beautiful mouth.
Mr. Triumph, let me give you this.
Wait.
You are interested
Timber,
in such a thing,
before you actually go, can I answer you the stacks you provided to me? That's not true. You're talking about revenue, not profit. Revenue and profit is not the same. They do make more. Nigeria make more revenue than them, but now let's break it down to profit. I don't think our profit is more than South Africa.
Mr. Triumph, what you are saying is already a common phenomenon in Asia. What they do is that they
in Nigeria, no.
I know you want to introduce
everything.
Which is
everybody has their own.
The problem with Nigeria is that we don't have a good master plan for the whole country. Because in China, they already put all the
Lagos has the facility already.
They already put all the cable underground, and we put all the cable, including the telecommunication cable with the electricity cable underground, connected to every apartment, all cities. So what they do, they just give a small box, and that box, initially, they give us a small box that connects to the internet. Later, they discarded that box, and you can, when the Wi-Fi or whatever system come into being, so they connect through your Wi-Fi. They connected your phone, your your telephone, your TV, and your computer. Everything you have to use at home. You just need to put a password to your TV and it's done.
And you have a mobile line with it also.
Yes, yeah. Everything connects to your mobile line.
How much everything costs?
But that's what I want to say, Triumph. It's already available.
I don't know why Nigeria cannot do something like that. It's so.
I said it's available in my house. Let me tell you, in my house before, I used to subscribe for DSTV for my children. But now, my TV, my camera, my computer, all their laptop, everything is connected now. And what I have, how much am I paying monthly? I'm paying 15,000 naira.
Please, is it possible that, okay, it's only within your vicinity in Kwara, right?
Exactly. So even it's my they were one that even told me that Daddy don't subscribe for DSTV because they can even watch the DSTV online.
Yeah. So you see.
What I'm saying is, did they give you a box, not the internet? Did they give you a box?
I have a box in my house.
That
has a small antenna.
No. This doesn't have antenna. We're not talking
this my one has an antenna, so
technology in Asia is
no, it doesn't have antenna. It works with fibers, or fiber. That's the only say fiber.
Yeah,
That's
you're
fiber.
talking about fiber. He's talking about satellites. The one that is using.
They don't have it now. They don't have it. They don't have it now in Nigeria. They don't have it now like that. But
wait. I said is the one he has is working with satellite. If he's not working with satellite, he's working with satellite. That's what he's working with, or he's working with the mobile tele. So that would be more like, I forget the name you call it, but it has to do with the mobile phone thing, MiFi. Yeah. So the one you were talking about, which we have here too, is cable. So they have either the cable or fiber, either of the two, and it's already connected to every house. It's not like you have to go get yours.
You're right.
All that I have to do, if I buy a phone now, I want to connect it on my.
So Oriola, because Ola is also not here. I want both of you. I want to ask you a very good question. You know that we have a fiber optic through the ocean to Lagos, and they are digging the ground to put all the fiber optic in the ground. Do you think, let's say in the next 2 to 3 years, is it possible for Lagos Island, like Lekki, Aja, wherever, they have this kind of internet connection?
I think it's already available.
Oh, so that's what we are talking about.
Yeah,
so
I think because the governor of Lagos mentioned it, that they lay fiber around Lagos. So yes. I think they're already.
So you can see Nigerian people several years ago, most of our pastors, they are shouting 5G technology is a witchcraft. They are going to keep people. Oh my God! What kind
of... there was one that says 5G is the COVID now. That 5G is COVID. and you see, so people are still attending their congregation up to now.
Yeah, some people still believe it. Yeah, it's crazy. Ignorance.
Hey, was that Oyakilome?
Let me tell you my experience. Oyakilome. The Jericho man. Let me give you my experience in Nigeria. When we go to Nigeria last year, I was just saying, now the networks are no good. Somebody tell me. He said, the Talika people are the one that are not enjoying good network in Nigeria. I said, why? He said, let's go. He took me to MTN. We bought a modem, Wi-Fi, mobile. Simba, guys, I've never browsed faster like that in my life in Nigeria.
Yeah. Let me give you.
Connect your laptop. Connect to television. I connected.
How much are you paying monthly? How much are you paying monthly for that?
We bought the modem 8,000 naira.
Yes.
Then 5,000 naira for 20 gig.
Yes.
Oh my God, Remy. You won't see something like you. I'm browsing in Australia.
Yeah, that's
very fast.
But you know that you only use that for like.
But it's a little bit on the high side.
After a week,
like the one I use, my own is unlimited though.
The one you are using, that guy's to go to big city, okay? We need him there, okay?
See, let me say something to you. So if you live on Adeniji Jones in Nikeja, or you live around the VI, around a hotel area, and I'm sure maybe it's more like you're living outside Nigeria. Because I've happened to stay in some of the hotels in there. See, trust me, every single thing that we're talking about now is exactly what you get. You see, all those like the TV cable thing, the telephone, you leave like you watch your internet service, every single thing is the same thing. It's just like you're paying just like you live here, maybe even more. Like those things is the same thing. They're just expensive. Like
Oriola, I carried this lake. I bought it in Lagos. I went to Abeokuta. Same good network. I went to Ibadan. Same anywhere MTN is exists. This modem, this is just like a pocket phone.
Yes, I know what you are talking about.
I charge it in the, they call it my Wi-Fi or something.
I just told you it's my
Pay
fi.
more of data.
It's my fi.
Yeah. Yes, we charge it in the morning. That is it.
I always use that when I go to. I think 2014.
My God!
It's over here as well. It's my fi.
Yes,
but it's expensive. It's expensive because you can run the data like quick.
People say,
let me give you this for a free. Let me tell you, if you have money in Nigeria, you can live the best of life that you can live anywhere in the world.
You're 100% right.
Trust
you are 100% right.
Trust me. See, when I go to Nigeria, I can tell you, people there, they have money. Well, maybe not everyone, but those people that I've seen, they live just like we live over here. Like, if you see, you just go to the store, you know how much you can go to the store in Nigeria and buy just regular things, and you will spend 100 grand. And I'll see people that do the same thing. I'm like, oh, these people have money. Like, if you go to like those malls and you try to like buy stuff, they charge me just like they charge over here. Like, it's the same. Like, we live the same lifestyle. Like, some people have money in that country. Like, it's the same thing.
But the you got is not. But the you got the last time I tested you got in. The you got the
let me say this. Yeah, hold on. When I went to Nigeria, I have one nonsense phone. That I'm still saying I have good phone. I have a Samsung Ultra 22, the one of last year, and I go to the shopping mall in Ikeja. How much? Tell me how much they are selling the phone. 1.25, 1,250,000 naira.
Just like you buy it.
And I saw Nigerian.
Yeah.
Taking this phone, buying it in my face like this. These people have money.
There's money.
Let me finish you.
Maybe not all of them, but those people have money. See,
they have money. They are buying it for their girlfriend. That one will finish you, Thomas.
1.2 million, Remy. 1.2 million 50.
What are you talking about? Some Nigerians are super dope that you won't believe your eyes. They just buy it.
I hope you know that there are some Nigerians that are working. The people that are working in Nigeria and they are earning hard currency.
Yeah, I know now. If you work for those oil companies, they pay you in dollars. I know.
There's money in that country.
But people are see. It looks like it's just 1%. Wait, don't lie. Don't let us lie. It looks like it's just 1% of the population. Because a lot of people don't have money.
I was wonder. People were buying this phone in my face in top right. 1.250 million naira. About 15,000 people. 1.2. I said, really?
Thomas, you try to shop. Just go into that what they call it. I forget the name. Just go in there and see how people shop. I mean, I won't lie. I see some Indians as well, but I saw Nigerians, like people that have money. Like they will queue and everybody's paying like 100, 200 grand just to shop. And I know, I'm like, these people have money. Like I go into like the little stores.
I order for one being 3,000 naira in ShopRite. Nigerians like me that know they are ordering for the same. We are ordering for the same thing. There is no different from me coming from Iloimbo. People are spending money.
If they are selling it, do you think it's because of you? The people are buying it. That's why they are still.
There is money in that country, man. No.
Let me tell you. June, immediately after Tinubu announced that subsidy is gone. That was when I traveled to Nigeria. So I got to the filling station with my car, and the attendant just asked me that how much. I said no, fill the tank. And the guy was just at the end of the day, he said 50,000. People are looking at me. And I just gave him my ATM card. And the guy deducted the money and I zoom off. You understand? Let me tell you, if you have money.
See, hotel. So there's this hotel that I stay. One of the hotel. The Legend. See that hotel. This is 2019. It's like 215 or 250 per night. Trust me, I'm saying Nigerians that stay in Nigeria, they there. They come there and stay there for even like a week, like I was there. I'm like, I'm not even talking like I know like people have money. I'm not even that one. I see with my eye, Koro, like I know people, Nigerian people, they have money. I don't know how they get the money, but they have money.
They can pretend. I'm not saying everyone. Even those ones that have that money, they will pretend to you. You are from America. Come and dance it for one now. Come and
well, see,
some of my friends are left at home. Some already buy like 3 cars. He has a poultry. He has 5 cows. He has so many. He has a fish pond. Has a lot of stuff. And you think you are in abroad. You live in your self-contained whatever.
Remy, buffet in the morning at the hotel, like because we stay at the hotel, and we were there for 3 weeks. So it was like, do you know like that buffet in the morning is 15 grand? This
like
is 2019, though. If you see crowd of Nigeria in there, even my wife was still telling me that why do we need to spend $15 on just buffet that by afternoon we need to eat again. But we went in there. Nigerians, I'm telling you, some people don't even stay in that hotel. They just come just for breakfast. They spend one seat, one person, and some have kids, so 15 grand per one person just for breakfast.
Let me show you.
People have money.
Sir, Mr. Khan, let me show you. There was a time I was traveling. I was traveling back to Europe. And then there's this family of 10. They have like 6 children with their maid, the husband and the father, and the whole seat, the entire seat in the front and the back. And it's only one man. And because I can hear the conversation, I was, oh my God, you are taking almost 10 people on vacation. There are so many Nigerians that they are stinkingly rich or wealthy. You will not even believe your eyes. Whenever you go to Nigeria, you want to come and you ask yourself, when I was in China, the Chinese people asked me, that man asked me, how do you Nigerians get ticket money to come here? because to them, it's not a chicken change. Now, for you to fly, you have to fly to 3 oceans for 19 hours journey. And many Nigerians, a lot of flights from Nigeria every day. They ask us, where do you guys get money? And you say your country is poor. Let me be frank with you. No European, American, or Asia believe Nigeria is a poor country.
But it's 1% though. We have to be clear. Like it depends on the
you know that 1%, eh? Let me tell you, look at our population. What is the 1% of the Nigerian population?
That's about 20 million. Maybe like 10 million.
Yeah. 10 million, that's more than the whole country.
I know. Yeah. So yeah, I know. I'm not saying that but
let me ask you this. All of them. Did you see any man in the Europe that can take 6 kids, 2 maids, himself and his wife, and is the one paying, Have you ever seen that kind of person in the Europe?
Well,
that would be a stickily rich. I know, I'm telling you, I'm just saying the middle class person.
Yeah.
Now,
there are people that have money in Nigeria.
No, Mr. Thomas. Let me tell you what happened to me a few years ago. Here in Lille, in France, we are almost not up to 20. You understand? Not up to 20. So we all went to the restaurant. Then I say, everybody, I pay for everybody. Everybody was just looking at me. Are you sure? So when I paid, they were asking me question. You're rich. I said, why do you people think that? It's like I just want to have fun with you guys. You say, where do you get money from? So from that day, I understand that I passed my boundary. That you both pay for their
Mr. Triumph, let me tell you one story about my wife. is one of our colleagues at work saying, let's go for coffee. We just came here. We didn't know that if Oyibo tell you let's go for coffee, you are going to pay for your coffee. My wife didn't carry a card. You know, that is what we do in Nigeria. I take you for coffee, I pay. Now that is our life. And when and then when they finish the coffee and the cash, they have coffee and one cake, muffin cake, and the lady come and the guy said, pay for your coffee. My wife was like embarrassed because she didn't carry a card.
She wash plate.
Yes. Do you know what she did? She said, excuse me, let me go to the bathroom. She called me from the toilet that my husband, wala today, I didn't have my card. I said, what happened? She said, our friend from work, White, call you for. I said, I've heard that now. If they call you for coffee, you are going to pay for your coffee. What did I do? Thank God that our house is not far from the place of work. I quickly rush because she doesn't want to go back and say, let me go and pick up my card from their place of work. I didn't rush down to that same dining. She came outside and I gave him cash to pay. She said that's the last time he had dinner with any Oyibo person. You remember? What we are talking is just $10, $15. Oh, not
Nigeria that we get to baby parlor that somebody will just declare everybody take whatever,
everybody here. $15 muffin and coffee. $15. Since that day, if Oyibo call you for party,
wait, but that's just a cultural thing because that's
I often see them. Let me say this. I often see them. Mother, father, and 3 kids. They will come to the McDonald's. Ask me what happened. Everybody will order for their food, and everybody will pay for their food. A family, same name, same father, same from one roof.
Really?
Yes,
wow.
That's
Australia is worse. Worse. So the father give me a Ziga starter and 1 chips and something. He paid. The mother ordered. He paid. The 3 kids pay for their meal, and they were sitting down. They were chatting, laughing. I said, which kind of life these people are living? Why can't the father pay for all of them?
Almost next time you should just pay for them, okay? Look
wait, you see that they didn't have to, like, your wife didn't. If your wife actually asked, they might pay for it. So I'll give an example where I live. So there are times that when you go to, like one of these days we went to Starbucks. So when we get to Starbucks, once you get to to make payments, what they were actually doing was this: one person pay for everybody behind you. So it's more like they will ask you, the cashier will ask you that someone already paid for your whatever you're getting, you get it for free. But do you want to use that money or you want to pass it along? Meaning you will pay for the next person behind you. So they usually do stuff like that where when you go to, because multiple times I've run into that, like when you go to maybe Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or whatever, someone will already make payment for you and they will ask if you want to make payment for the person behind you.
Why not? I will do that. I will pay for somebody else as well.
So they actually do stuff like that. Like they help people out. Like even if you don't have to pay, you can just collect it and don't make any payment. But because someone already paid.
No. Oriola, Australia is the worst country ever I've experienced. There's no family orientation. How will a father, mother, 3 kids went to a McDonald's and everybody's paying for their meal? If they call you for a birthday party, my brother, carry your card with you.
Thomas, Thomas, that happened to me one time. Somebody was supposed to say, you must pay for this $70 meal. He better let with you, and they will yes, somewhere.
Babati, Orifa, Oyo Kiniti,
People propose me. Propose.
If Australian call you for birthday party in a dinner or in outing, carry your card with you. I've saw many times.
You can hear what
you pay for your own meal.
It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. We take delight. We take delight in spending our money with people, and we enjoy it a lot.
Let me ask you a question. If I ask you and your family to come and hang out with me, in Buka, come and hang out. One Simba, that's somewhere. One is look with me. That's the way we are now. But all this, even gonna learn less in me. Also, what's to go? Most order wine. We can't propose.
Babati, you know Nigerians too have started doing that too, right?
It was Nigerian. That point in me now. It was in America. It was Nigerian. It was Fugo the Child now.
At that Brazilian restaurant.
Everything.
You know, recently a colleague of mine was retiring from service. So we that were more of African, in that office, we decided we were going to go for at least for dinner or lunch, or at least just to host him. The office, the retirement, you know the way these people do. Their retirement lunch or whatever is always boring. So we decided to do our own, just to take this coworker to a restaurant nearby. After there's this vibe that you get from this, people that okay, this is where this is heading to, right? I happens to be the youngest among them. But I noticed that the female among us, they did not order something expensive. Maybe just soup. The one America calls soup here, the noodles and chicken noodle stuff. So when I realized, I was like, okay, they are trying to play safe. I mean, they are women anyway. But the other gentlemen, like 4 of them, were just eating like an elephant. In one even complained. The retiree, or what did they call him, actually complained to the manager of that restaurant that the chicken that they gave him was even small. He was so, I'm like, man, eat this chicken and go home. After all, we are the one paying for what you're going to eat. But the manager found out that he was there for retirement party, and decided to change the food and the chicken, and gave him the biggest of the biggest in their kitchen. To cut long story short, we finish it. You know how the people will be dragging the last pieces in the plate, right? I was sitting down there. I was not comfortable the way. I mean, we've eaten. Let's go. I mean, I still have a lot to do in the office. The next thing I know, they are all looking at, okay, to even bring out their wallet, they were reluctant. Only one person brought wallet out. I was so pissed off. I brought out my credit card. I called the waitress. Okay, how much is our total? Guys, what they were doing? They weren't saying, it's okay. We no, none of them objected to that. They were able to say, oh, thank you. In my head, I was like, God punish all of you. You guys are older than me, number one. You've been in this service more than me. You guys hear more than I do. I have family, you have family. And here you are looking for a free food. This woman, I could pay for this woman. But the 3 or 4 of you guys, and yet you still can't pay. At least later, one of them now is there $20 to me. And I paid like almost something for every one of us. Oh, around 160 or so.
Marry, once you engage in you, I break up the fugo you.
Wow.
The man that is born from Nigeria, he come out, he mad line one. You know so again, come embarrass wọn ní orí table. Oníṣe báwọn lọ́pọ̀ wà wọ́n máa sanwó lórí nígbà pé tọ́pọ̀ wà. The girl had to pay with a card just to avoid the
but you know that when you go to weddings nowadays, some weddings they don't provide alcohol. So meaning if you want to drink anything with alcohol, you have to
buy
go
for
to the
yourself.
bar. So that
you don't bring gift. You don't get to come in. You don't get to eat.
During my own time of going to all those weddings back in the days, boys man, but they come with their own.
Yeah. But you have to be careful because if you go to a hotel or some hall, they don't allow you to bring it. So people usually hide it, but you have to pay. You have to go to the bar.
My one of my in-laws' wedding when she got married, because the hall was owned by a church. You know, they had the hall by the church. It was owned by the church. There's no drinking here. I call all the over embarrass me now. Boys ni mo ticket. I got the wag by you.
Show te eki dókítà náà máa mutí. Show eki dókítà máa mutí.
You can't have a Nigerian wedding without alcohol now.
No, mo ní show eki dókítà máa mutí.
No, it's for the boy. It's for the I want fellas now. If I invite the homie.
Kí ló dé tó fẹ́ máa parọ́ bàbá tí?
And they'll be calling me Ologogoro on this show.
Let me make a confession. You know, like 3 days ago. So I was trying to read and I was struggling. You know, my mind was just wandering around. You know what I did? You know, I've not tasted anything like cognac, alcohol for like up to like 4 years now. You know what I did today? I just went out to buy NSC.
Just hangover. You're gonna have hangover.
No, I said I've not done that for 4 years.
Yeah, you're gonna have hangover after 4 years. Do you have any hangover after?
No.
After drinking, you didn't?
No. No. You know the way I drink in my life. Even when I was drinking, I was never drunk in my life.
Do you mix it or you just like those any? Do you just drink everything or do you mix it with soda?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
No chase really? Hola.
Yeah. When you do your pre-game, you have to drink it like that. Don't mix it now. Why are you mixing it?
Why will I mix it now? It's not be small thing. Even the thing I put now just a quarter of cup now. So why will I mix what?
No. I'm saying some people do mix it with soda. I'm saying, but
no soda. That one will not fulfill its purpose. So the thing is,
the purpose. What do you mean?
No. I said my mind was wandering around. Was like maybe an activity that I was into just to make simple decision. I was like in flight mode, trying to do 2, 3, 4, 5 things together. I say, okay, enough. I just put that in. I just put it. I drank it. With my mind, I say if I'm depressed the following day, I had already said, okay, I'm not taking coffee for a very long time too. I will take coffee again to this. When I woke up the following day, man, if you see the way my brain settled for the first time, I could not even explain what happened.
So does that mean that you not taking it regularly now? Does that mean you are going to be regular on it?
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to be.
You know, if it's something that you love taking, see, for the past 1 month, I've been craving for Gary. Ooh,
Gary in front of me as you speak now.
You look, I went somewhere, Babati.
Rich people drink that.
Somebody invited. I went to somebody's house for Christmas. Of all the food they served us, it was that Gary. But people were there, so I was so ashamed to even ask. After we go, my wife said, "Yeah, you should have asked them." There's this particular one that tastes good. They brought it from home.
Go come back.
Eating the one that they sell in the store here. When you've tasted Nigerian Gary, the one that they bring from home, go. The difference you could tell, and it won't feel like that's real. And I know that these people always have.
Continue.
Gary Tigbelo.
don't come. So that's why I just drink that in my head. Just said to see I wrote a program the following day. Honestly, it's like I've never written a program before. If you see the way my head just said, I said, like seriously, I could not explain the chemical reaction. Like
Ola, let me ask you. When last did you have you know 2 days ago I had Gary Ekpa and Kuli. In fact, I was almost crying. Oh my God!
We have like 5 boxes of kuli at home that even my wife she's planning to sell the remaining. Right?
We have some right now too. My mom just came back.
Kuli 3 days ago. As I'm
sorry. I ate when I was in primary school.
Do you know what I did? I did that high school thing. I put this milk in the gari with the ice chips.
Yeah, but that's how you drink it now. That's how you drink it now. That's how you shoot now.
I said Gary is in front of me like this now. Gary to Kondada is in front of me and I put water and I'll be drinking the water. So that's what I've been doing since.
Mr. Ola, let me tell you guys, if you guys visit me, if I visit you guys, if you don't treat me well the first time, I won't come to your place. Come
here, I will carry you go wash your kid, then I carry you go enter bush, go see bears, and if you are lucky, see some kind of mountain lion. Come, I carry you go all those. Come during the summer. Carry you go back.
First appearance matters. So first for me matters. Even many of my friends back home in Nigeria.
Come. Anybody that want to come. But I tell you the activities is this. I carry you go hockey. Then if there's MLS game, I carry
let me even tell you this. I was surprised on Christmas Day here. You know, a friend of mine invited me, said that we should go and watch a movie. And we go to the movie venue. Okay. And they were singing Christmas song in Saudi Arabia. No, I clean my hair. I said, let me clean it. You know? I said, if I'm not the one, if I'm not here, somebody's telling me I will. You know, you really remember the day we were talking and I showed my big camera?
Yes, Tommy.
Yes, I was in the hotel. I was in the hotel in Riyadh that day, and they were playing Asha music. Our own Asha.
You know that your kingdom, they are opening up Saudi Arabia to the world now. They want to be the next like Dubai, because I've seen some of those development that they're trying to build over there. So they're going to open
Christmas song. I marvel.
Yeah, Jesus died for you in Saudi Arabia now. Jesus for you.
Wait, even Israel, they don't practice Christianity like that. So
it's true,
thank you, Pastor Prince Daddy. Jesus died for them in Saudi Arabia now.
Well, Muslim believe in prophetic shout out. That's Jesus. So I don't.
He died for them. So I'm being
No, he didn't die.
Let me tell you this. Jokes apart. I'm a Muslim, but I think that the Muslims are more liberal than the Christians. And I will tell you reason. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you. I will give you reason for that. Now wait, don't kill me. Let me finish. When I was in primary school, most of the schools in my town are Christian schools. And we have Muslim schools, we have Ansarudin, we have Nawaruddin. But I discovered that Muslims free to go to all these missionary schools. But you will not see one Christian in any Muslim school.
Why?
I said,
why? No, Simba, why do you think that is? Why?
I don't know.
No, because
Muslim, let me tell you, Muslim can enter a church. We go for wedding, we enter church.
Actually, you're making our point. The reason why you don't see them going there is because those schools were not that welcoming to Christians back in the days, compared to the other way. So you can be a Muslim and still attend
Are
a
you
so-called
sure?
Anglican
I
school.
don't think that's
But they are government schools. They are government schools. They just have a Muslim name. All of them are government schools, even the so-called missionary schools. They are owned by government.
Simba, the stigma. No. The stigma.
Yeah,
If I'm a
it's the
Christian now,
stigma. Yeah, you're right. It's the
imagine
stigma.
me.
Let me tell you this: my children, most of the school my children are attending, they are Christian schools,
Yeah.
private schools. You will not see a Christian attending a Muslim private school.
Yeah.
Why would you go to Asarudin as a Christian?
No,
but Muslim can go to Catholic school now.
Let's put this in straight.
Muslims are able to go to
There
Catholic
are
school.
more. It depends on your location. There are more Christian schools than Muslim schools.
Yeah,
depending on your
that's
location.
true. That's
so
true.
where you have like 500 Christian school and you have like just 5 to 10 Muslim schools. So you know where the bias will goes towards. Now look at Ilorin now. There are more Muslim Christian school there, but now look at the reverse case now. All the Muslim people that are entering that thing, they are now chasing Christian out, even out of the missionary school. Now, what you don't want, what you cannot do in a Muslim school now, in Ilorin now, the Muslim people community, they want people to be doing in Christian schools. When you look at all those stuff, so the thing is,
Ola, this is my point. Back in the days, even though we called them, I went to grammar school.
That's all you want to say, Abi?
No. It was owned by Anglican before, but now we never had issues where we say, oh, because I'm a Muslim, or I must wear a hijab in secondary school. It was never really an issue. So you are Muslim, you can even take BK back in the days as a Muslim, and people did it as. So you will see people in school back in the days, they will be not at home, but at school they will be married. So their parents will think that they are Muslim at home, but in school they will start going to fellowship and stuff. So they got scared. And people don't convert to they were converting a lot back in.
I did Bible when I was in secondary school. Now it's BK that I did, and they made it compulsory for us to do. They made me to be reading Bible.
No. They had,
and it's a public school, it's not a missionary school.
Thank God for your life now. God wanted to save you.
I'm alone in December. Last year, wow, I'm alone in December.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Mr. Trump, Lomo issue.
No.
But Simba, I saw that development because there's this tower they are building in Jeddah.
They have stopped it now.
No. It's back on again. It's back on again as of 3 weeks.
Because you know that the guy was one of those guys that they was arrested. The guy that is constructing
Babati, those Islamic countries. I'm not talking of all those Afghanistan and all those extremists that want their own this thing, but when I talk of Saudi Arabia, I talk of a United Arab Emirates.
They're not extremists. It's you that you think so because of your own belief. They're not.
Wait now, they are not extremists. That's what I'm saying. Compared to even Kano or even Niger State,
they're not extreme. They're not extreme.
They are not extreme. But when you look at all those Pakistan and
they're not extreme either.
I don't with all those things that I have.
Are they with by Yemen?
They're not extremists, man. Okay. It's the way you look at it.
Just asking the question. I'm comparing.
I know they trust you. I know if you travel to all those places, anything you talk. Yemen, I know if you go there.
But that's
anything you talk.
But you see what I think that when it comes to people, it's more like everybody has like their own what's the word I'm looking for? Like people have their own principle, and once you can follow people's principles, so it's more like this. If I go to England now, I know I can't have a gun, so I follow that. It's part of their law. So basically, when you go to those Muslim countries, they have their own law. Like a lot of them, they follow Sharia. That's their own constitution.
Is that why the Americans always get in trouble over there?
Who?
Some Americans always get in trouble when they go to
the Middle East. Like the Americans, like they always believe that everybody has to do things the way they do it. Yeah, exactly. So
remember remember that girl from Houston, the truck driver. that got locked up in Dubai for shouting at the officer. Do you know what that lawyer said on TV in America? Well, she has the freedom to express herself or they
BT, can you even imagine? Like America and North Korea, they will they tell all Americans not to go to North Korea, and so people still have the guts. They will go there, and they will now they believe it's America. They will get in trouble, and now they want America to
look
save
at that stupid girl, that stupid basketball player. How do you want? How do you in
Russia?
How do you go in with and they gave you up for an arms dealer? What the hell?
Yeah, it's a prescription that she uses here, and it's not against the law.
Then
But
don't go.
they always
Don't
think that. They always think
Americans.
that America is everywhere. That's what they always think. Like they don't realize that every single countries have their own law. Like things like
even Michelle Obama, she said, it's just a pipe now. It's not that much.
Don't mind them. They don't realize that. Country. They always think that whatever they can do here, they forget that the freedom of speech that they have here is not the same type of freedom of speech that you have in UK or Nigeria or anywhere in the world. Like that's the mistake they always make. Like they believe since I'm American, I can go anywhere and hack the same way. But that's not how the world works. Like everybody is.
Look at that. Those okay. So this is one that actually annoyed me. Are they? These three idiots. They went to Ghana to that slave quarters in Ghana, where they were selling to back in the days, and they were twerking, and they put it online. I am talking for the ancestors. I'm talking for the ancestors.
Wait, can you even imagine? They went into McMill, right? They went into Ghana president house, and they were making music video. Like they're so disrespectful. Like they do. Like that's the thing when it comes to America. Like they believe everywhere had to it's like their own country, and it's not like that. You have to follow everybody's law. Like
and they do. I always want my American friends. I said, listen, anywhere you go in the world, if you get in trouble, never say these words.
I'm American.
Never say I am an American. Never. Once you say that, it's over.
You see, BT, you know what's funny? Some Nigerians that go back to Nigeria, and whenever something happened in Nigeria, I'll see them. I think the last time I was coming back from Nigeria, some lady was like down the airplane, like, "Oh, this never happened in America." I'm like, "What? You're in Nigeria? Why are you acting like all this like American thing? Like, come on."
There was a time that all those people in Nigeria, they were like they were seeing people overseas as their enemies. They call abroadians, the thing. So, but because sometimes too, I think we need to humble ourselves. And
Ola, do you know what happened? Somebody that's lived in Nigeria for 40 years, 30 years, go to America, come back 10 years, start saying, in America we don't have this. In America you don't have that. Every 5 minutes.
And they be telling people saying they say sinner climb. That thing makes people
like no. They'll be like, Ogbeni, you leave that 4 years ago now. Well, you know us already before you left. You just come here for the first time.
Even some people just 3 months, they turn everything upside down. They start blow grammar. 3 months.
And they will now be saying, man.
Shit. My uncle left Nigeria in the 80s. So he came back in the 2000s. Every 5 minutes. Shit.
Yeah, but you wait though. See, if you ever encounter something in Nigeria and you're so frustrated, look, at the point in 2018, I wanted to rectify my the shares that I bought in GTB then. So they've not been since I left. The dividend has not been going to my account, so I needed that reconciliation. So, and I went to their registry office they were in Korodu Road and Tony. So I was so frustrated because they were, pushing me all, side by side to go take a picture. Passport photograph by me, and all those rigmarole. So I was so frustrated, and it was hot as hell. And I don't know when I blurted, what the fuck, I said it, and you could tell that this person does. I said it in such a way that if a Nigerian that lives in Nigeria said it, you could tell that this one has been watching too many movies. But I said it like somebody who has not been living there, because I was so frustrated. So in a situation like that, it's kind of like an impromptu, something you just say, without being,
I went to Nigeria, I think 2017, I think I said before, and they stole my phone at the marketplace now. I was still doing American. So I was driving my uncle's car to go and buy suya. So
same uncle that was saying she.
No, that's a different one. That's a different one, because this one owns hotel. So he said, just go and stay one of the hotels. I was thinking that. So next day, I'm like, uncle, my phone door. On your phone. So he called one of his police friends, whatever. The guy came out. I was already cussing, like, man, shit, calm down. I'm losing my phone. Bro, you say, what's your phone? When it's Samsung, whatever. This man just picked his phone, no? Called somebody. Within 3 hours, they got the phone for me. I say, You say they know, once they see your phone in that area, they know where the phone goes. They know where the goes. What kind of environment is? What kind of shit is this, man?
We call it networking. They have networking.
No. See, you know, every like almost every quarter.
But I paid though. I paid though. I had to pay some money to.
You at least your phone is more than what you paid for, right? Because the thing is,
I was even saying I had insurance on the phone, not to worry. Hey, Kenny, my worry, Kenny. My phone.
So because the thing is, for every area, they have their commander there that if they steal something, and they know those people that specialize in stealing phone.
So
they know their specialty, so they will. And the police, of course, because one day like that, when we are saying, police, they don't have database. One guy said, may you not find yourself in a situation where you need something and you are a criminal. That day you will know that police, they know how to, even they don't have that database physically, the database exists in their head, and they will find something on you. So that's our country. But a person like me, I'm happy if I get to Nigeria, except maybe I got carried away. You can't know that I'm coming from Canada. You don't make it
let me tell you something really.
That said, it's always there. Even when I want to curse you, I will use Nigeria, Nigerian language, or even do the Ekiti, pure Ekiti. So you don't
I remember when my younger brother has a problem in Nigeria. So because of if my mother cannot handle it, they call me because of I was just as a people knows me, understand that, not as a criminal, as a good guy. So I remember when it's true.
Why are you qualifying it? Why are you?
Nígbà tó ti pé Mr. Trump lọ mi ìsúlẹ̀ kan náà ló fi qualify lane.
I'm sorry, but sometimes even if you hide it, the way you smell, the way you talk, they will know if
yeah.
They can tell that you're not from they're not from around here. Do you know how they always get me? When we go to the market, if I want to buy something, for some reason I forgot to. I will always say dollars. I forget. Give me come to $10. Oh shit! No, $100. And shall I be by you?
Let me tell you, if you are okay and you are living in Nigeria, it's not likely that you will have problem with all these criminals. Because one way or the other, they will know you will have known them. And if you are a little bit generous, they will be the one that will be protecting yourself.
Yes, when I went
Simba, that you just said, no, Mr. Trump, just a minute, please. That thing you just said, I will tell you what happened to me. Like I think it was around 2007. So on the street now, I just saw the guys. They just prostrated. I said, Baba, we want to do carnival. Can you just? I just look at that person. You know me? He say, boy, you were in so now, she money. Okay, no be you, your picking they attend the particular school. I say, are you kidding? No be you, your wife they do this. I say, oh, party. You understand? Because they say, Shebi, now you there for King Size that day that you just buy something for this guy. Shebi, you buy this for them. You know this guy now. They started mentioning all those people that I don't even buy. I don't buy beer for. I say, now wow. Say you guys know me. I say, money gone. I pay once because we came to you. We know that. So I was sure of what I'm buying the baba. Okay. I said no problem. From there, was it like 10K I just gave them, and then I gave them some kind of
they will salute you till daybreak. Let me tell you.
Man, they know. See,
na security that you have bought yourself your security.
I never land you. So there is a man that used to stay with us that time. The day they snatched that guy's car, he was using this Camry pencil light. Bottom man fee purpose here. Better look careful when they are you know, those guys for a good day, man. When I told guys, they say, one you will look at you. They know your profile from A to Z. Yeah, you think because you were leaving 5:30, you think they don't know you and you are coming. They know you baje. So that's why I'm supporting what Simba said. Those guys, they know. Forget to.
So, there was I saw this documentary about our fintech that those so-called Nigerian billionaire youth in that Yaba area. So they had this American come to interview the guy now, the main guy, and they were walking. They were walking to the market, and the guy saw the area boys and everything. Said, don't you feel like you are in danger? I said, no. That all the guy that is he takes care of them. that's his own protection. Don't forget police in this area.
I know Babati, when I built my first house, not just an average area at that place. Even carry the payload that go that place, go the market that place. When you know how money they used to sell land anyhow. So I got information they wanted to sell that place. But I now made a mistake. I was targeting the land there that time. Instead for me to pay for that land before, I didn't know the implication. I just said, okay, people wanted to sell this land. I just carry payloader. Just emergency, just to make room for that place so that they will not. Those guys, instead for them to challenge me, they didn't challenge me. If you baba you, I'm here this thing. So to the point that they named that place my own bus stop, that they were calling that place my bus stop without even giving me. I say, so they I want to submit the Baba. Even at this, I'm even talking of something very, like 15 years ago, more than 15 years ago, rather. So now, when they did that, so I now went to Baba that sold that land. Did you know that price of land was just like almost 5 times immediately? I said, Baba, what is happening? He said, no, be you cause I said, how? Shebi now you carry payload, I just go do road now. Say, if you see how all those money led, they pray for you. Say, as they say, what is not for those guys, they can never forget you. You think you were doing them bad, Daddy? Maybe they wanted to sell that small land for that place. Say, one land they will sell, they are going to make like almost 5 or what that is. They're happy with you. That's why that whenever they were on my side that time, before they will go to all those bricklayer carry pom everything away from the side. They say Baba, they say okay. Leave Baba. If we shy Baba now, we go lose. But if Baba come here, he go give us better than waiting we go out. So just say Baba say we can't say hello to him. That's how those people normally be. Till now, then they ask some people. They ask me say Baba, I want to him be what job will my one now. No, because sometimes too, it is good to be good to those guys.
Give us.
If you are not good to them.
You can imagine somebody that will now come and they say Baba, and you will be blowing American English. What the mess? What are you people talking? Go and find work.
They
I
you can know what will be at the
one
outcome
guy
now.
go carry one guy sword one day. Adeogun, he was facing say, Baba Mironi, I pity you. You don't even know the person you are trying to deal with. Pé bọ̀bọ̀ yìí, àwọn tiẹ̀ gan ló máa ṣí ẹ kárakára ni pé jẹ́ kó rí ẹ pé o. Pé ọ̀n pè mí wọ́n sọ pé kì í ṣe. Let me see, who is this one coming from the back before? Let me see whether it's the person. Okay, is it Mike Olawale? Just to be very sure. Mike, if it is you, please show your face, so before I allow you. Okay, I just want to be very sure now because I don't want to allow. I'm Mike. Sorry. Type in the forum. Let us be very sure that it is you, please. I'm serious. Let us be very sure.
Well, let him show his face to you.
Show his face to you now. Let him show his face to you now. Let him show his face to you.
Because
Naim is the one.
Okay. You don't see his comments.
We don't know it's you. We don't know it's you, Mike. We don't know.
BT, Baba BT killer.
Okay.
I remember when they wanted to.
Mike talk now you let Mike talk. So make I.
So you don't reach him. You say.
Okay.
I was telling you, say, you don't see my face before. You say me, I show my face.
Apart from picture, you can also allow. Can you hear people from the backspace?
You can't hear.
We can't hear people from the backspace. That's the main thing.
I was trying to say something. I'm like, you can't hear me. I was trying to say, you don't see my face before you see I show my face.
No, I don't see your face for Nigeria.
I have a.
Okay.
Monia Diako for one man. So create a second streamline just to get people's voice in first, then bring them onto the mainstream. So when somebody comes in for any private link, and that link will just be for the private chat only when they come in. So they will go and verify on that StreamYard link with the voice. Then they can come on this new one. You get my point? So that link will just be for verification. But that would be just for so you first verify with them on that link, then they will come on this one. But that link will just be for private chat only, not for the public.
So who do you guys think is doing this?
Oh, sorry.
Either hype or yeah. Or
we know it's them, Daddy.
No, that guy showed his face yesterday. So
how does he look like?
Really, no, it looks young, long face. Sometimes I can even confuse him for someone that is a mixed race. So you know, it came here today, but fortunately for me, I could see the picture immediately. I just sent the idiot out of the.
Another person I suspect. There's one guy that does earlier session. You know the session with Kaizo now. The one woman does the Kaizo.
Yes.
There's one British boy like that. The guy hates Nigerians. So the guy, every time he comes, he just have this big bitter. Woman had that get at it today.
But
I don't know if you know that boy. They won't bring a British accent like this.
But notice for the past 2 days, one man has lost 16 hours of stream, like that is just gone.
You know, I'm wondering, like, something to do. Go back to which one? I was like, what happened? But you can always cut that part now.
I think
he doesn't want to do it. He said he don't want to do it. That
he did for that of yesterday, so I was able to upload it again. So he told me anyway. I've not checked it too, but he told me that he was able to.
It's not there. It's not there. I've checked. It's not there. To the last 2 days, I have not been able to upload it.
Can you go? Do you know why? So, do you know why the thing is painful?
Let's go to the background so you can upload.
No, wait. If that thing that happened yesterday happened to me in a corporate environment, I know that my job was gone yesterday. That's why I was bitter. Because see, anything like that, if I was working for an employer and that thing happened, I know that I was fired already yesterday. You will see. When you see my grievances, I think people will understand. Sometimes maybe someone will be down in there. One of the guys will say, "Oh, it was just like for 2 minutes." Hey, for 2 minutes. The next.
So he basically told you not to add a new name, right?
Yes, if it is new name, I won't even add. I will send the person out immediately.
So one man instruct you not to add new name, but you decide to say tell the new name to show the face.
No, I didn't get that side because we were even discussing before whether we'll be showing the face before we. So I missed the part that they said, okay, I don't know. So because if I add that one, of course I'd be sensitive because I was juggling between I was jostling between what I was doing and coming to the session. I'm a kind of the person that I don't want to take over the session if I don't see someone that can stand in for me because I don't really want any rubbish while away.
No. The question I'm asking is one man. I'm saying like between you and one before the one man put you in charge. He told you. Did he say show their face?
He said at the beginning of the show.
He said me the shine not to add new name.
He said it at the beginning of the show.
So it's just they don't have new name, but he didn't ask you to verify their face or anything.
No,
you just took it upon yourself to tell them to show their face.
One man said it at the beginning of the show.
Add fire to
that what?
That from now on, people will be showing their faces to him before you let them.
Okay, so Ola didn't do anything wrong then because I remember Ola asked the guy to show his face then, and the guy showed his face and
Mike, I was even the one that alerted one man, the one that happened earlier. You understand? Not that of yesterday. I sent to one man, I said, come, one man, someone came online to spoil your show. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have access that time. But that of yesterday, because I will learn that, okay, you will show your face before you come. That one, I get that one. But one man has sent additional message to me, which I missed. I missed that message that, don't add new name. You understand? I missed that part. That's why, because if he has not sent to me.
So that don't have new name also translate to even if they show their face, basically.
Yes, even if they show their face, you understand? Even I would never have I even thought that a stupid guy will show his face and still go ahead and do rubbish yesterday. Honestly, I think I prayed what computer we developed.
He said his name is God Logic. God Logic.
That was yesterday. Today he came with John. He comes with John. I said 3 days ago he came with Skibidi whatever. So I think computer we developed a stage one day that we can punch ourselves.
Mike, what happened between you and the Skibidi now?
No, Skibidi, not the Skibidi.
Oh, a different person. I was kind of wondering.
Mike at Mike at is it better or Bato? That's the last upload to Morina. That was the last upload to Mori. That's 3 days ago. So since then we've not had any uploads on the platform. So and that's been Mike Kobawa dash area phone.
Mo then you
no go for what one go fún abi
kí má go lọ fẹjọ́ ẹ̀sùn èṣù kó fèsì láti
ká fẹjọ́ àwọn alálẹ̀.
kí má kí lọ fèsì láti dín on his behalf kí èṣù máa ṣe káàkiri.
Kó lọ tepo sórí èṣù kó ló ní kó wá fóun.
Àáfàá Simba, how do you know all these things?
Ó ti wá African magic ni now. Nollywood.
Ṣé mo sọmọ Yorùbá ni ẹ? Bàbá tí. I'm a proper Yoruba man now.
No comment.
If you do that to my channel, that's what I will do. My be doing a question issue.
No, because trial. You don't know. Somebody has built their channel for 44,000 plus. Would they destroy it overnight? Destroy any.
There's no way I only when I didn't offend you. If I offend you is one thing, but if I didn't do anything to you, you come and do something like that.
It could be any of these obedient people, all those idiot ones that are on the Twitter.
The guy has a flag behind his head. That's what I saw. He has a flag, so
what
that's
flag?
why I just laughed.
What flag?
Look at the flag. I was trying to. The guy he showed his face. Later, the screen changed when he wanted to say something. When we say something, then they started giving us pictures.
No. What flag? What flag? You say he had a flag.
He has a flag at the back of his head.
What kind of flag?
I know he has a flag. That's it. He has a flag.
Oh, okay.
He has a flag. Inappropriate flag. So that's it. So one thing does that.
Can you create computer where you can manipulate someone? I will just send the guy to the Pacific immediately from there. I just click on send the guy to Pacific. May go lunch.
You know that, Mr. Ola, if it's really in the corporate world, you've lost your job. Any small error.
I know now. I know that's a serious violation. That's why I was so crazy.
Except if you have a very long hand. Except if you are good with the boss. Because that's how some of my workers, when they do something stupid.
No, because in our profession, we take every breach seriously. You understand? Funny enough, that kind of thing has never happened to me on the job, right? But you will see something you say, like the tortoise will say, I trust my children. They never learn lesson with their own, with the incidents that happens to them. They learn from what happens to others, right? So from there, I've learned that, okay, if things like this happen in the corporate world, serious world, you are gone. You are gone. Maybe not so damn, not that so in Nigeria. Maybe you can get premium, but yeah, you are gone for sure. You are gone. So, and when you now apply that one to one person that is trying to undermine you, how I can be bitter is this: assuming that I can even get my hand on that guy. Honestly, you know what they call it, in Ekiti.
The way I heard you yesterday, you were like so pissed off with what he did.
Man, for sure, because because now if I was not the one that had alerted the woman earlier, that is understandable. But I was even the one that even warned one man, and what is even not that mean that someone committed a breach again. Do you get that?
You understand?
Yeah.
It's so painful. You understand? Oriola Tison. He has gone to bed now. After
yes, Oriola. I really meant Oriola with all this explanation that we was doing yesterday. Adewale,
even today.
Carry Oriola come your school, may go do MBA. Where in Canada they go do MBA now? And they will say na pure water. You see those whenever we present all those businessmen, we'll be looking at us. They say all these technical guys, they are talking their jargon. You understand?
Anything that is
they will just dress us down.
Engineer Tomo,
they will just dress us down. That's I say, okay, all these things you are saying was the value. Just put the value in cash and let us know. Because what you say that when you say Innocent Motor is not manufacturing, I don't know how to tag that one.
Apostola Yorùbá ní Akínfà lẹ́yìn olórí ó ti kò sí ń bí tó bá jí padà ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ but it's not yet.
Oriola like to antagonize people. He just oppose you for opposing sake, and sometimes you're like, what are you even talking about?
I like the way he talks. I like.
No. You know the first time he pick on me says you are lying. When you tell me that I'm lying,
even I had to stop him and say when he said you lack this. You can't say somebody. Guys, what do you mean he lacks this? No, you can't.
Anyway, it's not maybe he was not aware that I'm a techie person. A techie. Even with all those businesses that I go learn all those, I'm still for example, now just imagine now, even as at this morning I was still coding, I will still write code. But the next time you switch, I can be helping you to prepare your account. I can be telling you your business this thing. And tomorrow morning, you can see me on my Python or my Java, be doing all those stuff. Then
say kukuli, you're eating kukuli and kuli babati. Say kuli is the one making you coffee.
Babati kuli you just bring like 5,000. Let me make ship to you from here.
$5,000.
What kind of?
Only good.
They because they send me some few things.
I'm sorry for that, Danny.
They even got me Ofio. I have a few with me.
I have it in the freezer here.
So I've been enjoying this Niger stuff for a minute, man.
I'm a corn and got to the point that I like
I have a
Nigeria
few in the refrigerator. It's been here since last year.
That's good. That's good.
I like Nigeria yam.
Funny, you know what's funny? You now go back to Nigeria. I want to go to a fair feel like what you embrace. Like you go to Nigeria now, over jam and over fresh food, organic food. They will say, let's go to Mr. Biggs, let's go to Domino's. Nigeria. I know.
Mr. Big is still in existence.
Don't mind
yeah. And you know, no.
They took me to. They said Chinese food. I said, there's one Chinese food that one of a family member took me to one year Chinese food in Ikeja. Is it Ikeja or something? I can't even remember. Only to get the rice you want be Johnny. I was like, what kind?
You go to avoid to run away from here.
Yeah, I was like, why we regret? Honestly,
No,
we regret
Babati. It's a misconception. They thought that is what you value because you are coming from abroad. They don't know that what you'll be craving for is those things that you have been missing. They're supposed to make you more local, to give you local things that you have been you have not been seeing for years.
My first
They just want to impress you.
Simba, thank you. I will go to Nigeria. They will say, let me take you to KFC.
KFC. I need Mike. My first.
I need pizza. I need to buy pizza. Money. I'm thinking about
money. Uncle from the airport. I think the money. First thing first, no.
No, Babati, hold on, if you don't mind.
I want
someone sit there because I want to set off to the background, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You'll be okay with that.
Okay.
It's good before any attack.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for sharing the learning session with us. We really appreciate you, and we've learned from you. And I can't say much because if I keep thanking you now, I won't know what to say. So. We see tomorrow where one man, the eagle himself, will land and take us through another learning session. Thank you, everyone. See you later.